Good morning. I want to welcome you all to the second day of the Recreational Fisheries Summit. I hope you all had a good day yesterday and a great night. I'm going to start us off this morning, and hopefully we'll have a wonderful, productive day. So on behalf of the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission and our member states, I want to thank you all for your engagement and productive input yesterday as we discussed changes to the marine environment and fishery resources and the impacts that have resulted from those changes. All of the issues we discussed are complex and highly charged, given the real and potential impacts they may have on recreational fishing and the sustainability of our fishery resources. All are part of our new reality that requires us to face the issues head-on through open dialogue, collaboration and partnerships, and a shared vision for recreational fisheries now and into the future. This is the very reason why we are here today, to identify the challenges and opportunities before us, to seek solutions and potential paths forward, and to recommit to working with each other towards the goal of high-quality, sustainable recreational fisheries. Today, we build upon yesterday's sharing of information and discussions by looking at two tools that will help us nimbly adapt to the changes in the marine environment, namely data collection and alternative management approaches. As we go through the day, I want to encourage you all to think about the actions you can take within your organizations, businesses, regions, and agencies to move the needle forward on the ideas and progress we have made this week. This meeting provided a much-needed and long-overdue opportunity for us to reconnect with one another on the issues that we feel strongly about. Let's build upon that momentum by committing both individually and collectively to make real progress on achieving our shared vision of sustainable recreational fisheries. I'm honored to be part of this summit, and I'm excited and energized by your passion and commitment. Here's to another great day. And now, here's Jessica.
Thanks, Tina. Good morning, everybody. For those of you just joining us today, either in person or online, I'm Jessica Gribbin-Joyce, Principal of Tidal Bay Consulting, and I'll be facilitating again today. This morning, I'm just going to briefly review our agenda, and then we'll get started with our guest speaker. I will do one reminder that we will be taking photos throughout the day. If you prefer not to be photographed, please tell one of the summit organizers, and we'll be sure to take you off any photos that we share publicly. For an agenda today, we have two sessions around data and management. And after our guest speaker, we'll dive right into data collection and use, where we'll have a series of presentations and discussions. That will be followed by a break, and then we'll get into a panel discussion on data collection. Following that, we'll go into our second session of management reform and flexibility, where we'll have some presentations and discussions, followed by lunch. And then we'll switch into management and optimum yield for the afternoon session. The breakout groups this afternoon will cover all of the management topics, and then we'll have a break before a report out, and then we have a nice closing panel today with a bunch of Noaa leadership from around the country, and they'll be reflecting on the whole conference. So with that, I wanted to make a quick note that if you are having your hotel and or travel reimbursed, Tina Berger will be sending out those materials tomorrow on Thursday. And if you have any questions, you can follow up with her, but you don't need to submit anything while we're here. And with that, the last note I'll say for all the speakers and attendees who have questions and answers today, just to help out those in the room and online joining us, always remember to state your name and affiliation before your comment because they can't see you, they can only hear you online. And with that, it's my pleasure to introduce our guest speaker, Spud Woodward, who is the chair of the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission.
Well, good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to see you all here. You can tell y'all that I'm from the South. Been working on this accent for 64 years, and I can't change it. It's just the way I am. So, but it's a pleasure to be here. Pleasure to see this room full of folks. This has been our host hotel for the commission for several years, and as everybody knows, it's been a couple of years since we've been together. So it's good to see this room full of folks, and hopefully this is the new beginning of normal for us. But there were some kind words spoken yesterday about the Commission's approach to managing Atlantic Menhaden, and I wanted to take a little deeper dive in that this morning and talk about how we went from an idea and a theory to a reality and a application of ecosystem approach to fisheries management. For those of you who aren't familiar with Atlantic Menhaden, it's a planktivorous clupeiid found from North Florida all the way up to Nova Scotia. Forms very dense aggregations in our estuaries and our nearshore waters, and it is a keystone species in our ecosystems in that it moves primary productivity up the food web to other predators. And there are very few things that are piscivorous in the ocean that don't benefit from Atlantic Menhaden. You can see just some of the few of the species right there. And it's also extremely important to terrestrial and avian piscivores as well. So it supports the largest commercial fishery by volume along the Atlantic coast. The majority of the fish that are harvested in that commercial fishery go to the reduction fishery, which is a process by which they cook down the menhaden and render out the meal and the oil. And it's used for a variety of purposes: animal feeds, nutritional supplements for humans, cosmetic binders. So yes, you ladies in the room have probably smeared pogie oil on your face at some point in your life. So of course it's rendered into a much more acceptable form by the time you do it. There's also a growing bait fishery for lobster fishing as well as crab fishing. And one of the reasons you see that illustrated in this blue line right here, now these are different scales in terms of metric tons, but there has been an increased demand for menhaden as bait as Atlantic herring, which has been a traditional bait source for lobster fishery, has declined in abundance. They're also used extensively by recreational fishermen as live bait and dead bait. They're ground up for chum. There's lots of different uses for them. The recreational fishery is unregulated through the interstate process. And while that harvest, is appreciable, it pales in comparison to the commercial harvest. So the evolution of menhaden management through the Commission, and for those of you that aren't familiar, the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission is all 15 East Coast states, as well as the District of Columbia, Potomac River Fisheries Commission, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and Noaa are voting members. The Commission is supported through the Atlantic Coastal Act, which basically gives the Commission authority to compel compliance with fishery management plans, unlike the other commissions around the country. So the first menhaden plan was adopted in 1981, more of a descriptive plan about the biology. Nothing significant happened really until 2012. So for 30-something years, things just ticked along, and then there was an assessment, a single species assessment of menhaden in 2011 that identified overfishing, and so the first quota was put in. And you can imagine, for a totally unregulated, high-volume commercial fishery, the mere thought of a quota was kind of shocking. So it was some challenges there. But more importantly, as we've evolved through managing menhaden, the ecological role of the fish has grown in importance. We all recognize that we've got to have these linkages between primary productivity and the upper levels of the food web. And so attempts have been made over time to try to integrate ecological functions into the decision-making process. For example, a multi-species virtual population analysis was used to help scale the natural mortality estimates for assessment purposes. And in 2006, as another step towards ad hoc ecosystem management, the Commission implemented a Chesapeake Bay cap. A lot of this reduction fishery is prosecuted within the bay proper, which is a primary nursery area for a lot of species. That cap was reduced twice and now is currently at 51,000 metric tons. So in order to keep moving forward with this ecosystem approach, a ecological reference point work group was formed, and then we held a workshop in 2015, and this workshop included representatives of the reduction fishery, bait fisheries, the fisheries for the predators that depend on Menhaden. So it was a very diverse group of people who got together to come up with the objectives for ecosystem management of Atlantic Menhaden. You see those listed out here, and they're in no order of priority, so they're all of equal importance and equal weight. So in 2017, there was another amendment to the fishery management plan in response to the assessment. It was good stock status, not overfish, not overfishing, relative to the single species reference points. So the commission responded with a slight increase in the quota, but it was more conservative than would have been allowed under the single species reference points. So in essence, what we did is create an ad hoc buffer for ecosystem services. But yet the goal continued to be to use the ecosystem approach to managing this species. Realizing that we didn't have what we needed as quantitative advice, we proceeded down the pathway of using the single species reference points until our work group could give us the kind of advice that we needed. But one of the things we did, and I think is very germane to what we'll be talking about today, is we built in flexibility through our amendment to allow the board to respond to changes in the status without having to go through full-blown addendum and amendment processes. So if the ERPs need to change in the future, they can be done with simple board action and not a 2-year or 3-year extensive process, which is common to most of our interstate and federal fishery management processes. So after the work group reviewed 5 different models of varying complexity, they settled in on this model right here, which is the NWAX mice model. And they chose, after evaluating a suite of several different predators, they settled in on 2 prey species, Atlantic Menhaden and Atlantic herring, and striped bass, bluefish, weakfish, and spiny dogfish as the predators. And this model was chosen because it allowed us to evaluate trade-offs between the predators and the prey, which in the ecosystem approach is integral to having a tool that allows you, if we do this to one, what does it mean to the other? And that's where the value judgments come in, because there are no wrong decisions. They're just what do you want to happen as a result of your management. And through the analysis and the modeling, the work group found that striped bass was the most sensitive predator to Menhaden harvest, and so they developed ERPs that would sustain striped bass, assuming that they would also benefit the other predators in the suite. So they came up with some example ecological reference points here, a target. So this would be the maximum fishing mortality on Menhaden that sustains striped bass at their biomass target when striped bass are fished at their fishing mortality target. And then a similar threshold that uses the same content but sets things a little bit different. So what happened, and this shows a graphical illustration here of the relationship between the fishing mortality on Menhaden and the status of striped bass. And one of the things I failed to mention is that one of the reasons that suite of predators and prey were chosen is that all of them had either benchmark assessments or assessment updates with 2017 as the terminal year. And that's an important part of this is once you go down this road, you sort of fated yourself to having to sync up assessments so that you have data current and applicable, because you get out of sync, then you start having some disconnects that can cause problems in the efficacy of the modeling process. But you see here the graphical representation. So, and I'm not going to attempt to explain this. Dr. Katie Drew is here. You'll hear more from her today. She was integral in this process, and she can explain to you all of the technical minutia of all this. But basically, there's a relationship between the single species fishing mortality and the ecological reference points that has to be reconciled, and that becomes what is ultimately actionable. And so by using the tool here, you see the relationship between the single species fishing mortality and the ecological reference point fishing mortality. And so the Menhaden board adopted these ERPs in August of 2020, and we did that in a virtual environment, which in and of itself is pretty amazing. You know, we have been thrust into this virtual decision-making process, but I think it speaks tremendously to the resolve of the board that there was a unanimous decision to adopt these ecological reference points and to move forward with them as the basis for decision-making. Well, now the sort of the burden shifts back over to the board to evaluate uncertainty. You know, now we've got these targets. Well, now we have to have projections that give us a range of uncertainty that we can use for actually setting the total allowable catch. So what the board did through its deliberations is sort of bracketed the current TAC at that time, which you see was 216,000 metric tons, with 5%, 10% less, and 5%, 10% over. And that's where the sort of the qualitative value judgment comes into this is, you know, there, like I say, there's no wrong decisions. There's just how do you manage your risk. And ultimately, what the board accepted was the lowest risk of exceeding the target and the threshold here. And so what the ultimate end product of all this was is a total allowable catch coast-wide that is 10% less than what it currently was. So we actually, for the first time, made an ecosystem-based decision based on quantitative advice from the model. And so for us, it was a landmark decision to do that. And we've moved forward from that. We will continue to evolve this approach. And like I said, it sort of puts us in a situation where we have to be very sensitive to the timing of our assessments to make sure that we're getting current estimates of fishing mortality for these other species. But the thing I want to really emphasize is this was a monumental team effort. And you can see these are the folks that were involved in help bringing this from an idea to a reality, and they're the ones that will continue to nurture this as we go forward, evolve it, try to perfect it, and broaden it out to potentially full ecosystem-based. Because ecosystem-based means we then begin to simultaneously manage these species together instead of what we're doing right now is an ecosystem approach to single species management. Like I said before, the board, you know, is to be commended because it made a difficult decision knowing that it was going to restrain the harvest in some manner or another, but it made a commitment to do that. So we will work forward from this approach, look at spatial variation, because right now we're treating Atlantic Menhaden as a unit stock from New England all the way to Florida. We know there's variability in abundance, and so the next major steps is going to be to integrate spatial components to this modeling approach. But I think it shows that when you're faced with difficult choices, and Lord knows we talked about a bunch of them yesterday, and we're going to talk about a bunch more today, is that if you've got people with diverse perspectives and motivations, but if they have a common goal, you can get things done. So I'm pleased to be able to brag on the commission and its efforts and all the people that made this possible. So thank you. Sure. She said there's time for some questions, so if you want to stump the biologist, here you go. Where's Katie? Where's my helper at? Come on.
I'm curious, what do you see as you look ahead? Is there a next species that the board plans to kind of add to this program or use this approach to manage? And given what you've learned recently with Menhaden, what do you think a realistic timeline for that might be? And then my third and final question on this is, ultimately, does it force a question about needing to change the way the board is organized if we're changing the way we manage those fish? So thank
Okay.
you very much.
All right, I think I can remember all those. Right now, I think the goal is to focus on that suite of species that we've used in the model thus far and try to improve that model's ability to describe those relationships, but look for opportunities to include additional species. And one of the things that came out of it is there is definitely a sensitivity to Atlantic herring, and we all know that Atlantic herring have declined in abundance, and so that's got to be fully emphasized. The timeline on these things are somewhat frustrating. It takes a lot of work and a lot of data, and that's one of the reasons I wanted to talk about this morning. Is we're going to be talking about data, but the only reason we were able to do this is we had the data necessary, and so we're looking at probably, and Cody can correct me, but we're looking at 5 to 10 year horizons on really moving this to the next level. But your third question is the one that really is probably the most difficult in some ways, and we're already contemplating how do we synchronize the efforts of a striped bass board and a Menhaden board to facilitate these trade-off judgment decisions, because one of the things that we have to accept is that you can't feed your way out of overfishing. You can feed your way to a better stock status, but simply having more menhaden in the water does not negate the effects of overfishing. So we have to continue to work on both ends of it back towards a successful middle, which is healthy stocks of both predator and prey. So that's something that we're going to continue to work on, but that's where one of our biggest challenges will lie, is how do we make those value judgment decisions in the best way we can. So hopefully that helps. Okay. Thank goodness. All right. Thanks, everybody.
All right, thanks again, Spud, for kicking us off today. At this time, we're going to start the first part of our data collection and use panel, and we're going to look at presentations and audience discussion on 3 topics: data collection, stock assessments, and catch monitoring. Our moderator for this session is Dr. Evan Howell, Director of the Office of Science and Technology at Noaa Fisheries. And at this time, all our moderator and panelists can come up to the table.
Okay, good morning, everybody. So I'm pleased to be here, more pleased to be here than I am to wear this tie, if you know me, but I appreciate your attention starting this day out. So today, I'm happy to be here to talk about the presentation and discussion session for data collection and use. We know the importance of data, and I'm happy to hear these presentations this morning from these 3 that were selected, as well as the panel discussion that we have. So we know that recreational fisheries surveys vary from region to region, state to state, and in some cases species to species. So the recreational catch estimates are just one of the things that managers need in order to do the management for these species in these areas. The stock assessments are the scientific foundation of the fishery harvest management, and that provides fishery managers with a scientific basis for setting sustainable harvest practices and policies. So the first portion of this session will be 3 presentations and time for a couple of quick questions. Following this, there will be a panel discussion starting at 10 o'clock. So the format today will be each of these presentations that you hear will be 15 minutes, and we'll have roughly 10 minutes for maybe 1 or 2 questions, but there will be a lot more time at the panel discussion to ask any questions that you have. And so with this, I'm happy to be able to present the 3 speakers today. We have Dr. Richard Cody, who is with Noaa Fisheries. He is the chief of the Fishery Statistics Division within the Office of Science and Technology. We have Dr. Katie Drew, who is the Stock Assessment Team Lead with the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission, and Dr. Luis Barbieri, who is a Program Administrator with the Fishery Wildlife Research Institute, a division of the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission. And so first I'd like to welcome up to the podium Dr. Richard Cody.
Thanks, Evan. As Evan mentioned, I'm the division chief for the Fishery Statistics Division of the Office of Science and Technology. We're the division that houses the Marine Recreational Information Program that you hear quite a bit about. All right. So I wanted to give you a little bit of context for the Marine Recreational Information Program. It's largely perceived as a single federal survey or group of surveys, but it really is a partnership at the state, regional, and federal level. And it gets its origin from the first National Academy's review of the then Marine Recreational Fisheries Statistics Survey. And that review occurred in 2006. So following that, we had Magnuson reauthorized in 2007, which called on Noaa to address the recommendations of that review. And in 2008, we had the establishment of the Marine Recreational Information Program. And I think early on, it's worth noting that Noaa, and at least the Office of Science and Technology, realized that there was more encompassed in improving data collections than improving just the federal surveys. It had to be a more comprehensive set of surveys that addressed regional as well as state level and federal needs. So flash forward to 2017, we had the second review, which looked at the progress of Mrip over the 10 years that it was in existence. And that review noted that there had been some major improvements to the federal surveys, and in particular the Access Point Angler Intercept Survey and the Fishing Effort Survey. And those were noted in that review. And there were several recommendations also made in that review that we were called on through the Modern Fish Act to address, and part of that now is the 2020-21 review of the compatibility of recreational surveys and in-season management that just was completed last year. And Luis Barbieri chaired that actual review. But one thing I wanted to point out is that all three of these reviews acknowledge something I think that needs to be taken to heart and hopefully will be the basis for the discussions that we have today. And that is that recreational data collection is not a simple process. It's a difficult process, very difficult. It has many components in terms of the effort that goes into the trips that are done, the species that are targeted, and can be a very complex process to get a handle on. And in addition to that, too, there are regionally specific needs that have to be addressed as well as federal needs. So next slide. So as I mentioned, it was established as a state-federal partnership, regional partnership in 2008. And basically, the focus of the program at that time was implementing, designing and developing and implementing carefully designed surveys that collected high-quality data and produced sound statistics. And that's still the focus of the program, although it has moved from a more developmental stage to an implementation phase over the last few years. Next slide. So what does it look like today? Well, as I mentioned early on, we had in 2006 a handful of surveys, but now we have 28 different data collection programs within the partnership, and 10 of those are administered by Noaa. We have 18 programs that are administered by states and territories, and of those, 8 specifically collect data on a single species. So it's a large number of different programs, different data collection programs. And with that large number and with that diversity of programs comes several challenges. And basically, what we have are, if you were to define those challenges or to sort of consolidate them, is we have competing needs. There's an acknowledged need that we have to have better information for monitoring annual catch limits at a state level, but also we do need to provide reliable trend information for stock assessments at the stock level, which can span several states. So that raises issues in terms of the compatibility of the surveys, the comparability of the information that they produce, and so on. Next slide. In this next slide, you'll see, I use it all in practically every talk I give. It gives you an idea of the extent of the coverage and the scope of the different programs. They vary in terms of their regional coverage. They vary in terms of the species coverage. They vary in terms of meeting the regional specific needs of the different partner entities. And also they vary in terms of the resources that are available to states, say for instance, to conduct surveys. And so within a region, you may have several different methods at play to provide similar estimates. Next slide. And just to reiterate those challenges, and this is one of my focuses within the Office of Science and Technology, is coming to grips with the scale differences. We have different methods that are relatively more applicable to one scale or another. For instance, with census-based approaches, they tend to lend themselves to smaller populations that can be well defined and where you can get information from all of the individuals ideally. Whereas statistical sampling is used by the majority of the programs that I just identified. And those depend on quality sample frames to get at that information. So in addition to that, you have challenges in terms of data management. Who's going to manage all of these different surveys, the data accessibility and availability, and how is it going to be formatted, and how is it going to be presented for stock assessment and for management needs. And I mentioned a little bit about comparability and compatibility. When you have a number of different surveys in operation, basically trying to do the same thing, come up with estimates for a certain species or for effort estimates as well. There are questions about whether those estimates are regionally compatible, if they're comparable to each other within a region or outside of a region. And then, are the data being used appropriately? So you may have situations where data at one level may be appropriate for one need, but not necessarily for another need. So you have differences in the capabilities of the different surveys to address those needs. So in 2020, our division established what we call the Mrip Recreational Data and Survey Standards. And this is to provide guidance and to consolidate the information that we have available to us on the different surveys and the experience that we've gained over the past few years to help guide survey design and implementation. So what it does is try to consolidate information so that to promote consistency among the surveys. And there's information in there on the application of certification of survey designs and survey transitioning as well. That's pertinent to gaining that consistency. Next slide. So I mentioned a little bit about the methods that we use, and there are two basic methods. Basically, we're talking about probability-based samples. Those are founded in statistical theory. There's a well-established theory associated with it, and it's the framework that's used for most large-scale surveys and many small-scale surveys as well. The advantage of this method is that the selection probability of a sample is known. So when you select a sample from your sample frame, you know the chances of it being selected. With many kinds of surveys that you see nowadays online and voluntary surveys, you don't have that information available to you. So it's difficult to know how representative that sample is. If your frame is good, your sample frame is good, then you do know using these methods. And this allows us to provide a weighting or a sample weighting that will make hopefully the sample more representative of the population. So sample weighting often is looked at with sort of with suspicion, really, because it implies that you're giving certain weight to one sample that may be greater or less than another. And in cases where you have small sample size, and that's a downfall of this type of methodology, that those weights can be very high, and you can get an unreliable estimate. So the other method up here is census-based approaches, and that's often used with logbooks and so on. There are sampling methods that are used in addition to the census-based approaches to fill in the gaps, so to speak, because you don't have 100% coverage generally for any census-based approach. So you need some way of accounting for off-frame effort or non-response in those surveys. Next slide. So what we do to try and provide as much information as we can to our data users is we provide what we call a variance estimate and confidence intervals. And you can flip to the next slide if you like. And what this does is give you an idea of the most likely range of values that our estimate falls into. So you have an idea of how precise that estimate is. And this is important for management uses. Less precise estimates are more unreliable. Next slide. And so as far as trying to improve the quality of the data, there are things that we can do, such as improve sample sizes. And in this example, I have New Jersey summer flounder estimates for wave 5 in 2019. And what you see is in the first one, you have a very large percent standard error. As you move to a more aggregated estimate, such as at the annual level or at the annual mid-Atlantic or regional level, there is some improvement to the variance estimate. And by adding sample to this, you can also improve that estimate as well. So next slide. So things we do to reduce bias and to improve the surveys. We pilot test survey designs. We've been doing that for 12, 15 years at this point. Establish complete survey frames. This has been a major focus of the program. We use tools to increase response rates and aid recall, such as survey design, incentives, question ordering, and question design. Those are we also benefit from independent statistical consultants that we use to help us with those. And I mentioned weighted sampling and quality assurance protocols are now more accessible than ever. We have with the ACCSP, with the help of the ACCSP, complete electronic data collection at this point for the federal surveys, which allows us to build in some of that quality assurance checks. So next slide. So just to summarize, basically there are a variety of methods that we use. There are different census and statistical methods that present different challenges in terms of the scope of the different data collection programs and the meeting data needs. There's a challenge here to balance the need for reliable trend information for stock assessment purposes, and then also getting more fine-scale information for annual catch limit monitoring. And one point I would make is that recreational data collection, composes part of what we perceive as data needs for stock assessment and management. And the last slide, and you can flip to the next little animation here, if you don't mind. So just to point out again, there are different components that feed into the stock assessment process, and we'll hear a bit more about those this morning. But I wanted to point out that there are two competing needs here as far as recreational data collection is concerned, and that is the need for fine-scale data for monitoring purposes and long-term trend information for stock assessment. So those are difficult to address, but we remain committed, and I think that a collaborative approach has been beneficial in this arena. So with that, I'll thank you for allowing me to present here today.
Great, thank you, Richard. Well, we do have some time, about 10 minutes for a couple of questions, and we'll do it in the same style as yesterday, one side of the room, then the other. And if you don't have time to get your question asked today, there will be the panel discussion at 10 o'clock, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Richard, when you put the slide up showing PSE, percent standard error, I think it highlighted maybe from a non-statistician point some of the areas where we look at it and go, my gosh, it's 50% and really good is 33%. And I wanted to see if you can put those numbers in some perspective of how kind of the layman looks at that standard error and how we should judge that.
Okay. Thanks, Ken, for that question. I would say that, realistically, for stock assessment purposes, and we have some information on this, that we need PSEs less than 40% in general. There's a standard practice for most large-scale surveys that they don't publish estimates on their websites or through their queries unless they have PSEs better than 30%. So for fisheries, we do publish estimates that have PSEs greater than 50% on our website. We have adopted standards that would eliminate that over time. And the goal of that is really to improve standards. I would say, for me, PSEs of 33% is not great. We have many species that it falls below 20% and is in the 10% range. And that's ideally where you want to be. But for some species, this is really difficult to accomplish because you have limited seasons, you have limited accessibility of the fishery, and so it's difficult to get enough sample to build that PSE to a level that you'd be comfortable with. We use techniques with our surveys to achieve, an overall level of precision, but again, it doesn't drill down to the species range. So, I would always advocate for more sample to improve precision.
Okay, thank you. We're going to go to the right side of the room.
Yes, sir. Is this thing hot? I expect it is. I was one of the people that was working real hard to, and before the 2007 Magnuson rewrite, to get the MRF program redone. And one of the estimates I was using to illustrate the just insanity of MRFs was a tautog estimate from New Jersey Shore. Are you hot? Anyway, a tautog estimate from New Jersey Shore in 2010 showed that they had caught 73,000 tautog from New Jersey Shore in wave 2, March and April, when they're not biting. Very, very, very end of the wave is when they start to bite, late April. Nobody thought that was possible. When Mrip came out, that went from 73,000 to 174,000. After the recent recalibration, it went to 341,000 tautog. That's almost 1 million pounds of tog that probably didn't fill a 5-gallon pail. This is the kind of stuff that's driving us nuts. This is overfishing. This is new regulation. This is, the sea bass. Yeah, time and time and time again, we're over a decade of catch, and then double it for the next wave. You can add a whole decade of catch, and it doesn't equal half of what the new wave says it is. And this is going on right now. Your data is going to cost me 20 days of season, 20 days of a sold-out boat, because we're overfishing. And the fish are fabulous. They're doing great. We need to work on your business.
Let me try to address that as best I can. One of the things I pointed out is that you do have certain characteristics or certain properties of statistical sampling that when you do get a small sample size, or you do get an overrepresentation, we'll say, of a certain type of trip, that it does lend itself to an overestimate on certain waves of the year. So for situations like that, where you would have probably a large weight that lends itself to producing a very large estimate. We try to provide information to management in terms of the sample sizes that are there, the characteristics of the sample in terms of whether it was typical for that wave or not. Those are the kinds of information that we provide. We also rely on you, Monty, and others to be involved in the council process, to lend your knowledge to the process in terms of what you're seeing on the water. And I think that was brought out yesterday in some of the discussion that there is a need for, incorporation of more of the anecdotal information and maybe in a more formal process, but there is a need to do that. It is, I would say, it's part of the statistical properties of the surveys that we use, that if you get to small sample sizes, you may not get the behavior with the estimate that you would get at a wave where there's plenty of data available. That said, we prefer not to censor the data at that level. We try to provide information to the management and others that use the data so that they can make decisions related to it, the appropriate weighting or use of those data. Because, as was pointed out yesterday, there may be signals in data in terms of species shifts and distributions, things like that, that are important to keep in and not censor out. So,
Here's the thing. I've done a deep dive into the data for a very, very long time. I actually started in 1998 complaining about it. When I look at catch per unit of effort, it looks pretty good. It doesn't look, every once in a while it's kind of weird, but mostly it looked pretty good. Yeah, that could have happened. But when you gather effort and multiply it out, that's when you get these huge numbers that just make no sense whatever. Recently with Mrip and then with the recalibrations of Mrip, you had a mistrust, a distrust, the gatekeeper hypothesis. People were lying to you. Fishermen weren't telling stories about bigger fish and going more often. They were shielding the data from the number of trips they took. They were making it sound as though they went less often. And then you guys were extrapolating that and making it more often, a lot more often, way, way, way more often. That's how you get these private trips. I mean, you got Massachusetts right now, to meet their catch, you would have to have over 2,000 boats every fishable day fishing in Buzzards Bay. It's not a big place. You can see across it. If there were 2,000 boats a day, you'd see that. And out of Ocean City, Maryland, for the Wave 3 last year, you would need 180 boats going every single day. We have the world's largest billfish tournament. That's about 180 boats going every day. If you had 180 boats going sea bassing every day, we'd notice. It's not there. It doesn't happen.
So Captain Hawkins, let me invite this, because I really enjoy this conversation, and I think this speaks to both, for me, the need for the partnership, as Richard mentioned, as well as looking at the standards, especially for those areas of high standard error that we're looking at, because I think that that's what leads to these expansion issues that you're seeing and sort of this non-believability and the credibility thing. It's important, and I want to make sure that we get the left side of the room for this question and answer, but there'll be the discussion panel, and I think we can follow up with this there.
Very good. I just want to know where you invent all these people from to catch all these fish that everybody else in the room thinks is ridiculous.
Fair enough. Thank you. So left side of the room.
Hello. Captain Jim Green, President of Charter Fishermen's Association, President of the Destin Charter Boat Association. I wanted to speak to all these, we discussed a lot of surveys and their input, and there's a lot of dramatic differences, speaking to the difference between the old telephone survey and the FES data. And don't you believe that there should be a higher level of stewardship for everybody and required of everybody that uses our resource? Should we be pushing for, more fishery dependent data and the fact that it invests the anglers and stakeholders into the data process instead of just, they take a survey, they might not get called. You hear it sometimes. I've never been called on a survey. Oh, I've been called 3 times. Shouldn't we require information from people that are accessing the resource? It's not just their resource. It's not the charter and head boats. It's not the commercial fishermen. It's not yours. It's the entire nation's. So shouldn't we be calling for a higher level of stewardship from every single person that puts a line in the water or puts a net in the water? Things like harvest data, how many, what size, the effort, how many times they're going, how many people are going, discard data, whether they were live or dead. Predation has been a huge problem down in the Gulf. Mammals or sharks, how many did you see? I know that there's a lot of uncertainty in surveys, and extrapolation is like a dirty word to us in the Gulf because, charter fishermen are just now getting into a program, getting our program off the ground to where we can address some of this uncertainty. And don't we think it's the stewardship of every person that accesses this resource? Isn't it part of their stewardship and make them apply a level of accountability for their access to the resource? And I'm not saying, I know that there's challenges, and I know that validating that data is a big thing, but, if you required them to tell you when they were going fishing, how many, what they caught, what size, you would have a lot more buy-in. You would have, at first, a lot of people are going to go kicking and screaming because we tried to do this 10 years ago in the Gulf. But, it's 2022. We landed a rover on Mars. We should be able to count how many people are going fishing instead of surveying and getting an estimate and these low thresholds of 10, 20, 30% and then extrapolating that out. I understand we have limited resources, but if everybody's up in arms, I've heard pretty much the same thing, and it's nothing against you, the scientists, because you don't have everything you need. Let us help you. Require us to help you. A lot of us want to help, but they don't have a mechanism to do such. And this would, invest the angler into the fishery and would harbor a way to have more people understand the process and all the things you don't know. They overestimated. Well, yeah, they don't know how many, how often, what you caught. Yeah, of course they if scientists worth their salt, they are going to overestimate you. So don't you feel that we should apply it and require a high level of accountability and stewardship to our fishery?
Well, I think accountability is definitely something that we try to promote or foster. We have increased communications with anglers. It's a difficult process, and was pointed out yesterday, scientists don't make good communicators, probably the worst. So it has been a challenge, I would say. I try to do the best I can with the surveys that we have and try to make them as good as we can make them. There are initiatives that we've been involved in with our commission partners and council and states in terms of looking at permitting and other issues or other ways to get a handle on the recreational angler universe. It's very diverse and it's very large, and some are more committed to the resource than others. So it is a difficult question because with the charter fleet you have certain motivations there. You have a connectedness with the resource that you don't have for many recreational anglers. So it's getting that buy-in that's a difficult process. I think one of the things that has helped us along in the last few years is involvement with the marine resource education program that has been very effective at identifying influencers, we'll say, at those levels. But we have a long way to go.
Yeah, and
right.
I've been through the Mrip with the E, and it's a very educational program. But if you're the regulators and you make the or you're the scientists and the regulators working hand in hand in this management, and you got to set the leadership. Requiring a registry, requiring them to say declare they're going fishing, and having that, having just, even if it's very small information, a lot of this problem is the catch per unit, and a lot of it has to do with these nuances in the science. It's not so much that the science is bad, it's that the inputs we're putting in are not completely accurate. So
I appreciate this. I got the signal a couple of times. I want to let you finish up, but I invite all three of the comments.
They kick me off the mic all the time, man. It's okay. It's all right.
All right, well, as long as I don't have to be the bad guy. Yeah.
Can I come sit up there?
At 10 o'clock, I think we'll have the panel discussion. So we are going to move on. We have two more presentations. So we're going to move on to Dr. Katie Drew. So, Katie, thank you.
All right, so I have the wrong date on the slide, but I'm here on the right day, so I'll take it. Let's see if this works. All right, so I'm going to talk about stock assessments today. In particular, I'm going to talk to you guys about how do they work in terms of what data goes into them and what data comes out of them from kind of a high level, hopefully accessible point of view. And then finish up talking about the projections, which are sort of a component of the stock assessment that basically takes that stock assessment and turns it into management changes or management advice. So, first of all, obviously, there's not just one single sort of stock assessment. There's really a whole range of different models, different approaches that we use to assess species. And it really is based on kind of the quality of the data. We can usually divide them into sort of data poor and data rich stocks and stock assessment models. It's really more of a spectrum as opposed to two categories. But today I'm going to be focusing on kind of this data-rich corner here because this is going to be where a lot of the species that you're probably familiar with are assessed. This far dark blue point of the arrow is that ecological reference point stuff that we were talking about this morning. This is maybe a step or two back in terms of the kinds of data that we need to get good answers out of these assessments. So, what kind of data goes into the stock assessment? What makes this data rich? There's two key pieces of information we need for these models. First of all, we need catch. We need to know how many fish did we kill. And this comes obviously from your harvest. How many fish did you kill and bring back to dock, your landed fish? But we also need information on discards, those fish that are thrown back dead at sea and never make it back to the dock or the dealer. And those release mortalities, those fish that are released alive but die because of the stress or the injury of being caught. All of that contributes to the total mortality, the total number of deaths that this stock is experiencing. And obviously we need this from both commercial and recreational data. So commercial data, we get this information from dealer reports, trip tickets, VTR reports. We have dedicated observer programs where we send people out to sample boats, watch them fishing to see what they're discarding. And of course, the Mrip data is what gives us our recreational data. And so for Mrip, we have both components combined. We have both the harvest and kind of that discard or release mortality in Mrip together. So we need to know, number one, how many fish did we kill last year and every single year in the past? And then number two, we need some kind of index of relative abundance from a survey. And this is because catch goes up and down for a lot of reasons. So catch alone, or how many fish did we kill, is not enough to tell you if the stock is in a good place or a bad place. So the catch can go up or down because the population goes up or down. We caught more striped bass last year because there were more striped bass out there, or we caught fewer because there were fewer. But we also catch more or less because regulations change. You put in a quota, or you loosen up that size limit. Effort changes. People take more trips, or the price of fuel goes up and people take less trips. People get better at fishing for these species. Everybody's got a fish finder on their boat now, and they didn't have that 20 years ago. So we need a way to separate out population effects from these effort or regulation effects. And that's where this population index or this survey, this fishery independent survey idea comes in. So basically, scientists go out and catch fish every year using the same methods, the same area, same time of year, doing everything exactly the same way. And we can't count every fish out there when we do this. But instead, we can tell from year to year if the population is going up or going down. So if you go out there and you tow that net 50 times, on average, how many fish did you catch? And is that higher or lower than last year and the year before and 10 years ago? This gives you what we call an index of relative abundance. So it's not total abundance. It's not how many fish are out there altogether. It's what's that population doing. So that population index is providing the trend of the population. Is it going up? Is it going down? Is it staying stable? How is it changing over time? And the catch is providing the scale of the population. How big is it in absolute numbers or absolute weight? And so let's do a real super simplified example so I can show you what I mean and how these two pieces of information come together. Let's say we do a survey. We go out, we tow that net a bunch of times, and we get, on average, 50 fish per tow. Let's say 50 bluefish per tow. We open the season up, and we catch 3,000 pounds of fish. 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 3,000 pounds of fi we do the survey again, and this time we tow the net a bunch of times, but we only catch 25 bluefish per tow. How large was the population when we opened the season? Well, what we can tell from this combination of information is that when we removed 3,000 pounds of fish from the population, the index declined by 50%, by half. So we took 3,000 pounds out, and now the population is only half as big as it was at the start of the season. So that tells us that at the start of the season, the population was 6,000 pounds. So this is essentially what our stock assessment models are doing, is that we're looking at trends in index data and trying to figure out how the catch drove that trend. So this is important because for our conversation about calibrating data and the importance of the scale of these numbers, because catch is what's providing that scale of the population. How big is it in absolute numbers, in absolute weight? So if your catch is wrong, the scale of the population from your assessment will be wrong. The trend is probably going to be right, but the scale is going to be wrong. And what we see is this usually leads to, maybe unintuitively, higher catch rates equal a higher population size. So when we recalibrated all that Mrip data, you probably saw that population go up. We realize there's more fish out there than we thought because we were killing more of them than we thought, but the population trends stayed the same. So basically what that's saying is you need more need more fish in the water to sustain that level of catch and still see that trend that we saw from the index data from the catch at age over time. So obviously this is a really simplified example, right? And you're probably sitting here thinking about, well, that population index declined, but those fish are dying from natural causes, right? It's not just fishing mortality. And that's true. And so we also need other sources of input data. A big one is biological information, like what % of that population is dying every year from natural causes. If we know that from biological studies, then we can account for that. So that index goes down, and some of that's fishing, and some of that's natural mortality. You can combine them to scale that population up to get both components. We also want to know how fast the fish are growing. When do they mature? Other sources of information about the life history or the biology of the species. And we get this data from state, federal, and academic research projects and surveys, and also from citizen science. So things like tag reporting, participating in these tag programs gives us important information about growth or movement. And some states have freezer programs where you can donate the rack of your fish after you fillet it so that we can get the otolith and the size of the fish to figure out how old it is and how big it is. We also need information not just on total catch. Total catch is great and it's really helpful, but catch at age is even better. So how many fish of each age do we kill every year? So you can follow that fish that starts out at age 1 and watch them go through the population. How many are we killing at age 2, at age 3, at age 4, to see what happens to that cohort over time. And to do that, we usually need length samples from the landed fish that we combine with that other age data that we collect from other programs. Mrip gives us the length data for our measured fish that are brought back to the dock. And we have state and federal port agents doing the same thing for the commercial fish. So they go out there and measure the commercial fish that we are killing. We also have observer programs that measure the commercial discard lengths. And citizen science is one of our most important sources of logbook programs, for example, for recreational release length. So if you're looking to participate in the stock assessment process, these kind of volunteer angler logbook programs for the sizes of released fish is really important to our assessments. So that's the kind of information that goes into the stock assessment. What kind of information are we getting out of the stock assessment? First of all, we're getting fishing mortality. So what proportion of the population is dying every year due to fishing? And second of all, population size. So we see this, we report this sometimes in terms of total numbers of fish, but more commonly you're going to see it in terms of spawning stock biomass, or SSB. So the biomass of mature fish in the population. And we care about that as opposed to just total biomass, because what we really care about is that biomass, or that number of fish that are out there that can spawn and contribute to the next generation of the population. So the other part that we get out of this is stock status. So if I tell you F is 0.3 and there's 30,000 metric tons of spawning stock biomass out there, is that good or bad? Well, it depends, right? It depends on the species that you're talking about. So we need to know not just what the level is, but are we fishing too much? Are there enough mature fish in the population? And so we compare stock status, or compare these F and SSB estimates to reference points to figure out if we're overfishing. That is, if F, or fishing mortality, is too high, we're removing fish faster than the population can replace them, and that's bad. If the population is overfished, if SSB is too low, we run the risk of what we call recruitment failure. That is, not having enough eggs produced to sustain the population into the future, and that's also bad. So this is the sort of the results, or the stock status that we get out in the end. So we've done our stock assessment. We know where we are now. That's our stock status. And we know what happened in the past. That's that sort of timeline of SSB and F over time. What do we do next? What do we do into the future? And that's where these projections come in. So here in this situation, I'm showing a graph of some example output where you can see we're overfished. That is, that SSB is below that threshold, and where overfishing is occurring, so F is above that threshold, which means we need to do something to help the population recover. So what we do is basically run projections. That is, we take where we are in that last year and project forward, or we predict what will happen to the population in the future under different levels of catch. This incorporates uncertainty about a bunch of different things. So we haven't really talked about uncertainty here yet, but projections are really where they come into play. I've showed you that graph with the lines, and as if it's a single line, as if there's one single value, that F is 0.3 in that last year. But really what comes out of the model is we say F is most likely to be 0.3. Maybe it's a little higher, maybe it's a little lower. And that uncertainty comes from things like the uncertainty in the catch data. So we say, here's how much catch we caught, or we think we caught. Maybe it's a little higher, maybe it's a little lower. For some species, we're really good at that. For other species, there's more uncertainty. And so we say, here's the index data. Maybe it's a little noisy. Maybe there's multiple indices, and they go up a little bit or they go down a little bit. They went up 10%, but maybe it's plus or minus. And so the model sort of sorts through all those different sources of uncertainty and says, okay, here's the best answer. Maybe it's a little higher, maybe it's a little lower. And so we start from that point, from that uncertainty, and project the population forward. So population size in the most recent year is 30,000 metric tons. Maybe it's a little higher, maybe it's a little lower. Let's try searching over that whole range. We don't know what future recruitment's going to be, so we incorporate that uncertainty into there, as well as other factors that are important for different species. So these projections come out, and they're providing the probability of being above or below your reference point under different scenarios. So we don't give you necessarily a single answer. We give you sort of a probability about what's most likely to happen in the future. So this, for example, is something you might see. Here's our F estimates coming out of the stock assessment. I cut that time series off, and you can see in black, that's what the stock assessment said was happening. And then in blue, we're projecting forward under, we've reduced catch, and so that F is coming down, but it's coming down with some uncertainty. That's actually probably really hard to see on this screen, sorry. But basically, you can see at the beginning, we've got 100% chance of F being above the F threshold in 2017. So overfishing is definitely occurring. Maybe it's not exactly 0.3, maybe it's a little higher, maybe it's a little lower, but it's definitely overfishing. We reduce the catch, and then in this 2020, we have a 50% chance of being above the F threshold in 2020. So if we catch at, let's say we reduce the catch by 18%, then we've got a 50% chance of being above that threshold, and we've got a 50% chance of being below that threshold in that last year. So we can put in 50%, you're probably thinking, that seems a little high, 50% chance of overfishing? We have a hard time gauging this catch anyway, and that's true, and that's why a lot of times we'll put in buffers around this. So we'll say, here's what catch we need to get a 50% chance of not overfishing. Let's ease back, let's put in a little buffer, aim a little lower, so that even if we miss it, with our monitoring, we will still have a lower risk of overfishing. So that's kind of, and then the cycle continues. We go from data collection to stock assessment to management changes through those projections. We set a new management regime, and then we go back to the data collection part to see if we're meeting that management regime, if we're hitting that target, and then how is that affecting the stock going forward. So the cycle continues, and Luis is going to be talking next about how we do kind of that monitoring part of the data collection and figuring out where we are relative to our rules and where we are relative to our stock assessment results. So thanks, and I'm happy to take questions now.
Great, thank you, Katie. We do have time for a couple of questions. You can start with the left side and go to the right side next. Go ahead, right side.
Good morning. Is this on? Good morning. Thank you for your presentation. We have another, well, Mike Pierdock, I'm sorry. I'm president of Stellwagen Bank Charter Boat Association, and I'm the Massachusetts chairman of the Recreational Fishing Alliance. We have another Mrip curveball to complicate matters, but it's climatic shift. And up in New England, and I'm up in Massachusetts on north, we're the recipient of many stocks that or species that have moved farther north or east into cooler waters. As a result, the fish are arriving sooner, they're leaving later, and in many instances they're staying put for during the in between where they'd go farther north. So getting back to data collection, the dockside intercepts aren't capturing that because they're not out there soon enough or they're not out there late enough. So that's for some species that's being missed. So hopefully there'll be some relief or some change to that in the future to capture those numbers. In addition, with your trawl surveys or egg larval surveys and so on, as you know, they go to the same location in the spring, same location in the fall, same time, same location. With these multiple species where we've seen the timing change and the shift of the stocks is such, they're arriving earlier, they're leaving later, and we're finding them where we normally typically don't find those fish historically. So as a result then, are those trawl surveys being conducted on a timeline where you would capture those fish? We suspect, based upon our observations, that in some instances with certain species, they're being missed. So I'd be curious of your thoughts and how that could be addressed in the future to properly capture either the dockside intercepts or what's actually out there for stock assessment purposes. Thank you.
Sure, good question. So I think I would defer to Richard on the question of how we're getting those dockside samples. But from the survey point of view, for sure, that's something we definitely pay attention to when we're looking at the survey data. So ideally, that survey is going to cover a wide enough area and a long enough time seasonal range that if things are showing up earlier, you're still catching them. And we try to get surveys that cover a big range of the coast. And so maybe if they stop showing up in your survey, they start showing up in the one further north so that we can combine that sources of information. And we have seen this in the Northeast Fisheries Science Center trawl survey where you can see that sort of center of the distribution change or move. And so we try to, when we look at the data, account for that to say, okay, we're seeing them earlier, so maybe we are, let's standardize the survey so that we are putting more weight on those earlier times and less on the later times when they've stopped showing up. So, but it's definitely, a source of uncertainty, but something that we try to account for because we for sure know that that's happening.
Great, thank you. We'll go to this side of the room.
Thanks, Peter Fallon, Maine Association of Charter Boat Captains and American Saltwater Guides Association. Thanks for another great presentation. You do a really good job of making complicated stuff very clear. I've got two questions, and the first is, should we be including uncertainty buffers specific to climate change given all of the unknowns that we heard about yesterday? And then second is, can you tell us a little bit about what we're doing to get better at predicting changes in effort? So my hope is, and I'm assuming you share the same hope that 5 years from now, when you're running through these calculations, you have better tools to predict changes in angler effort.
Sure. So I think in terms of, first of all, the climate uncertainty buffer, I would say that's a question for management. So when it comes to these buffers, I think, we can tell you here's what the risk is, but it's up to the managers and the stakeholders to kind of have this conversation together to decide that risk is acceptable or unacceptable. Because obviously, to lower that risk, you're going to have to restrict the fishery more. And so is that trade-off worth it? I think that's a question for stakeholders and managers. And I think that is something people are interested in and starting to have more of a conversation about. And it probably varies from species to species. Some species are going to be a lot more sensitive to climate change and maybe need a bigger buffer or, need to accept a higher risk level, and others are going to be less affected. So that's definitely a management conversation. And then in terms of what are we doing to predict effort? That's a good question, and that is definitely one of the big struggles here, which is, we can say, okay, your harvest limit is going to be X, but in a recreational fishery, to get that, we usually put in bag limits, size limits, season limits, and whether that works or not is really based on how well we predict fish availability, how many fish are going to be in that size limit. And then number two, effort. Is effort going to stay the same as it was last year? That's usually what we assume, but we know it changes from year to year based on a lot of different stuff. So even under the same management regime, effort changes from year to year, and we can't always predict that. So I think we're trying to develop models that we can look back in time and see, okay, here's what the regs were, here's what other factors were, maybe it's gas prices, maybe it's weather, maybe it's economic stability, who knows what it is, other factors that can affect effort so that when we project forward in the next couple of years, here's what we think effort is most likely going to be. But it's definitely a big source of uncertainty in our projections, and we're trying to get better at that because that is sort of filtering through into whether or not our regulations translate into meeting that harvest limit or not.
And when you say we're trying to get better at that, is that at the commission level, or is that in the scientific community? And maybe at the break I can get some references from you so that I can look into it more myself.
Sure. I know there's it's both at the commission level, but then also I think the federal side, the SSCs are trying to work on this as well, and I'm sure there's management strategy evaluation type stuff going on in academic literature as well. So I think it's going on in a lot of places. Trying to get something that we can bring to the table and actually use is definitely a high priority.
Thank you.
Okay, I got a 5-minute signal. I have time for one more question.
Miss Katie, you're obviously wicked sharp. That's a wonderful thing. I'm glad you're doing what you do.
I hear a butt coming.
What happens? What happens if you move how much does it move the needle? Well, let me back up. The black sea bass. I did a lot of work this spring where we took observations of party boat skippers and for hire skippers. Observations. What do you think is the percentage of fish caught by for hire boats or private boats? And at the end of the day, we did wave by wave, state by state. We did the whole thing through based on observations of catch from within industry. And I honestly think that the Mrip estimate is 80% too high. It's 80% of it is just computer caught fish. Fully 4/5 of that catch that we're being charged for is an illusion. What does that do to your stock assessment? If that were true, what would it do to your stock assessment? How much would that create havoc? Thank you.
Sure. So what that is, let's say your survey is better than the Mrip survey, and you're right, and that we are really overestimating catch. Basically what that's going to do is just move that line up and down. But it's going to move, for most of our species, it's going to move all of those lines together up and down. So we're going to say, okay, there's actually less fish out there, but that then translates into lower reference points. Usually if your catch is wrong, or if natural mortality is wrong, this is another big one, it shifts the scale of the population, but it doesn't always shift your status. So it's saying there's less fish out there, but it's also lowering that reference point. So you still end up in a place where you're still overfished, or maybe you're not overfished and not overfishing. you're just taking out more from a bigger population, or you're taking out less from a smaller population. And so it would affect, sort of how many fish we think is out there, but it's not going to affect whether we think overfishing is occurring or not, generally speaking. And then the way that translates on the recreational side into management measures is we usually say we need an X% reduction from where we were last year. And so if we were too high or too low last year, and we do that on the basis of what we think is going to happen when we change the bag limit or the size limit. So we're sort of still working in percentages. So we need to come down from that higher level to X% reduction through a bag and size limit change. And so that bag and size limit change is still coming from that old data that says there's way more fish and there's way more catch. And so when we reduce, we're still it's all in percentages. And so it definitely, being wrong about it does have an impact. It affects the scale, it affects the hard numbers of the quotas that we're seeing. But for a lot of this stuff, the trend is what's really important, and the trend is what we're working off of. And that is affected less by the total estimates of catch.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Katie. Okay, you can clap. Yeah. It's a great presentation, hard act to follow. So, Luis, I know you can do it. So, welcome, please, Luis Barbieri.
Thank you, Evan, and good morning, everyone. So, as Evan said, this is the last presentation for this session on catch and data collection and use, right? So we had a presentation from Richard Cody that kind of gave us an overview of the data collection program, right? The process for data collection. Then Katie gave us a description of how those data are used in the stock assessment process. This presentation moves forward on the application, basically, of what was discussed in the two previous presentations, and goes into the catch monitoring for management purposes. So, first of all, why do we need catch monitoring? Why do we do it? I mean, basically because we need to track the fishery removals relative to reference points, right? And reference points are the guideposts that we use to assess the condition of the stocks relative to sustainability metrics. So, for example, what's the catch limit above which the long-term sustainability of the stock would start becoming compromised, right? So it's important to know that. And these reference points are actually set based on science. The Council Scientific and Statistical Committee, or SSC, provide the OFL that usually comes from the assessment, and then recommends an ABC, a reduction from the OFL based on the scientific uncertainty in the assessment. And then the Council uses that ABC to set an annual catch limit, or ACL, and then it still has the option to set a further reduction from ACL to ACT, or annual catch target, to account for management uncertainty, right? So this is basically what we have there, this coordination and integration of input from the SSC and the Council working together in setting these reference points is what we call our science management framework. So monitoring catch and evaluating where we are in terms of fishery removals relative to some of these reference points is really, really important component of fisheries management. And how are the recreational fisheries data used for monitoring? Well, conceptually, it's a very simple process, right? So we actually track recreational landings for different fishing modes, different fishing fleets, and for different fisheries, meaning we track landings for anglers fishing from shore, from private or rental boats, and for higher vessels like charter vessels and headboats. And we do this for fisheries that are inshore, nearshore, and estuarine areas, for reef fish, for coastal migratory, large pelagics, etc. So for all the different fisheries. And since we have, as Richard explained, a national level program that's already set up to monitor different fishing modes, different fleets for different fisheries, Mrip, right, this should be a pretty simple process. But reality is much more complex. And this is because basically we have 8 fishery management councils managing roughly 500 stocks in a variety of environments, ranging from tropical environments in the Caribbean, in the Gulf of Mexico, in the Western Pacific, to temperate type environments in the South Atlantic, along the Pacific, to Arctic oceans in Alaska. So all this diversity of management needs has really pushed the Mrip program and has stretched its capabilities to provide timely and precise data. And this is because different councils are handling all this different variety of species and having to establish management that involves short recreational seasons. They sometimes need to manage at smaller spatial scales, a higher resolution. For example, the private recreational sector of red snapper in the Gulf of Mexico is managed at the state level instead of the Gulf Council regional level. Right? And then on top of that, we have all the problematic situations. We have fisheries that are very specialized in small scale, right? What I call boutique fisheries. Just some species that are devoted anglers following, but they are very small in nature and difficult to catch in any survey. And we have rare event species and pulse fisheries that are very difficult for you to sample with any survey of any kind because they are just difficult to catch. So this has generated an emerging need for data on recreational catch that are accurate, precise, and timely, but also of sufficient resolution to inform in-season management. So basically, this increase in management need has really stretched our survey system capabilities to provide the data that we need. So this is where we end up with, in just a repeat of that same slide that Richard showed, that instead of having just Mrip having about 6 surveys that it coordinates at the national level, now we have a total of what I believe is 28 surveys. About a third of those are administered by Noaa Fisheries. 2/3 of them are actually administered by states and territories. So it has become really, really complex to implement data collection and to implement catch monitoring when we look at all the variety of management needs nationwide. And I thought it would be interesting for you to see. I would superimpose some of what I called the special needs fisheries on top of this map, just to have an idea of the type of problems that we're talking about, right? So those range from salmon and halibut along the Pacific Northwest in Alaska to tilefish in the Mid-Atlantic to tuna up in New England, red snapper both in the South Atlantic and in the Gulf, as well as Gulf greater amberjack. So when you look at this, you have for this species fairly short seasons. You need management at smaller geographic scales, and this is really, really making this data collection and the associated catch monitoring very, very complex. Not that this is wrong. You know, this complexity perhaps is what we need, but the challenge here is how do we address this particular regional needs and balance that with the need to have a broad regional and national level perspective of our recreational fisheries. And then after we have all of these surveys, all these data collection programs, right, implemented, addressing all these different management needs, how do we have them properly coordinated so they are probably standardized, so they have proper calibration, right, and they're compatible in terms of use for assessment, right, because we're going to sometimes need to assess at that broad scale. How do you combine all of this, right, to generate a reasonable picture of what is being removed? So then, if we go and look now at the timing, so we're looking at basically space there, the variability in space and what we need. When we look at the timing, all this diversity in surveys has also created a high variability in the timing when the data is available for monitoring. They come in at different times. So Mrip landings are generated by 2-month waves and are typically provided within 45 days after a wave ends. So that schematic there on the upper right side, right? So for wave 3, for the months of May and June, data for that wave is going to be available 45 days after the end of wave 3, which is basically halfway through the month of August. So you can see that when you're trying to do catch monitoring in season, this becomes extremely difficult because the data, the timeliness is not there to address that in-season management. And then when you look at some situations like highly seasonal fisheries, that graph on the right-hand side there, I don't know if I have a pointer here. Yes. This graph is actually dolphin, mahi-mahi in the South Atlantic, where about 80% of the landings happens in the summer. So waves 3 and 4, right? So by the time that you get your data, your estimate, preliminary estimate, by mid-August, most of the fishery is already gone. And any regulatory action or in-season management action that would entail is moot at that point because the fishery has already gone by. So all of this is creating a lot of variability in the system that is hard for us to wrap our arms around. So other data sets have come up because these additional supplemental specialized surveys have been developed to fill in these gaps, right, and provide more timely and data at higher spatial resolution. And they range from monthly type data coming in at that scale, or weekly, or sometimes daily for some species. So putting all of this together becomes really, really difficult to reconcile. So finally, adding on to some of the points that Katie made here about projections, is that she mentioned that projections, the assessment itself is talking about, is giving a perspective of the stock, condition of the stock now and in the past. If you want to see what's going to happen, what potential catch scenarios will be into the future, you're going to have to use projections. But projections are strongly dependent on future recruitment. They are highly uncertain. And this uncertainty in setting catch levels based on projections is generating a lot of frustration for anglers because what sometimes they see out on the water real time is not aligning with what was predicted by the catch levels set by projections. And this generates a lot of frustration and a lack of trust in the science and the management systems. So this is a topic that's too complex for us to get into detail in this talk, but I just wanted to point out there a few points perhaps for us to discuss during the panel discussion later this morning, right? That there is this inherent variability in the data that we need to be more realistic in setting expectations because we are bound to fail if we expect that we're going to make all this uncertainty and variability go away. And then I'll end by highlighting the availability of this National Academy study that was produced last year, late last year, and that discusses a lot of the topics that we're discussing this morning in this session, and we're going to be discussing this afternoon. Again, too much detail for me to discuss in this talk, but my friend and fellow committee member for this study, Dr. Michelle Duval, is going to be going into more details on this, the outcomes of these reports at the next session. And with that, I'm available for questions.
Great, thank you, Luis. I think you have a question on my left side of the room.
Thank you. Patrick Paquette, Massachusetts Striped Bass Association. And on this one, a few APs and a few other things that I serve on. So I'm going to ask 2 questions and then sit down. One was to the earlier, to the gentleman from Noaa. You mentioned something about an inferred, an internal goal, or to try and come up with a standard, or I'm not going to quote exactly what you said about getting PCEs below something. For all the emails, the one thing that Noaa does really well is come up with plans and publish plans and distribute them to this community. There's always a plan and implement. I'd love to hear some more details, and I'm sure there's others in the room, about what those internal goals might actually be, and if there's an actual plan and timeline to get there to improve some sort of a standard for PSEs. But specifically to Luis, so I have for years heard scientists who I trust, people in management that I trust, and that I know are smarter than me, tell me about Mrip is being used for in a way that it's not designed. I've heard guys like Russ Brown and John Hare say things like that's really not what it's supposed to be used for, and you just twice used the word stretched to its capability.
Right.
Where is the line, and why don't we have a hard line where, whether it's federal guidance or ASMFC, because the both are very different in operation. Stock assessments are not conducted the same. The term management strategy evaluation is a completely different animal depending on which body you're at. Where is the hard line, and why can't we set that line nationwide so that that answer gets used, what you can and can't use Mrip for? There needs to be a hard line. We can't to justify some sort of decision or stretch some decision past the boundary that's affecting part of our communities, right or wrong. Like, there's got to be, like, scientists have to get out of the management business and say, this is good, this is not good, and walk away, and stop letting management and public pressure bend it. But there has to be that line, and where is it?
Well, I don't know what that line is, but I can tell you that this discussion is being had, and actually this was the very reason behind this study. This study was called for within the Modern Fish Act as a way to really directly address those types of questions, right? So this evaluation, this discussion, a panel, an ad hoc panel, was put together to have this discussion. The outcome of the report, the study, is not prescriptive, really, not to the level that I guess you would like to see, but it does provide a number of conclusions and recommendations that our recommendation really is, look at this at the regional level within each one of the regions. We need to develop stronger institutions in each one of our regions that better coordinates our science management framework to address those needs. What are the surveys or other data collection programs that we need in each one of the regions to address all these specialized needs? How much those can be added on top of Mrip, right, in a way that they are complementary to each other, compatible, that there is calibration so they can use properly. These discussions really cannot be had outside of their more regional level because of the variety that we have nationwide, and you can't really compare Southeast Florida, the needs there, with, for example, the Pacific Northwest. But what we recommended is that discussion be had at the at the regional level, so priorities can be identified, programs can be put together, and you can actually have better coordination than what we have now, right? We have a lot of supplemental specialized surveys that are addressing a lot of needs, and this is great, but the lack of proper coordination amongst those surveys in the planning process, so when we get to the implementation, that they actually are all compatible and working together, needs to be had. Hope that addresses your, yes.
And we'll touch on the first point either at the break. We can talk about it. The standards have been published. I hate plans for planning and agree. It's a mutual concern. But the standards are published. They are being implemented soon, starting this year. And so we can touch on that a little bit more in the discussion point. I do want to touch on the question from the right and then one more on the left.
All right. Thank you very much. Good morning. And thanks for the presentations. My name is Mark Gorelnik. I'm a recreational angler, and I happen to be a member of the Pacific Fishery Management Council. So I want to have a little West Coast perspective here as part of this program. Assuming that our surveys, our dock intercept surveys are perfect and we're getting correct sampling, how do we know that the sampling of, and I'm going to focus here on groundfish species, how do we know that that sampling is representative of the stock's population? Because anglers do not uniformly distribute themselves across the range of the stock. Some stocks will distribute juveniles, and that may be what people are catching. And secondly, we're a bit bereft of fishery independent surveys in our groundfish on the West Coast, and this has resulted, or is going to result the next biennium in really kneecapping the groundfish, recreational groundfish fishery, which is sort of a bread and butter fishery on the West Coast. It's very accessible to ordinary anglers, and it's a mainstay of the charter and party boat or head boat fleet. And the reason why we're being kneecapped is because we don't really have any meaningful quantity of fishery independent data on a number of groundfish species. And so how do we have confidence in these assessments when, one, we don't know whether the dock intercepts provide representative data of the stock's population and the stock's range, and two, when we don't have any fishery independent, therefore we don't have data-rich assessments on some of these stocks that are, choke stocks, if you will.
So may I just get started? Yeah, I actually think that this is a question that's more for the panel discussion coming up, because it's more integrative, I guess, of answers from the three of us, really.
Or I'll be back up then.
Absolutely, you should. But the general comment that I would make is that, in general, the survey design that's being used, right, for the surveys that you're talking about, whatever data collection program survey, should account for the ability of the survey to be properly indexing the population or coming up with adequate estimates. So a review, which should be part of the process, a review of the survey design in detail, right, should allow you to have that idea of whether that survey is properly capturing what's there in terms of picking up the signal, so to speak, or not.
Yeah, but you don't know what you don't know. So if there's no fishery independent data to provide you a baseline, you can't adjust your fishery dependent data based on your dock intercepts.
Right, and that's a different discussion, right? Again, at the regional level should be had as we talk about the science management framework, right? So this discussion needs to be had of what types of data do we need to have, and Katie did a great job at showing that you have to integrate multiple data sources, right? Because they are providing signals for different portions of the population, that all of those need to be integrated into the assessment process. So it's a review of the whole data collection programs that need to be done so you evaluate if what you have there in place is adequate.
Thank you.
Yes. Right.
Okay, so time for one more question?
Yes, Shane.
Shane Cantrell. I'm a charter boat operator here in Galveston, Texas. Just wanted to hear a little bit more on the differences in calibration and allocation when it comes to this recreational discussion. What is this survey and this data designed to do and not do in the context of this separate, understanding that those two often go together, but how do we separate those into in recognizing that the system has limitations?
Right. And this is basically an unavoidable product of evolution of surveys, or data collection programs, right? So we have to improve programs over time, and that creates discontinuities, right? Because the new comes in and that may not be completely compatible with what was there in the past. So this is one thing. I think Mrip did a good job at going through this calibration process between MRFs and Mrip, right? And then provided a very well reviewed process for that to take place. There's another type of calibration. This is more what I was talking about here, Shane, that has to do with you needing to develop a whole variety of different specialized surveys. That because those are somewhat self-contained, and they may not be planned and developed in a way that are really taking into account the broad needs and all the other surveys that are going to have to be integrated into that, you end up with those discontinuities that are very difficult to calibrate. So again, at the regional level, we should be strengthening institutions that bring those discussions, bring the right people to the table to have those discussions so you can actually identify priorities and do a better job at planning how you develop those surveys.
Great. I'd like to give a round of applause for all three speakers this morning.
In the second part of the session, we're going to continue to explore topics presented earlier through the panel discussion and questions. Our moderator for this session is Dave Donaldson, Executive Director of the Gulf States Marine Fisheries Commission. Dave.
Thank you, Jessica. As she mentioned, I'm Dave Donaldson with the Gulf States Marine Fisheries Commission. I've been with the commission for a number of years and actually started out as one of our data coordinators. So data has a special place in my heart, which I'm not sure what that says about me, but I do like data. I think data is very important, and it's critical to the decisions that we make. So. We've got Richard Cody's not here, but I think he's on his way. We have our original panel from the previous session, Dr. Cody, Dr. Drew, and Dr. Barbieri. But in addition, we've got Josh DeMello, who is a fisheries analyst with the Western Pacific Fisheries Management Council, as well as Ken Haddad, Marine Fisheries Advisor with the American Sportfish Association. So I'm going to give Josh and Ken a couple minutes just to provide some introductory remarks. So Josh?
Thanks, Steve. I just wanted to mention that in our region, we term what we're talking about as non-commercial. And that's because we have a range of motivations when we're talking about fishing. Magnuson defines recreational fishing as fishing for sport or pleasure, but for us, that sport and pleasure and recreation is really a byproduct of the true motivation of providing fish for the table or for the community, supplementing food provisions to survive, or continuing our cultural and traditional practices. And I know this could also reflect your feelings in your part of the country, and there's really those specifics that we want to make sure that is recognized. And so we need to account for those regional differences for things like policies, legislation, regulation, to remain flexible and allow the councils and the science centers and the regional offices to recognize the differences in design strategies that are appropriate. One of our fishermen came to this summit a few years ago when it was held in Arlington, I believe, and he held up this big sign that said, "I no care," and that's the prevailing attitude of some fishermen. And so we've been working to determine why they don't care and how can we get them to care. And we're still working on it. One of the biggest challenges is meeting fishermen where they are, but that can be very different between ages and islands. Some are on social media, some participate more in traditional media, and still there are some that can only be reached by word of mouth. So the idea of flexibility and trying different strategies needs to be a commitment made by everyone. Thank you.
Ken?
Thank you, and thank you to the organizers of the summit. We all appreciate being here. I want to bring a perspective from the individual angler. I wear many different hats over my career. I'm more of an individual angler now, and so I can speak in that vein, and the industry that supports the recreational angling community. So I'm going to talk about golfing. I'm sure we have recreational golfers in the room. Golfing is a great pastime, just like fishing, and you want to enjoy the golf course, your friends, and the outdoors. You spend a great deal of your hard-earned money enjoying your golf outings. So how many of you get involved in determining or agreeing to fertilizer rates, pest control applications, when to mow, or any other aspects of maintaining the golf course you're playing on? Not many. Now you might get involved if the course is in bad shape. And even then, few golfers get involved in management of the course, right? I mean, I think if you're a golfer, get in the frame of mind of an individual fisherman. It's the same thing. There is a tendency by those involved in fishery management to expect that somehow anglers are different than golfers and that they individually have to be intimately involved in management, like much of the commercial fishermen and a lot of the for-hire operators. In the recreational fishing world, to a large extent, those fishers and industries that want to engage join a club or join a advocacy or an organization or a trade organization. They're not wanting to get directly involved. It's just the way you think. So think golf when you think fishing. Now with that said, anglers have and will continue to be happy to participate in data collection, habitat restoration, water quality issues, and all the gamuts of things that affect fisheries. They have for many, many decades. And the recreational industry and anglers have put multiple billions of dollars into fishery management, habitat restoration, education, all aspects of the fishery. We need to remember that angler licenses and special excise tax on the industry manufacturers has in many cases been the instrumental component in all aspects of fisheries management, particularly at the state level. So when we think about the individual angler, think of them as a golfer, go in that frame of mind, and then back up to that they are a contributing component but may not be visible. The people in this room are the visible participants in recreational management. Thank you, Dave.
Thank you, Ken. So the purpose of this session is to start a discussion about how we can improve angler confidence in the data and the roles that outreach, collaboration, and electronic technology can or might play in doing that.
the steering committee developed a number of trigger questions, and to kind of frame the discussions, we're going to start with probably the most important one is how can confidence in and understanding of recreational fishing data be improved among the Recreational Fisheries Commission. So I'm posing that question to the group or to the panel, and please feel free to share your comments. So who'd like to start? Ken?
I'll give it a try. We heard three great presentations as a prelude to this panel, and one of the thoughts that came out of it to me was, if you think about it, you all pretty much made the case for lack of confidence in data and the assessments because of that whole uncertainty issue kind of driving every bit of the conversation. With that said, I don't think that to the individual angler, that is a big issue. The issue there is trust, and I think Luis mentioned the word trust. Confidence in the data and the assessments is built on trust, and trust probably is the fundamental issue missing for the angling public in federal fisheries management. Building trust is difficult, takes a concerted effort and a large amount of humbleness by those that need to build that trust. And I think if the trust is built, everything else follows in step, and uncertainty doesn't make as big a difference anymore.
Thank you, Ken. Dr. Barberi.
Yes, thank you, Dave. And very good point, Ken. I agree completely. And I think, however, that trust also needs to be improved by people having a better understanding of what uncertainty is, right? And they can manage their expectations about how far can we go to handle that. You know, I think that unfortunately some of us over the years, myself included, have told people too much of what they want to hear. And I don't think that has helped, right? Reality is recreational fisheries, fish population, natural resource conservation is a very uncertain science, just because natural populations respond to a variety of stimuli, right? Environmental and otherwise, ecological and ecosystem, and that's going to generate a lot of variability. So I think we need to manage those expectations in terms of how far can we go, right, to make predictions that actually hit the mark. You know, we develop those models, fancy models, and try to predict the future, and then we are disappointed that we missed the mark, right? When fishery science, natural resource conservation, and Richard here had made that point, conversation that we had separate, it's not engineering, right? We don't have that level of exactitude. So I think our data collection programs that are trying to make the point that our monitoring programs likewise, there is room for improvement, right? If we have a system now that has a higher level of need, perhaps we need to step up to the plate and provide that level of data collection that addresses those needs, but with that consciousness in mind, awareness that to some extent we're going to still have been dealing with uncertainty because we are really just reading the tea leaves, right? Instead of having deterministic, really exact numbers in front of us that are highly predictable.
Thank you. Richard?
If I could just build on what Luis mentioned there. I see uncertainty or measures of uncertainty with recreational data as a positive. I mean, it's a warts and all approach to presenting data. It tells you the level of uncertainty that's associated with an estimate. And I think that's the kind of level of transparency we need for all surveys. We've gone to a lot of, I would say, exerted a lot of effort in the last few years to try and provide as complete a documentation that we have available for our surveys, make that available to the public, make tools available to data users in terms of how to use the data, how to appropriately estimate things. Those are the kinds of things I think that help in building that level of trust. You have to have a level of transparency. Now, not everybody is going to, need that level of information. So there's a part that I think we struggle with, and Ken mentioned it earlier on, is that, you have organizations that represent anglers, and we can get the participation to an extent depends on that representation. You're not going to get every angler to the table, and many times they're not that interested anyway. But I think where the next step is building that trust at the organizational level that we are doing all we can to build a level of transparency, put things out there so that people can review our data as needed, that they have all the tools available to them for the use of the data, and that we do an adequate job of explaining the limitations of those data. Because all surveys, no matter how good they are, have limitations. And I think that that's something that in the past we haven't paid as much attention to as we could have. It's not an easy job, as I mentioned. Biologists and scientists are probably the worst communicators. So, we depend on those interactions with organizations that are on the ground, that have membership to do a lot of that legwork for us. And we can help out where we can, but I think, that interaction has been very important.
John? I think it goes further than just trust. It's really about building relationships. And I've heard guys talking in this room about their fishing spots or what they do and what others do, and you're not going to go out and just tell anybody where you're going fishing or what you're fishing for. It's really developing those long-term relationships and being able to learn about each other and what each other does. And so if you've never met Richard before, I'm sure you'll be blasting him about Mrip, but if you've known him for 15 years like I have, you start learning more about him and what he's doing, and in our region, it's really all about those relationships, and that comes from consistency and commitment. It's not quick hit projects that come in, get your data, and leave. It's committing to the fishermen, being able to establish programs that the fishermen have someplace to go and complain to. You folks are participating in this summit. That's a good opportunity to come and talk about those issues. But once the summit's over, when's the next time you get to go and talk to someone about it? In another 2 years? So where's that consistency and relationship building that needs to be done in order for you folks to have that confidence in Mrip or any other recreational data?
Yeah, Josh, those all the points that were made are good points, and your last comment kind of goes to one of the other trigger questions is how does Noaa Fisheries, the councils and the commissions play a role in increasing that understanding, and I think this particular forum is a good start, developing those relationships, putting a face to a name, and being able to, when you have an issue, be able to call up Richard or Luis or Cody or Josh and say, hey, what's going on? So I think that the important part about this discussion is the Q&A session. I know there's a lot of questions. People want to ask questions. So we're gonna open the floor to questions. Please line up at the mic. I will ask, because there is a lot of interest in this topic. Please keep your comments and questions brief, and so everyone will have an opportunity to say their piece. And also, please, when you start, state your name and your affiliation, so everyone knows where
where we're from, or where y'all are from. So we're gonna start on the right and then go to left and alternate. So, sir. Well, hold on.
Monty Hawkins, party boat industry from down the street in Maryland here. I told you earlier about the New Jersey Shore tautog estimate. One wave, March and April, climbed from 73,000 to 174,000 to 341,000. People sitting on a bucket in the end of April. It didn't happen. But that's the same amount of fish that the party charter industry caught across the entire species range all year. You want trust? Don't throw that at us. I mean, that's just, no, it couldn't happen. I got time after time after time where one state, one mode, one wave catches more than all the commercial fishermen in sea bass. That's a split fishery. That's a 50-50 fishery. Half of it goes commercial, half of it goes recreational. And you're going to say that private boats from one state caught more than the commercial, sometimes twice as many. Sometimes they have it as twice as many as the commercial fishermen caught, or more than the commercial fishermen caught and all the party charter caught across the whole management unit from one state. Folks, I tell you, if you want trust, you've got to tighten this up. There has to be Bayesian stops on this stuff. There has to be a point where an estimate cannot go this high. You don't have any problem putting zeros in. I mean, if you don't have data, you just put a zero, and that's not right either. You need stops. You have to have a place where, okay, this would be ridiculous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I'll just comment on Monty's point there. And I did make some reference to it earlier on, but there are some characteristics of sampling surveys that when you get to a certain sample size, below a certain sample size, you get more variability in the estimates. I'm not trying to make excuse for the surveys. Obviously, we'd like to have more greater sample size. We'd like to have shoulder waves that we don't currently sampled as well. But what we don't want to do is take out data that is based on a real interview. And those interviews that you talk about happened, and they were verified. The danger is that once you do that, you bring back the decision process for the use of the data to the estimation process, and that's where you lose that trust in terms of transparency and whatever else you have. I think it's important to note that there is guidance that we do provide the stock assessment process in terms of how to use or how to treat data that are considered, well, unreliable or imprecise. So we do try to do that. The methods that we use, listen, let me finish. The methods that we use have been reviewed. They are used commonly among large-scale and small-scale surveys. They're based on a theory that you can, it's well-founded. And the documentation is available for all our surveys. Granted, there are situations where you do get estimates that may not be what people were expecting. But I think generally we can explain those, and given the opportunity, we try to do that for the stock assessment process. We leave those decisions to how to deal with that at that level. There are certain things we can do, such as increase sample size, that help improve the surveys and the precision level. But in general, we don't like to censor data. So I'll leave it there.
Right, thank you, Dave. And to supplement that, I understand Richard's point, and I don't disagree, right? The thing is, in my talk, I was trying to bring up this issue of how much do we need to embrace the diversity of needs that we have, and the fact that managing more fisheries that in some cases are very difficult to sample, right? And are just complicated with regulations that make their sampling even more difficult. All of this creates complications that are very difficult to be captured by a general survey. So our study report actually did go into this, and it's something that we have to discuss as a group of the tension between trying to have some level of national consistency, and we have a picture within the regions at the national level of what are we catching versus the other side of that, and being able to incorporate all the specialized small-scale fisheries that we are also managing and for which we also have to be collecting data. So this is why my point earlier in terms of at the regional level, that conversation in trying to identify priorities and see how much can be addressed by a general survey, how much do you need now to add supplemental, complementary, specialized surveys that can help improve estimates for stocks that are so difficult to sample.
I think what might be needed is something like a data workshop, because I see Monty sitting there like, okay, thanks, but when does he get to sit down to talk with Mrip and actually explain, this is what's happening, you're not capturing it? When does he get to explain it? We just went through this with our science center in American Samoa, looking at the data and having the fishermen come to the table and say, hey, this data is wrong because of this. And that way they can take into account what those issues are and account for biases or uncertainty in the stock assessment model. And I think that's what's missing, that's the connection, and that's where you build that relationship.
Excellent point. Another issue for us to think about is we have regionalized, right, our management system by design was structured to be by Maxson-Stevens Act to set up these 8 regional councils, and actually the agency has also regionalized the science centers and the regional offices because it recognized explicitly that you have to have some level, given the difference, right? You have to have some level of regionalization. It might be the time, right? We have, I think, regionalized commercial fisheries programs. They're operating more at that level. It might be the time for us to start thinking about some more regionalized implementation of Mrip, right? Working through the regional implementation teams that can identify those regional priorities and help create that more local opportunity for people to interact with the Mrip and its family of surveys.
And to Josh's point, I mean, we used to have wave meetings, we used to have data workshops in the past. For a variety of reasons, those have gone by the wayside, so maybe it might be time to revisit that. So, Jim.
How you doing? Jim Green, President of CFA, DCBA. All due respect, Ken, I like you as a person, but we severely differ in this path of what you just said. I think people join associations because they want to be educated and they want to see the whole picture and also be directed into a path to become part of it. I think the correlation with golf is way off. Your divots doesn't have a reflection on how sustainable my future is as a professional fisherman. I think it's borderline naive and absurd to think that these people want to join an association to have people just go talk for them. There's call to actions. That's what leads to politicians getting involved with the stakeholder-driven process. It gums up the stock assessments when someone has a problem or they're ineffective at the council level or loses federal lawsuits. I think that framework is what facilitates a lack of trust. I think that you need to implore your people to get involved, understand the issue, and become part of the solution, to be good stewards of the resource. You know, it's funny, I use that correlation. If the season closes, recreational fishermen get to go play golf. I still got to make a living somehow. I got to adapt. I think that it's very important that the leadership of the agency, the leadership of these big organizations, take a leadership position of educating and informing and telling your people that you have to be stewards of these resources. I mean, if not, then they will be playing a lot more golf. And we will be trying to come to council meetings to find ways to adapt. It's not about how exactly it's managed. It's about input, because, you know, like anything, when you're sitting at a table and you're writing stuff down, it sounds good when you're sitting at a table, but when you walk out in the real world, variables and stressors change that. And I'm sorry, I'm a little upset by it, and it's not you, Ken. You're just kind of, you just were the messenger. But I see this with other organizations for private recreational anglers, and then I hear from my friends that are private rec anglers, they're like, man, why, you know, they had this, I got this call to action about this, what's going on? And they really aren't that informed. And I think that keeping them in the dark is really a bad leadership perspective. I think you point your leadership at sustainability and accountability and stewardship of the resource, and you get them involved. I would really implore the agency to start a program that reaches out to and harbors people that want to be part of a solution, instead of just this assumption that they don't have time for it. Well, if they got time to buy a boat, they got time to go to a tackle store, they got time to read a regulation, they got time to go get fuel, go catch bait, I would imagine, just in my mind, that there would be an inkling of caring how this resource is managed. Thank you.
Jim. Actually, I don't disagree with most of what you said. What I do disagree with is there is a clear and different perspective between somebody who makes their living on the resource versus those who enjoy the resource. And that was the perspective I was trying to point out. Not in the slightest do I imply that recreational fishermen don't care. Golfers care about the course. I'm saying there's a different mental perspective on how you look at participation.
You harbor that, sir, and not just you, but all the leadership of every private recreational organization in this place and around this nation. You harbor how those people perceive it. And that's your responsibility. It's your responsibility to harbor better leadership and to produce better results.
I understand that. This is an issue throughout the outdoor recreational world. It's not recreational fishing. It's participation by equestrians on keeping lands open for access. It's bicyclists that want access to the back country and getting involved. They don't do it. They have organizations that promote this for them. You get very little involvement across all the outdoor sports by the individual participant in the sport. That's just the way it is, and you can look across all those industries and see the same pattern. I'm not saying that's a good thing, but what I'm saying is we probably need to rethink on how we engage. We've been trying to get to the individual fisherman for, I've been around for 45 years in this business. Hadn't been able to do it. Spent multiple millions and millions of dollars trying to do it. It hadn't happened. The social scientists need to get in here and say, why isn't it happening? There's a whole lot behind this. You can't blame it on any individual or individual part of the industry. It's collective through the U.S. It's sport versus making a living off of it. And it's two different mentalities.
Thank you, Ken. And just a reminder that we need to focus on the issues, not the individuals when we're posing our questions and comments. So, Dave.
Is it on? Yeah, it's on. David Sikorsky, Executive Director of CCA Maryland. I like to play putt-putt, and I would love to play at Pebble Beach. And I think that is the range of recreational anglers. I represent a national organization in Maryland, the state of Maryland. Every dollar we raise here stays here. It is as local and grassroots as you can imagine. And so I live it every single day, working to conserve, promote, and enhance our marine resources for the benefit of the general public. And I take umbrage to the folks that break out the broad brush and paint the public in a way that they think is, they've defined what course we're going to play on, or what our needs are, what club we want to choose. And I think it's the challenge that we've had in this country since our founding, and we continue to see it. We have a supercomputer in our pocket, and we can use those two thumbs to be experts on anything right now. And you heard me yesterday. I say it every day, and it relates back to the relationship piece. So I want to start that by saying, Dr. Cody, thank you. Thank you for your hard work, because what you do is misconstrued by our community every single day. Monty Hawkins, thank you, because your hard work and those 20 days you're going to lose in black sea bass are 450 people that will lose access to their public resource that Monty has been able to derive income on. Monty and I partner to build habitat. We work with 5th graders, 7th graders, adults, to work together to benefit this resource. So come at me if you got an attitude about your piece of the puzzle is better than mine, because it's the future. So drop the ignorance and look to the resource. Look to what we collectively can do together, because use is the piece that I stepped up to this microphone to talk about. The use of this data is where we're broken in recreational fisheries. It's a long evolution from 1976 until today to manage commercial fisheries and then somehow shoehorn it in to all of us who have the ultimate privilege to access a public resource. The world doesn't have it. We do. Think about it. And it can be putt-putt, it can be Pebble Beach. We're trying to sustainably use it. And if I hear one more fisheries manager, especially on the state level where we have flexibility, say, oh, well, we're not supposed to use Mrip that way, but we're going to use it that way because it's all we have, I'm going to puke. And it's why I mentioned the legislation in Annapolis being considered right now, because for a decade, first as a volunteer, and for the last 5 years as a full-time employee of CCA, I've been told no one too many times. Captain Monty's been told one too many times by those who choose to make management decisions, or by the law are required to take a point estimate of a system that is completely flawed to try and shut him down based on this data points that he's talking about. Management is failed. And so the great hope that I have right now as a 40-year-old resident of Maryland is that the harvest control rule that the Mid-Atlantic Council and the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission will lead us in a step forward in our region, because it's saying stop using Mrip as this poison pill to confuse our community. Stop pretending that, oh, some private angler organization's out to get you. Or the other side of the story, right? Flexibility is not a bad thing. We live it in every single day of our lives. So let's work together to find solutions, because I would love to sit at the water cooler at Noaa or at the commission or any state capitals agency and hear what all of you think, but so many of you can't say what you think. And that's why I've ranted at this microphone for so long, because I can. And I'm going to use that freedom that many of us have to tie because we wear different hats. So let's build that trust and transparency. Let's work together. And as I said yesterday, whether we're back here in 2 years or 4 years or I don't know how long, let's all come back with solutions to manage the data collection and then force the use for the benefit of the general public, because that's what this is all about. Thank you.
Sir. You got to slide it down and back. It's on now. It's on now. Testing. Okay, there we go. It was off at the board, I think. Again, I'm back. My name is Mark Gorelnik, and so I'm going to return to the issue that I raised earlier. On the West Coast, we've had a number. We manage a great number of groundfish species, and we also had a significant number that were overfished, and we've undertaken severe restrictions on both recreational and commercial fisheries, and we've rebuilt every stock but one, and that one yellow-eye rockfish is actually rebuilding ahead of schedule. Most of our rockfish stocks are very robust. However, oddly, in this mixed stock fishery, in this complex of near-shore rockfish, There are two that had a recent stock assessment that came back very poor. And so that is, as I said before, is going to kneecap this nearshore groundfish fishery that is the bread and butter of so many fishermen and so many businesses along the coast. And my focus is more California, but I think this does apply generally to the West Coast. And the concern I have with regard to trust in the assessments and trust in the use of the data is that on the West Coast we don't have and haven't had robust, regular fishery independent assessments or survey data that will go into assessments for the benefit of these recreationally caught groundfish. There are regular trawl surveys that are undertaken. Generally, those are commercially targeted species that are being assessed. And of course, a lot of these recreationally caught species are found over rocky reefs, and so you don't trawl over them. My understanding, and obviously at the council, we don't command a fleet of survey ships. We don't have the budget to do surveys. We have to rely upon the science centers to do that for us. And my understanding is that the science centers simply don't have the resources to do this. And so I guess my question or a topic for discussion is here, how do we make sure the science centers have the resources so that we get adequate fishery independent data to supplement whatever fishery dependent data we have in order to end up with assessments that we can all have confidence in? Because to be honest with you, the two stocks I'm referring to are the quillback and the copper rockfish. I don't think anyone has any confidence in the recent assessments, but it's going to shut down a lot of fisheries.
So yeah, so I guess the low-hanging fruit of that question is, fishery independent versus fishery dependent data. And, we're talking about data poor stocks. And I didn't talk about that in my presentation, but there's plenty of them in the U.S. where we only have catch data, or maybe we don't even have good catch data. We can't tell the snappers apart in some places. And maybe we have index data, maybe we have life history data. We don't have everything we need to do a stock assessment that we can feel confident in. There's things we can do to sort of give us more confidence in the fishery dependent data. So in situations where we don't have a fishery independent index, there's things we can do to the fishery dependent data to remove some of those effects of effort and regulation and get a better sense of what the population is doing based on the catch. So control for changes in effort, control for changes in regulation, control for where people are fishing and what modes they're fishing from, and get a better sense of separating out a little bit of the catch from the population effects. So I can't speak to those stock assessments on the West Coast and tell you that they're great and they've got you should have every confidence or they're terrible. But I think there's going to be situations where we just don't have the data to do a job that would make everybody feel comfortable and happy with the results. So then it comes back to, I think, a management question of how risky are you willing to be with this mixed stock complex? Are you willing to sacrifice economic yield for these other fisheries in order to prevent your problem children species, these uncertain species, from having negative consequences? I think I think a lot of times we say uncertainty and scientists mean one thing and the public means another thing, which is that when scientists say uncertainty, we think, okay, we know the answer is in this range. We don't know if it's the high end or the low end, but it's in this range. And the public, when they hear uncertainty, they think, we don't know what's going on. It's this range. It could be anything. And so I think that's definitely one of the, trust building exercises we need to talk about, which is there is uncertainty, but what's the alternative? And so that is a management decision of, do you sacrifice these other two species, throw them out there, take a really high risk that your fishery is going to crash those stocks, and let the other fisheries benefit from those looser regulations? Or do you act conservatively and protect those stocks where we're not sure that we can sustainably fish them based on the information that we have, and take an economic cut? And that's something that managers and stakeholders have to decide together. The Magnuson-Stevens Act which was written by your legislature, has some pretty clear ideas about what that trade-off should be. And that trade-off comes down on the side of conservation and sustainability for all your stocks. But maybe that's something we need to reevaluate. Maybe that's something your regional and your fishery specific and stock specific managers and stakeholders need to decide together, which is that we're always going to have uncertainty. And maybe it's as bad as we don't know anything. Maybe we're somewhere in this range. And we're going to have to make a trade-off between risk and economic benefits. And that's something where we need input and stakeholders' engagement as well as trust to say that, we're not just doing this on the basis of nothing and our data is terrible and we're giving you an answer that could be anything. I think we need to build that trust, but we also need to recognize that there's risks and there's trade-offs, and we can't give you an answer that's going to make everybody happy. So how do you balance that to get to sustainable management and still economic opportunities?
Yeah, and with respect, it's not necessarily a matter of removing all uncertainty. It's a matter of making some effort to remove that which you can. And when there's no fishery independent data collection at all, for one thing, all the adjustments you mentioned in terms of management structure and effort don't do anything to inform your age structure, which you need to know in order to determine your stock health. And so the only way to do that is to at least do some fishery independent. It's not going to remove all uncertainty, but I think folks would feel if there was some effort in that regard, that they would say, well, maybe we didn't remove all the uncertainty, but we did what we could. But when there's no, or virtually no, into fishery independent data, it justifies some distrust in the results.
We'd like to be able to have everyone have asked their question. We've got about 20 minutes left. So as I mentioned in the beginning, please keep your comments or questions brief so everyone has an opportunity. Try and keep them to about 2 minutes, and we'll let the panel answer the question or comment. Sir.
Okay, I'll keep it quick. So I'm Richard Heath from Oregon. I'm just an old chucklehead, but and I'm starting to feel like my grandpa, to be honest with you. So I'm going to make an observation here for you about data collection. I'm a pre-computer biologist, so I didn't sit in an office staring at a computer screen all day. I stared at my customer, and I call that collecting worm data. The worm data is not only the information about catch and effort, it's also about the impression that he has on the fishery we've given him. I think that as a profession, we're now looking at cold data. It's impersonal. You don't even, if you have anybody in your agency who's collecting data, it's most likely a low-paid seasonal person. And managers don't interact with the public on the dock. You may get them in a building and tell them, here's what you need to know at a meeting. But I think if we're really serious about collecting data and building relationships, it has to be done face-to-face by somebody in your organizations. I'm not suggesting you folks, but somebody has to be out there and listen to your customers, because they're going to tell you, yeah, you know what, this is hard for me to fish this season that you gave me, and here's why. And that's information that I call warm data. You've got to know that to be effective. So that's just my observation.
Sir. My name is Peter Fallon, and I'm also a recreational angler, as I suspect a lot of us are at times. I'm not a golfer by choice, but I do hunt. And I just wanted to note that as a purely recreational hunter, I feel like more is asked of me from managers to participate in the use of that public resource. And then going back to data collection on the for-hire side, before we think that, we've kind of got it together on the for-hire side and our challenges on the purely rec side. I heard a stat the other night on a call sponsored by Noaa about Mrip that astounded me. In Massachusetts, we have 850 permitted for-hire vessels by the state, and only 150 of those vessels have federal fisheries permits. And to me, that's an indicator that we're missing on the federal level both the carrot and the stick.
Yeah, there are several different ways that we collect charter information or for hire information. One is through the for hire telephone survey. So that's based on the list of active vessels for a particular region. So that would include state and federal boats. Now it doesn't collect catch information on those phone calls, but and that's left to the access point angler intercept survey. So, you know, there's different coverages for different programs, and the VTR covers certain vessels, but the for hire survey, you know, is used to complement that to get an overall picture.
Yeah, and I just want to add to that, and I think you bring up a very good point. You know, it's another philosophical sort of point that we need to ponder, right, and start making some decisions. A lot of that uncertainty, not all of it, but a lot of it can go away if we generate data collection systems that are extremely intrusive, right? They have a very high burden, and we control everybody. And we say every angler has to report, it's mandatory, and you have to do it every day for every fish that you catch. Uncertainty is going to go away, not all of it, right? It's going to be a census, there are going to be other sources of error, but if we increase that burden a lot, right, similar to what we have done with some of the commercial fisheries, we end up having lower uncertainty and more control over that data. So this is a judgment call about how much are we willing to go and give up on the system that we have right now, right, which is a little more liberal in terms of reporting burden and mandatory reporting versus doing away with a lot of that uncertainty. Yeah.
I want to talk about the hunters and the golfers, but it brings me to a point of maybe there needs to be a better state-federal interaction on how to jointly communicate with the fishermen. The hunting community is probably 99% communicated at the state level and managed at the state level. So there's a clear difference there. What is thrown in at the federal level that makes that not happen as well? That's just a question. I don't have the answer, but it's something to think about.
Thank you.
Tom?
Yeah, I'm not as tall as Dave is, and I'm not as articulate as Dave is, so I'm going to have to put the microphone down here. I wish I was. I've been doing this for a long time, 45 years, going to commission and council meetings. In 1990, I got appointed to the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission, and we had a 14-inch size limit on fluke in New York, a 13-inch size limit in New Jersey on fluke, and a 12-inch in the southern states. We had some striped bass regulations because of the Striped Bass Conservation Act, and four fish bluefin tuna regulation, and that was it. That was the regulations we had back in 1990, and pretty much until about 96. I am not going to comment about data, because I've done that often enough, but I will say it's our fault, the people sitting around this room, that we don't have better data. When Congress basically said in 2007 we should basically get better data, gave you 3 years to do it, and then John Borman went up there and asked for the money to do it, he got nothing. When Tom Spinky, Tom Myers, Dave Voorhees, John Borman, and now Rich is trying to work off of $18 million, is the same amount of money we were trying to do this back in '84. This is ridiculous, and that's the real problem. These are dedicated scientists that are trying to do their job, and we're not giving them the tools, and that's up to you. I go to Congress. I've testified, 9 times on giving us the money to do the proper statistics and then things out. But what I will comment is on trust. And that's where we have a problem. And I hate to pick on Mark Tesauris and Bruce Freeman, but because neither one are around basically doing this. But we're sitting at a meeting of VIMS. No, VIMS had just basically came out with the hook catch and release mortality of summer flounder. And it says it went from 25% to 11%. I said, damn, we're down to 10%. I says, we're going to have more fish next year. And Mark looked at me and said, no, we're not. Because it's going to take 5 years to make sure it wasn't this that we have the less mortality and this to make mortality. And I was going ballistic. And Bruce Freeman was a good friend of mine many years, sat down and explained it to me. I says, how the hell am I going to explain that? Because that's the question I'm getting asked with striped bass. Well, if we reduce the mortality, will we get a bonus next year? I says, no, we're not. And I'm not going to explain it. Go see somebody else because they have the science behind it to explain that. But that's where the trust issue comes in. And I think the other part of the trust issue is, so far I've been dealing with 3 species that have gotten huge reevaluations of the recreational participation. Bluefish, striped bass, and summer flounder. We handled each species differently. Because summer flounder was the first, they walked into a meeting, we had no expectations of what was going on, and all of a sudden we found out they were going to give a 49% increase to the commercial sector because we were catching more fish all these years because there was more anglers, and so we've been penalizing them, so they get a 49% increase, and we are catching 25% of the fish. Then when we started this management, because we were catching bigger fish but less fish, we're not going to give you anything. That was a little hard to take from the recreational community. But we understand it. But when you came out, but you said the stocks were bigger. When you came out with bluefish and you found more recreational anglers out here, oh, you're overfishing. And you didn't say the stocks were bigger because you hadn't been picking up all those beach fishermen for years. You said we're overfishing. And that's not the guy's responsibility sitting around the job. It's NIMS and Noaa and the council system and the commission working together. And so that's hard for me to deal with. And the same thing happened to striped bass. So there's 3 species that we did different data and we handle the results differently. Try explaining that to the public. I've been doing, as a commissioner of the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission, for 23 years as the governor's appointee, 6 years as a legislative proxy since 1990. I spent a lot of time sitting around tables. It frustrates me, but I don't blame the scientists. We got the hardest working scientists at NOAA. It's that we don't give you the money to do the job properly and it never gets down to where we're supposed to be spending it. And that's our fault. So every time you write to Congress, get us the money.
Thanks, Tom. Sir.
Thanks. John McMurray from the American Saltwater Guides Association. I don't think it's possible for Tom to do anything in under 2 minutes, but I'll try to keep it to 2 minutes. Back during the last spec setting process for black sea bass, or actually after the spec setting process, the council and the commission used a model that smoothed out the outliers. And I can't really explain how that model worked, but we ended up getting a 23% reduction instead of a 28% reduction, which wasn't terribly significant, but was, I think, significant overall. Not the reduction, but the fact that we were able to use it and maintain the scientific integrity of the data. And my question is, why aren't we using that model, or not that model specifically, but some sort of standardized process throughout all fisheries, TOG in particular, to smooth out those outliers that tend to really reduce the credibility of the entire Mrip program?
So I think, I think down the road, that's definitely where we would like to be. So black sea bass is definitely an experimental one. So this is where we tried this out. I think there's still a lot to be done in terms of understanding the implications of what we're doing and seeing how that sort of propagates through to the final results that we see in terms of, okay, we're using this to try to predict what kind of a catch we're going to see next year and whether or not that's going to exceed our recreational harvest limit. And so based on sort of the uncertainty in the data that we've already seen. And so I think there's still, work to be done on making sure that behaves the way that we think it does and that we're not tightening everything up and smoothing everything out, because to a certain extent, some of that variability is real, that there is uncertainty, that there our high values and low values. And so I think we want to make sure that the system we're using isn't just giving us the answer that we want to hear and putting us in a position where we're going to exceed that RHL every year or exceed that total catch every year because we're too optimistic about what the effects are going to be. And I do think we are going to see that approach used more in other species as we continue to develop it and as these other species come up and need management work. But it's a tool that needs development and testing to make sure that we're doing it right. But I think it is kind of the future of where we want to go with some of this stuff is thinking more carefully about what that uncertainty mean, what those outliers mean, and how we use them or don't use them in management.
Thank you. I think it's also worth noting very quickly that outliers go both ways, and we didn't do it for summer flounder because it would have gotten rid of the increase we did implement. So, thank you. Sir.
Touche, 5.5 decades vessel operation on the West Coast, 3 decades of for-hire operation. For 16 years, I've been conducting in the marine closed areas and adjacent areas surveys. We do the length, sex, and therefore you're going to get your age data. I've been fortunate enough to go out on trips where we just caught the fish to pulley otoliths for the aging. And I know on that particular subject, I've been cut back because they simply didn't have the money to continue that program. But I'd just like to challenge you to use the data that we've got from fishing in the reserves and that whole program on the West Coast, and I don't know if it extends to the rest of the country as well, but how is it that we can't use all that length, age, sex, and numbers of fish data and incorporate into the stock assessments that we have? How can we make this happen? Because you've got all this age, the quantity and species data, and I'd just like to see a way that our councils could use the information that we have now to aid decision making.
Luis. Yes, thank you, sir. And real quickly, I don't know about this particular example, but I can tell you, cooperative research programs throughout the country, they operate exactly like this, are producing data that are going into assessments and being used for management. So there might be an issue there with how that one was structured, but I can tell you, in the Southeast U.S., both the Salt Lake and the Gulf, a lot of cooperative programs that are done with industry, scientists working with industry, and they produce those results, and those results are integrated into the assessment and management program. So it's just something that needs to be discussed here at your level and your region.
Ma'am.
Thank you. Jamie Diamond, Stardust Sport Fishing, Santa Barbara, California. I have what you would call a head boat, a charter boat, a party boat. I take you fishing. I am one of the operators that Mark said is going to be taken out at the kneecaps this year. Myself, my husband, my 3 kids, our 13 employees and their families. Okay. I do the same research Tom does, the CCFRP, the Collaborative Fisheries Program. My husband has been doing research, tag trips for over 20 years. We've been collaborating for decades on getting the best available data, but it's never good enough to fit whatever the model is. And the problem we're having is there isn't this fisheries independent data. And we as fishermen, the onus has been on us to collect the data, and yet and we're asking, what do you need? What do you need? And we're helping the biologists develop something, but then they give them the data and they're like, yeah, but it doesn't quite fit. But nobody's doing the collecting of the data that needs to fit then. And so we're constantly trying to figure out, how do we get this information to the people that need it? And specifically for the issue Mark is talking about, last year when this data moderate assessment came out, when they had the meeting, we all sat down on the Zoom, and literally every single person, everybody that did the modeling, everybody on the council, everybody on the SSC, every single person acknowledged that this is the biggest mess that they have ever seen. They said this is the worst data. They know it's missing everything. They know everything's wrong with it. They know it's not really what's happening. But I'm going to say everybody's favorite phrase. Ready? It's the best available data. Okay? Everybody's favorite phrase, right? It's the best available, which is passing the buck, which is not taking responsibility for what needs to be happening. The funding isn't happening to do the research that needs to be done, okay? So we've been doing the harm survey. Unfortunately, we're only so many boats, and we actually have to make a living. We do all this research at a severe discount because we want to have something to fish for. But the surveys, we can only do so much, and it's not indicative of everywhere because we can't cover all of California. And there's too many gaps. And so the problem with data collection we're seeing is what happens when everybody in the room acknowledges that this is not the reality of what's happening out there, but they have to use it. And then we have a collapse. We have this collapse of an industry of lives. I mean, Florida is going to see an influx of California people real soon if things like this happen. We're going to start invading North Carolina with, you're going to see a SoCal sport fisher in North Carolina. Like, I don't know what to do, but we on the West Coast are having a huge problem. A lot of money goes to the commercial for independent, fisheries independent. But nothing really goes to the rec. And this is part of the data collection issue, part of the management flexibility, which is coming up, I know. But in the data collection, there are too many gaps for us. And you're going to say, well, I don't know, California, left coast, whatever. But it's a problem. You have a council member, you have MAVAC members, you have the person who, myself and my kids, okay? This is like everybody's saying, what can we do? Because everywhere we go and everywhere we look, we're getting the finger. Oh well, Mark, the finger got pointed back at Mark. Well, that's your region and your management. For me, well, you should just fish better or fish less on something. The research you guys did, it's not really going to work for us this time. When is somebody going to take responsibility that actually has the power to do something?
When Congress passes a budget to give us the money we need. Exactly, yeah. I mean, it is, and exactly, it's horrible. This kind of stuff is, people make a living on this, and this is a public resource that is in trust for all of us and that people depend on for their livelihoods, but we don't have the data to do the science to manage this correctly. And we've decided that we want to be conservative, and that, the Magnuson-Stevens Act said we're going to take overfishing seriously, and we're going to prevent our stocks from being overfished. And then that was it. That's it. We don't have, there is no money to collect these surveys, to collect the fishery independent survey data. There's not enough stock assessment scientists to do all the assessments and then to talk to the public about them. And so I think, there's things we can do. Maybe this management flexibility will help. Maybe we can work our way around some of this uncertainty. But the fact remains, we need to set regulations at the end of the day, and Congress has told us how they want to set those regulations. But we're all here, there's everything. We need to make data collection better across all of our species. And in some cases, we're struggling with practically nothing. In others, we have decent enough data, but it's still not quite good enough. But at the end of the day, it's a money issue. And the amount of money that we spend on fisheries is ridiculous compared to the other amount of money that we are spending on other areas of the budget. But how do we get that bigger? How do we make that? How do we get that from Congress? If there's no money for us, there's nothing we can do.
Okay, so we are creating the data. We're doing everything we can to give you the data. Okay, help us help you. Okay, I mean, you say Magnuson, but Magnuson also says management measures should not impose unnecessary burdens on the economy, on individuals, on private or public organizations, federal, state, or local governments. I mean.
Jamie, I don't mean, no, Jamie.
I know, it's the next one.
Yeah.
But by the way, I mean, let's talk during the break.
Yes.
Right, there'll be lunch break, there'll be other breaks, because I think you bring up some important points that you need to be listened to, and we're willing to talk to you. We just don't have time to. Right. So let's.
Scott.
How about that? I thought yesterday everybody talked about collaboration and climate change and everything would be a little more contentious, but wow, how we've moved on. So now that we're talking about trust and data collection and use and the agency and, something's glaringly clear to me, looking at all these examples with terrestrial situations. I run the largest waterfowl operation in the state of Texas in addition to my fishing operation. And I sit on the Parks and Wildlife Migratory Bird Committee. I set that whole side of it. The other side, the angler, we have angler advocacy groups in the country. On the other side, we have Ducks Unlimited. I can't imagine Ducks Unlimited coming out in every press release talking about what a lousy job the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service does, what a lousy bunch of people they have running the flyway councils. And that's what goes on nonstop, I see. And how can you build trust with the private recreational angler when the advocacy groups that are speaking for them nonstop put information out what a terrible job the people do at the Southeast Regional Office, on and on and on. If everybody will just tune that down a little bit and say, hey, let's work together. Like when the charter boats came to Ciro back 15 years ago and said, we can do a better job. Let's work together. Let's develop a system and a data collection system that will benefit the people that get on our boats and benefit the sustainability of this resource, not putting out negative stuff all the time for fundraising. I wanted to say that because I'm tired of it, and it needs to stop. You reach out with collaboration with the people at the agency, they will work with you. Thank you,
Scott. I'm going to turn it back to Jessica.
And he's out. All right. Well, these are hard issues. We know they're perennial issues, and we can only get through them by having these open and honest conversations. So thank you for sharing your perspectives, and I also encourage you to utilize the time that we have during breaks and lunch and after the meeting today to have those one-on-one conversations, which can help push that needle. So I'd like to thank this panel for answering some nice curveballs and doing your best to provide some common ground. So let's give them a round of applause. So we're going to transition to the last session before lunch, with an in-depth discussion on management reform and flexibility. The moderator for this session is Barry Tom, who is the new Executive Director of the Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission. At this point, all the panelists from data can sit down, and I'd like to invite all the panelists up for this session. We do have one virtual participant on this panel as well, who we will pull up online.
All right. Let's get going. All right, we're going to jump into the next session. So as Jessica said, I'm Barry Thom. I'm the new Executive Director of the Pacific States. So unlike the esteemed Dave Donaldson, I've been in my job at least 3 days. So give me a break here. But I know now that you're all warmed up on Mrip and data collection, we're going to jump into a better topic on management reform and flexibility. There's actually going to be 2 different panels, one before lunch, one after lunch, and then a breakout group. So I'm going to moderate the first panel, which is really going to focus on management reform and flexibility. So we've got a good diverse set of speakers from across the country to give some examples and talk about the different pieces of reform. But we're going to be led off with Dr. Michelle Duval, who's going to give us an overview of the just recently completed National Academy of Sciences review of the Marine Recreational Information Program to start us off, and then we'll have some speed talks. I'm going to hold questions on any of those talks until the end. We should have about a half hour for Q&A at the end and do it similar to what we have in the past. So let me introduce everybody as we go through here, and we've got one online as well. So Dr. Michelle Duval, she's the principal of Melavora Consulting, and she was a member of the National Academy of Sciences Committee on Recreational Fisheries Data and Management, so a part of that review committee. Mr. John Carmichael is the Executive Director of the South Atlantic Fishery Management Council. Julia Beatty is a Fishery Management Specialist with the Mid-Atlantic Fishery Management Council. Mike Berner is joining us online, and we'll check and make sure he is online in here in a minute. Mike is the Deputy Director for the Pacific Fishery Management Council, and he's dealing with council business right now as well, so that's why he's virtual. Forrest Braden, who many of you met yesterday, is going to talk about, and he's the Executive Director of the Southeast Alaska Guides Organization, talk about some of the halibut management. And then lastly, Tony Friedrich, who's the Vice President of the American Saltwater Guides Association, will back clean up and get us through the presentations. So with that, we're going to start with Dr. Duvall to give us the overview. I think just say next slide. That's probably the easiest.
Okay. All right. Can everybody hear me okay? All right, great. So it's once again great to be in person and great to see so many familiar faces across the room today. So, on to the non-controversial topic of management, right? So, especially right before lunch. So, I appreciate the opportunity to provide what's really going to be kind of a high-level overview of the, I'm going to have them advance the slides if that's okay, yeah. So of just a high-level overview of some of the recommendations for, that came out of the 2021 National Academy study that was published in July of last year. And, some of those have been mentioned by Russ and Assistant Administrator Coit yesterday. So just to place the study in the appropriate context, I think most everybody in the room is by now aware of the fact that there was a 2017 National Academy's review of the Marine Recreational Information Program. And, that review noted, again, as Dr. Cody mentioned, that significant improvements had been made to the Marine Recreational Information Program survey. But, the study also noted that use of Mrip for in-season monitoring was still a challenge, just simply due to the high demands of in-season monitoring. And so with the passage of the Modern Fish Act in 2018, a new National Academy study on how well Mrip meets the needs of in-season monitoring and management was called for, and specifically for management of fisheries with annual catch limits. And so the study committee, with the long unwieldy name that you see up there on the screen, was born. And so while the results from the study or the findings from the study may be applicable to other recreational fisheries, I do want to emphasize that the focus was on recreational fisheries managed with annual catch limits. So really the focus was on council-managed fisheries. Next slide, please. And so the committee's charge was really encompassed in sort of three major components of a statement of task. And the one I'm going to focus on today is highlighted in green there at the bottom of the screen. But I'll just briefly touch on the fact that the first component was focused on potential improvements to the design of Mrip to better meet those in-season management needs. The second piece was focused on actions that the councils and the secretary could take to try to supplement or improve the use of Mrip so that it would facilitate in-season management. And then finally, that third piece of our statement of task, which was alternative management approaches that could be applied to recreational fisheries, but still consistent with the requirements for fisheries with ACLs, for which Mrip is not sufficient to meet those needs of in-season management. And I think I would argue that piece was probably one of the most challenging for the committee. Next slide, please. So obviously everyone in this room is aware of the extreme popularity and importance of marine recreational fishing. It's economically impactful. It's conducted across the nation. And, as we've heard earlier today during the earlier session, it's different from, not just commercial fishing, but also subsistence-oriented fishing. And just by the very nature of these fisheries, which is that they're diverse and dispersed, that can pose some challenges for data collection and assessment. And also, as was noted in the previous session, there are multiple motivations for recreational fishing. People fish for food, people fish for the sport, people fish because they want to relax and they want to reconnect with nature. And managing for those multiple motivations can really be challenging. Next slide, please. And so, clearly the comments that you've heard yesterday and today, just illustrate that management needs vary by region and by fishery. And my graphic here isn't quite as slick as the one that Luis and Richard used, but I think it does serve the purpose of illustrating, that the variety in these management needs just by the evolution and development of the different recreational surveys that have evolved to try to meet some of those data collection needs throughout the country. And so I think, it's important to note that different situations will require different approaches. And I want to be clear that not all of the approaches that are discussed in the study committee's report will work the same for all fisheries, or even work the same way for, maybe similar fisheries that are conducted in different regions. Next slide, please. And so, when thinking about this issue of alternative management or management flexibility, the committee noted that the 2017 National Academy study, made note of the fact that implementation of the requirements for annual catch limits and accountability measures as a result of the 2006 reauthorization had created some tension, particularly for recreational fisheries. And I think, as we've heard here today, some dissatisfaction with respect to how Mrip has been used for in-season management and monitoring. And so, as Russ noted yesterday, the Modern Fish Act specified that Noaa fisheries and the councils could implement alternative management approaches, provided that those, management approaches that might be more suitable to the nature of recreational fisheries, provided that those approaches were consistent with and adhered to the requirements of the Magnuson Act. And so Chapter 5 of the study committee report, addresses this issue and just discusses the benefits and challenges of a number of different approaches, including, harvest rate management. So this is, is predicated on the assumption that using a fishing mortality rate as a target, as opposed to like a hard quota or annual catch limit that's measured in pounds of fish, the idea being that not all recreational fisheries are focused on harvest, and then also moving on to, trying to take a page out of the wildlife management handbook, looking at the use of harvest tags. And I think you might hear a little bit more about that from my fellow panelists up here a little bit later, as well as depth or distance-based management. One of the comments from our wrap-up on climate resilient fisheries yesterday noted that climate change may, potentially pose some challenges with application of this type of approach. Then also conservation equivalency. So this is the idea that you can achieve the same conservation benefit or outcome with different combinations of management measures. And then finally, looking to permits, endorsements, and stamps as a way to help sort of refine the information that we have about our fisheries. Next slide, please. And so I do want to be clear that the potential benefits and challenges of each of these approaches vary, and what might be feasible on the West Coast or the Pacific Northwest with respect to some of the unique geographies that have been highlighted out there might not be practical for some fisheries on the East Coast, just simply due to the nature of the access and sort of the high levels of effort that we see in some of the fisheries on this side of the continent. So I will just note that all the approaches that were mentioned in the previous slide have been implemented in at least one region and or fishery, and several have been under discussion, some for a few years, and have run into a few speed bumps that you might hear about throughout the rest of this session, or are actively under consideration. Next slide, please. So one of the key recommendations that from the committee with respect to these approaches was that Noaa fisheries, Mrip, the interstate fishery management commissions, and the states should work together to pilot test a couple of approaches, specifically on a region by region basis. And one of those was the use of harvest tags, specifically for species with low annual catch limits that just might not be well suited for sampling by a general recreational fishing survey like Mrip. Some regions have had conversations about this, in the Gulf and South Atlantic. The second was implementation of a private recreational fishing license endorsement focused on the subset of anglers that specifically target council-managed species. And so, this would create a license registry that could then be used to assist in the development of more specialized surveys that could help us with sampling domains that are, challenging for Mrip to sample. So thinking along the lines of the large pelagic survey, which some folks might be familiar with. So again, focusing on those species that are just not commonly encountered in the general Mrip survey, as well as those species for which increased timeliness and precision is really a goal of management. And I would also note that I think this is a recommendation that came out of a MAFAC report that was issued, I think, either last year or in 2020. So moving on to the next slide, please. Okay, and so, with respect to the issue of in-season management, the committee noted that, the fact that what drives a lot of the need for increased timeliness in recreational fisheries data is the fact that in many cases, not all cases, but in many cases, some of our annual catch limits are set and they are monitored on a strictly annual basis. And so one of the recommendations from the committee is that Noaa Fisheries and Mrip should further evaluate approaches to establishing criteria for the use of, a generalized carryover provision for recreational ACL underages and overages. That's really important. That could potentially reduce the need for precise catch management in season by just allowing some of these deviations to be corrected in the following year. And this could also offset some of the uncertainty that's associated with implementation of our management measures. So in other words, we set management measures and we have sort of a certain expected level of harvest associated with those management measures, but it doesn't always turn out that way. So this might be an approach to try to offset some of that uncertainty. So there's been some simulation studies that have been done and some published papers looking at these types of approaches that with the appropriate guardrails, they can actually be generally sustainable. And I think one other thing that I would note, and just a shout out to the agency, that they issued some guidance in July of 2020 with respect to the use of carryover provisions, and highlighted some of the potential risks and challenges that council should think about when considering the use of carryover type of approaches. And I think unfortunately we just don't have any examples of use of carryover in recreational fisheries. And so that's, I think, one of the key things that we need to take away from that. So next slide, please. So one of our other recommendations deals with the development and application of recreational accountability measures. And so, and that was to review those, the agency guidance with respect to accountability measures, just to make sure that this really aligns with the timeliness and the precision of Mrip estimates. So I think, during the previous panel, Dr. Barbieri talked about the 45-day lag between, the end of a data collection wave and when those data are actually available. And, that makes it really challenging for councils to think about developing and implementing in-season accountability measures. That 45-day lag has actually led to some closures of fisheries well after an annual catch limit has been exceeded, which is frustrating for folks and really, quite frankly, doesn't make sense. So I would just note that approaches to recreational accountability measures vary regionally. Not all recreational fisheries have in-season accountability measures. I think for some of the fisheries on the Pacific coast, there's very intensive in-season monitoring that actually serves as the accountability measure for some of those fisheries, and that level of intensity would not necessarily be practical for some of the high effort fisheries that we see on the East Coast. So again, noting that regional variation. And so, the committee did hear about exploration of some modeling tools and some alternative multi-year approaches that councils could think about with respect to developing their accountability measures that could help to offset some of the uncertainty and perhaps refine the application of those. Next slide, please. And so just stepping back and thinking about things from a broader perspective. And I think this is, reflective of some of the comments that we heard at the end of the last session. So this was one of the recommendations that the committee put forward that, hopefully will set us up well for this afternoon's session on optimum yield. And that was, we noted that some of the dissatisfaction in the recreational fishing community, might be reflective of the need for, more explicit integration of angler satisfaction and other social and economic factors in the way that we manage fisheries. And so, that really led to this recommendation for, Noaa Fisheries and the councils to develop a process for engaging recreational fisheries stakeholders in a broader conversation about optimum yield and how this could be used to identify and prioritize recreational management objectives. So, I think the optimum yield framework is really meant to explicitly evaluate some of these trade-offs that Katie was talking about with respect to social, ecological, and economic factors. And if we can use that to address some of the multiple motivations across the recreational community, I think it can go a long way towards integrating that satisfaction component. And if we can do that effectively through this framework, I think we can get to some of these issues of trust and hopefully increase participation, because I think every one of us is aware that those two things are really critical components to having an effective management system that is well supported by all stakeholders. Next slide, please. And so with that, I will go ahead and shut up, but just want to give a huge shout out to everybody who supported this effort, particularly the National Academy staff, also Noaa Fisheries staff who put up with the committee's endless questions. And then also, I just want to give a shout out to all of the stakeholders who participated in our regional virtual meetings. It wasn't quite the way that we had wanted to do things, but the pandemic made us pivot otherwise, as so many others have done. So thank you, especially to those who are here today. So thanks a lot.
Thanks, Michelle. John, I think you're up next. And I just want to, there's a message. All right, yeah, I just want to disregard that.
Yep. I don't have any slides, no, I'll just talk. So thanks for the chance to come and talk about the joint South Atlantic and Gulf of Mexico Fishery Management Council's work group that was devoted to Section 102 of the Modern Fish Act. So just a little quick background on the act itself. It was passed in 2018, modernizing recreational fisheries. It's a short bill. It had basically 5 pieces, a couple of titles. 101 dealt with an allocation review for the Gulf and South Atlantic councils. 102 called for a review of lapsed limited access privilege programs. 201 and 202 addressed data collection, really focusing on the use of state data and expanding state data and get it included in management and assessment systems, all things we've talked about a number of times. 301 was just kind of some logistics, stating where it fits within the Magnuson and what it did and didn't do. And then Section 102 that this group was focused on was directed toward recreational management. The first thing to note about it is Section 102 is extremely short. It's about a paragraph. It takes up about a third of the page when you print out the bill. So there's not a lot there, obviously, when you have those few words. It reiterated science-based conservation and management. So the issues with things like best science as mentioned today didn't address that. It's like you still base your management on science as the Magnuson Act requires. And it mentioned a few things that it said the councils have the authority to use by way of flexibility. It mentioned extraction rates, fishing mortality targets, harvest control rules, and traditional or cultural practices. So one of the first things that came out within the group is talking about this is that in a lot of ways that's not particularly different from what we have the ability to do now. Extraction rates are just fishing mortality under another word. Fishing mortality targets we kind of use, hopefully from the discussions earlier, as Katie mentioned and has come up before, when you do an ACL or an ABC or an OFL, you simply apply some exploitation rate, fishing mortality rate, extraction rate, whatever you want to call it, some percentage of fish you're going to remove to a population abundance, biomass, whatever you wish it to be, and you get a yield, which could be numbers of fish, pounds of fish, any currency that we want to put it in. We could put it in number of scales if we knew how many scales were on an individual fish and could apply it across the whole fishery. So none of that's really critical. The bottom line is you have the population, you have some allowed level removal, and you get some sort of limit. And that's fundamental to all of this stuff. So that was one of the challenges the group faced, is that, well, there's not really a lot of flexibility in some ways there. It did mention the harvest control rules, so we're kind of interested in where the Mid-Atlantic and Atlantic states are going with that. But notice that's harvest, so we still have ABC control rules, which are catch. Harvest is a component of catch, so obviously that comes after you get an ABC set, which is based on all the other management and Magnuson provisions. So in that context, the group got together. It's composed of council members. They met 3 times in 2020 and 2021, all remote, thank you, COVID. They reviewed a lot of stuff. And that they reviewed discussions from the 2019 CCC meeting. They reviewed a rec fish management conference that the South Atlantic held in 2018. They reviewed what happened at this rec fish conference. They talked about different workshops. They talked about tools. They talked about data collection programs, all of those Gulf collection programs. So in a lot of ways, the group was very successful in sharing information between the Gulf managers and the South Atlantic managers. And which is important because we have some stocks that overlap, but if you consider Florida, they've got the Gulf on one side and the South Atlantic on the other side, so they're nestled right between 2 councils. So they're very concerned just from their own perspective in making sure that we are as consistent as we can be across a lot of things. We also looked at management and such, phase-in, carryover, all that sort of thing, and discussed about it. Where the group stands so far, what they've accomplished, which I think is what people are interested in, well, they have come up with a number of goals of flexibility, what's desired. One of them is, not surprisingly, it fits in with what we've heard here all week, greater accessibility. Red snapper was a focus. You guys on this coast know that pretty well. Snapper grouper, reef fish as they call it in the Gulf, was another focus. And the reason for that is kind of due to the things all discussed here this morning. So to give the South Atlantic example, we have 55 species in our complex. A quarter of them or so have actually been assessed. So most of them are unassessed. Many of them are data limited. All the data problems that exist really come to bear when it comes to managing that resource. And what the fishermen are concerned is that they ultimately have loss of access, loss of the ability to fish because of information that's usually largely from Mrip, because a lot of these are heavily recreational fisheries and it's not particularly robust. And they're concerned about losing access as a result of that data. So what this led the group to do was really, we've kind of stopped there and we got to deal with some fundamental challenges. The first one, as I mentioned, is really what is the flexibility. The AMs and ACLs all still apply. That was a huge, I think, wake-up call probably to some members. There was some hope that somehow the Modernizing Act removed the requirement for AMs and ACLs. That was not the case. We're still dealing with the fact that uncertainty means lower catch, as has been talked about today. And there was also a lot of discussion of what is catch. I think it really got to the idea of what do we optimize in a recreational fishery. I haven't heard a lot of people saying that catch is really the most important thing to optimize here the last few days. I've heard a lot of discussion about having access and opportunity. So our discussion on catch was probably more about, are there things that we should be talking about in reference of OY, in terms of the O part, what we optimize, that aren't necessarily tied straight back to just yield of fish in some way. So we still have the challenges we're facing on the water and in the model differences that have all been talked about, dealing with the precautionary principle. And I think the climate change is also out there. What we've discovered is it's a lot easier to restrict on sparse evidence of a challenge, to use the language from the first day, than it is to relax regulations on evidence of an opportunity, which in many cases could be good recruitment. So that's one of the issues that we're really facing. Not sure where the group will go from here. I expect we will probably meet one more time, wrap up the report, and just accept the realities of what we actually can do in terms of flexibility at this point. So thank you.
Does the clicker work?
Sorry, I left water up here. I don't want to.
Drink your water by accident. Okay, do I just go to the next slide?
Give it a try. Yeah, it's quicker.
Okay. There we go. Okay.
Hi, everybody. I'm Julia Beatty with the Mid-Atlantic Fishery Management Council staff, and I'm going to give a presentation on the Recreational Harvest Control Rule Framework and Addenda, which has actually been mentioned a few times today, so hopefully now you can find out what it really means. This is an action that the Council is doing with the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission, so I wanted to give a big shout out to Commission staff who are playing a big role in this. So especially Dustin Colson-Leaning and Tracy Bauer are playing a big role in this. So anyway, this action addresses all 4 recreational species that are jointly managed by the Council and the Commission. So this includes summer flounder, scut black sea bass, and bluefish. This is an ongoing management action, and we're currently in the public hearing phase. This action was developed in response to several challenges with the current process, which you've heard a lot about that today. So this includes things like concerns related to uncertainty and variability in the recreational fishery data, the need to change the bag size and or season limits, sometimes annually, based on those data. We've also struggled with the perception that measures are not reflective of current stock status, and in addition, management measures have not always had their intended effect on overall harvest. So the goal of this action is to establish a process for setting the recreational bag size and season limits that prevents overfishing, is reflective of stock status, appropriately accounts for uncertainty in the recreational data, takes into consideration angler preferences, and provides an appropriate level of stability and predictability in changes from year to year. So before I explain the harvest control rule approach, I just wanted to first touch on kind of the high level of what we do for the current process for setting the bag size and season limits. So first we set a harvest limit for the upcoming year or years. Then we make a prediction of what level of harvest would we expect if we left the bag size and season limits unchanged. And then we compare that to the harvest limit, and we predict if we would expect notable underages or overages of the harvest limit if we left things unchanged. And if there's notable difference, then we change the measures, and if it's pretty similar, then we leave them alone, generally. And this is really tied on trying to match up expected harvest with the harvest limit. And the changes under consideration through the harvest control rule approach aim to rely less on that single comparison and instead more explicitly tie the selection of the bag size and season limits to stock status. So, the harvest control rule options under consideration would use various combinations of 2 or more of the indicators on the screen here. So this includes stock biomass compared to the target, recent biomass trends, recent fishing mortality rates, recent recruitment, and expected harvest under the current bag size and season limits. So the combination of whatever metrics are used under any individual option would then be grouped into different categories or bins, such as those shown on the screen here. And this is just meant to be an example of the concept, but the details vary for the different options under consideration. So whatever your indicators are, if they're telling you that things look very good collectively, then you're in the best bin and with the most liberal measures. So that's the next step, is that there's pre-assigned measures assigned to each bin, and the measures get more and more restrictive as you move down the scale of indicators. And so each time we get updated information for the indicators, so updated metrics associated with each of them, we would kind of reassess what's the appropriate bin. Are things still really good? Have they gotten better or worse? And then ideally we have the measures preset for each of these bins, and then we just implement whatever measures are associated with that bin. So the next important piece is how do we actually determine the measures that are appropriate for each bin? So you'll note on the example on the screen here that the entire range of possible stock status conditions would be divided into 5 categories or bins under this example. Therefore, each bin is going to represent a range of conditions, and the measures for each bin must be appropriate for that entire range. And the measures for each bin will aim to achieve a target level of harvest, catch, or fishing mortality that is deemed appropriate for that range of conditions. And the Council and Commission are supporting development of new recreational fishery models for these species to better predict future harvest under different bag size and season limits, and hopefully to also better account for stock status and changes in angler effort when making those predictions. Those models are still under development. And stakeholder input will also be very important in selecting the appropriate measures. So for example, the models could tell us that there's 10 different combinations of measures that would be appropriate for any given bin, and then stakeholder input could help us guide the selection of those measures. And that's basically all I had time for in my presentation. There's a lot more details that go into this. It's actually a really complex management action. So I'd encourage you to check out the Council or Commission websites for more information. Like I said, we're currently in a public comment period, so there's webinar hearings that are happening right now that you can attend. There's a recorded presentation with a lot more detail available on our websites, and you can provide comments, and there's instructions for all of that on the websites. Thank you.
Thanks, Julia. All right, we're going to switch to Mike Berner now. So, Mike, I just wanted to do a mic check and see if you were there.
Good morning, Barry.
All right, go ahead.
Thanks very much. And first, I'd like to thank National Marine Fishery Service and Russ Dunn for putting this together. Recreational fisheries are important to me and the Pacific Council, so I very much appreciate the work that went into it. I'm also sorry I'm not able to join you there. I'm really much a fan of in-person meetings, but as Barry mentioned, we're right in the middle of a March and April doubleheader, as we call it, for our council schedule. So it just was not, I just couldn't justify the travel, but I'd really much rather be there. I do appreciate being able to dial in. I understand that can be a burden for admin and IT staff. So again, hats off to NIMS for putting this together and letting me talk here from Portland. I'm going to give a little bit of a case study of what we've used as a recreational fishery management approach here on the West Coast. It's our experience. As others have mentioned, you know, it fit for us, may not fit for other species in other parts of the country, but I'll do my best to express some successes we've had in rebuilding rockfish species while providing some fishing opportunity. And I kind of emphasize that opportunity piece, as John Carmichael mentioned. We often hear from the fishing public that everyone wants to bring home fish, but the opportunity, the time on the water is also important. So I get the next slide, please. I'm going to use Boccaccio as an example. It's an important fish species, as is canary. Another species we rebuilt, as Mark Relnick noted. We have been successful over the last 20 years at rebuilding 9 species of rockfish off our coast. As you can see in the graph on the left, Boccaccio important to both recreational and commercial fisheries until about the late 90s, when we got some survey data that suggested that the stock is in trouble and in need of rebuilding. And so, as you can see at the tail end of that graph, our catches dropped off dramatically, and that was a burden that was borne by both our recreational and commercial sectors. The species, somewhat thankfully, has a depth range that we can fairly well predict where they're going to be, and a general high density in a known depth range from our surveys. So kind of a theme to my talk is going to be not so much finding ways to maximize catch during a rebuilding program, but a way to more provide opportunity through avoidance and minimizing release mortality. So if I could get the next slide, please. So we had a requirement to rebuild this stock. It was declared overfished in 2000. We went through all kinds of modeling projections and probability estimates of what it might take to get this stock back to its target population size. I'm not going to get into all the jargon here. It's really where the council had minimal flexibility in terms of what to do about rebuilding. There are requirements to rebuild within a certain time frame. These are long-lived species, so we had a little bit more time to work with. In the absence of fishing, we thought we might be able to rebuild it by 2018. We chose a harvest trajectory of these rainbow projections on the lower right. They all have varying fishing mortality and then obviously corresponding times to rebuild. The target that our council chose with a 50% probability of rebuilding the stock had an estimated time to rebuild by 2026, but we managed to get ahead of that, and we declared the stock rebuilt in 2017, and the trajectory there on the left shows that we are now slowly getting up above our management target. So in many ways, it was seen as a success. Maybe not all due to our actions, which I'll get to here in a second. So if I could get the next slide, please. So once the council decided on a rebuilding target, a time frame for rebuilding, then we had to come up with our annual catch targets for each year. And I'm not going to get into the details here. I think most of you are pretty familiar with this hierarchy of overfishing limit down to annual catch targets. The council chose a overfishing probability, a P-star level of 0.45. In other words, just the buffer against scientific uncertainty. The council chose a risk tolerance of a probability of non-overfishing of 45%. While the stock was still under rebuilding, we used an SPR rate, which, as you can see on the graph at the bottom, resulted in relatively low ACLs available to both the sport and commercial sectors. And so we had trouble. We had to find a way to stick within these low catch levels, but provide some opportunity before we could get back to some harvest levels at the right side of that graph. That you can see there, we can get some harvest numbers that are a little easier to work with. So how do we do that? Next slide, please. Like I mentioned, the key here was sort of avoidance and reducing release mortality. So we took a variety of approaches. We had seasonal closures. You can see in that box as an example of some regulations in the past where we just flat had some periods where boats were not allowed on the water. Other times of the year, we allowed boats on the water, but allowed them only in certain depths. The map on the left there, the greenish outlined period, those are areas where we knew there was some pretty high density of these species we are trying to avoid. And we often allowed fishing either shoreward or seaward of that. And as you see in the November-December period there for this particular example, there were periods we were able to open all of the areas. But still, this was all with non-retention for the most part, and so release mortality was still a concern for us. Implementing these management lines was not easy. It required a lot of work with the enforcement community to make sure they're enforceable. But really what I want to emphasize here is something that Michelle mentioned in her opening remarks. I think one of the real keys here was our data collection and in-season management. We had these mechanisms to try to keep people on the water while avoiding these species that we were trying to reduce mortality on. But what really helped was that we had a lot of dockside monitoring that gave us real-time information about what was coming in. And it also gave our council at each of our 5 meetings a chance to look at that information and maybe change the dates or change the depth ranges or dial the fisheries up or down accordingly to either provide a little bit more opportunity where we saw it or slow the fishery down to make sure that we can get through as much of the season as possible. Next slide, please. So to deal with the release mortality, one mechanism we came with, I mean, these species being relatively deep creatures, when you bring them up quickly to the surface, they obviously experience some trauma from the change in pressure. And I'm sure you're all familiar with this, but one way we dealt with minimizing release mortality when these fish are encountered was to require descending devices. And not only did we require them in regulation, but we also, the council spent a fair amount of time working on a program by which the fishery got some credit for their releases. In other words, we would use our dockside sampling to estimate how many fish were released and at what depth, and then we would apply a credit, if you will. We would not assume that all of those fish died, at least out to about 100 fathoms. Beyond 100 fathoms, even descending devices don't necessarily do the trick, but we did institute a credit, which again helped reduce the estimated mortalities from the fishery and again extend some opportunity. Next slide, please. I just want to close with, and it wasn't just everything we did. We also got a little lucky. We got some pretty decent marine conditions, which are also a big factor here. We experienced cooler waters and really high productivity. And I think I just want to mention this because I think, you know, you can really try to ratchet down fisheries or take a conservation approach, but it also needs a little bit of a break. And we got such. We saw some pretty high productivities towards the end of our rebuilding periods, which I think is also part of the story as to why we saw some successes with those. But as Mark Gorelnik mentioned, as did Jamie Dimon, I mean, some good deeds don't go unpunished, so to speak. We even with some good marine conditions, we have had some struggles with some recent assessments. The data quality of those assessments has come under question. We've revisited it several times, but we still struggle with species that show decreased population sizes. So there's work to do. And I'll leave it at that. I'm out of time, but I'm happy to discuss or answer questions later. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. I think Forrest is up next.
well, I kind of have to use this as the. Starting out real good. Forest Parade in Southeast Alaska Guides Organization, as you've heard before, and we've been asked to present on an Alaska perspective on recreational catch shares. To my knowledge, there's a very limited number of catch share programs in the nation that involve a recreational fishery, and the Alaska Halibut Catch Sharing Plan is one of them, and includes roughly 1,000 Alaska charter fishing vessels or for-hire vessels. Again, our context today is management flexibility. So the question we're asking is, in my interpretation, is what sort of out-of-the-box thinking might help solve recreational management problems, and do catch shares offer any solutions? And I'll walk you quickly through our current program and see if there are any takeaways. I need to pause and say that it's a catch share program really it specifies a program which there's limited access, and there's a portion of a total allowable catch assigned to individuals. That does not describe the charter fishery side of the catch sharing plan. There is a commercial side that has IFQs. We don't. We just simply fish to an allocation, and we're managed with harvest measures. So I wouldn't officially say that we're sandwiched into a catch share program, but it doesn't exactly describe what we operate under. Next slide, please. Did I freeze you up? Okay, thank you. So I'm just going to rip through kind of the nuts and bolts of how this works. This is a pie chart showing a rough harvest by sector for the entire Alaska halibut mortality. You can see the big wedge, 67% is commercial longline, smaller light blue commercial bycatch, a sliver of subsistence fishing, and then you'll notice that there's a recreational light green and a recreational dark green, and that's the recreational private and recreational for hire or charter fishery. Next slide, please. And this catch sharing plan only involves the commercial longline sector and the recreational for hire sector. Next slide, please. So subsistence private recreational bycatch amounts are taken off the top, and this graph here shows how the balance of annual catch is split between commercial and charter. For instance, here you'll see in the charter fishery that at low abundance, 18.9% of the combined commercial and charter catch, that's the relationship, 18.9% of what's left after those former removals goes to the recreational fishery. The balance is caught by the commercial fishery. And the reason I throw this up is because I think it illustrates a management flexibility that the North Council tried to build into the catch sharing plan, which is that an established recreational fishery doesn't necessarily need to expand harvests at higher abundance levels to provide satisfaction or opportunities we've talked about here. But it may need relatively more allocation at low abundance to still provide some base level of opportunity and satisfaction. So these ideas of static percentages assigned to recreational fishery, I think, need to be revisited. They're not necessarily a workable relationship. So next slide, please. And I'll just touch briefly on this. You see that don't focus on the numbers, just focus on what the line does. If you picture just if you have 20% of shared allocation and you go from 0 to infinity, there's a lot of things that brings about. That's cute. I just noticed that. Anyway, there's a lot of things that brings about, but this might be more reflective of recreational or for hire fishery. We need steady opportunity. Instability is a killer for us, is it not? So I'm going to get to what I think actually is the crux of what I'm up here to speak about, and that's out-of-the-box thinking on management tools that have been incorporated in the catch sharing plan. Next slide, please. Okay, so this slide describes the first of two tools in the catch sharing plan that allow transfer of allocation from the commercial sector to the charter sector. So this is the Guided Angler Fish or GAF program, and just illustratively you can see the concept here is that you've got a commercial longline fishery that holds quota. You can actually lease quota from the commercial industry, This year for 2022, if you lease 74 pounds of IFQ, it turns into one halibut without a size limit that can supplement your regular charter allocation. So in terms of like what does that cost the industry or the individual fishing and buying one of those permits, the going rate, and I looked it up last night, is $6.50 per pound. So one fish would cost $481. And I will withhold comment on how I fully think about this element of the program, and we could get into it later possibly. But I will say that I sold 47 permits in my business last year at $450 a fish, so it shows that there's demand for the resource. Next slide, please. Okay, go ahead and just populate this whole thing if you would, but don't go to the next slide. Thank you. So the final tool, and I think this is an industry-sponsored concept. We've been working on it for 15 years. It's finally in place, though we're lacking a official funding mechanism right now. But this is the recreational quota entity, and I think it got brought up 4 years ago. But essentially, it has a semi-permanent or permanent transfer from commercial to the RQE, recreational quota entity, which is capable or authorized to hold commercial quota. And the idea being that you have a base allocation that comes out every year with the stock assessment, but then you have a commercial quota holding that you can add to that base allocation to essentially relax harvest measures. So there's a halibut stamp for every for-hire vessel. Thank you. For-hire vessel, each angler on the boat needs to have a stamp that generates revenue, which in turn can be used to buy in a willing seller, willing buyer market transaction to make this function. So that's it, what I got. Thank you.
Thanks, Forrest. And Tony.
I don't have a slide presentation. My 12-year-old was tied up with homework and couldn't be my tech support. So I'll just get through this as quick as possible when we get to the question part. So my name's Tony Friedrich. I'm the Vice President and Policy Director for the American Saltwater Guides Association, and ASGA represents fishing guides, fishing-related businesses, and conservation-minded private anglers who believe that long-term fisheries management and ecosystem health are the core foundation of a strong recreational fishing economy. Our members rely on abundant fish stocks, and our clients book us a lot for the experience of the day. Abundance equals opportunity for us. It drives trips, sales, and effort. And a great example of this, and I won't talk about it for too long, striped bass. It's a key member for our species. The bulk of our membership is on the East Coast. When you look at striped bass from their peak in 2006 to now, we've lost about 10 million trips a year, and that's about a 40% reduction, a little over 10 million trips a year. The spawning stock biomass has declined from 250 million pounds to about 150 million pounds. That's also about a 40% reduction. Both of those metrics, it's pretty clear. There's a connection that abundance of the stock drives the economy. People want to fish more when there are more fish around. It's pretty obvious to us and our clients, but it's really hard to get across to managers. We rely on stock stability to manage for our future. How can our members justify engine upgrades, new boats, larger retail space when fish stocks are on the decline and they don't really know what the future holds? If we were able to make critical business decisions with more certainty, the entire fishing industry would benefit greatly. Over the past several years, recreational fisheries management has become more and more challenging. Managers have struggled to address concerns of anglers, and there's growing frustration with recreational communities ranging from a mistrust of Mrip and an aversion to management reductions, failure for management bodies to follow their own policies and adequately listen to anglers' preferences. One example of an effort to reform recreational management while improving public confidence in this process is the development of the Harvest Control Rule by the Mid-Atlantic Fisheries Management Council and Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission. This new strategy seeks to retool recreational management approach for black sea bass, summer flounder, scup, and bluefish. It's worth noting that black sea bass and scup are 2 times their target. But reductions for both species are needed because it's a requirement under Magnuson due to past overages. So we're in a very strange place. Harvest control rule is incredibly complex initiative. I thought Julie did a great job trying to explain it in 5 minutes. And please don't hold that little thing up that says I got like 2 minutes left. You'll throw me off, man. And like I don't respond well to that kind of stuff. I'll get through this really quick. Just don't do that. Thank you. Yeah, I know I'm totally serious too. So, no, my wife told me that too, and my treasurer. So I got the message earlier. So it's a crazy complex initiative. Y'all probably didn't think you were going to laugh when I was talking about the harvest control rule either. So I got you on that one. It starts looking at other factors that we really should look at. Things like stock status, biomass, recruitment, fishing mortality, trends in the fishery. It's not entirely unreasonable, and it may offer other solutions for recreational fisheries. But to be implemented, it must effectively prevent overfishing. Period. The end. It has to keep within catch limits each year, and it has to be developed responsibly with high levels of involvement from recreational community and the scientific communities. We have to exhibit a level of fairness here too, folks, because the implementation of this flexibility impacts all stakeholders. And currently, we don't understand or have a good handle on those ramifications. So what's it going to do to the whole community? We want flexibility, but there's other people involved, especially with black sea bass and scup. And the other thing is all the councils across the country are watching this. Okay, so we have to get this right. It has to be done transparently, deliberately, and within the confines of the best available science. Management approaches can be flexible, but these approaches need to be kept in the elements that make all fisheries sustainable, proven winners like ACLs, accountability. The Modern Fish Act specifically identified several management approaches that councils can consider for recreational fisheries under existing MSA authorities, but it also noted that these management measures must still adhere to ACLs and accountabilities and other parts of the law. Fisheries management comes down to trade-offs. Everyone in this room knows that. Yes, black sea bass and scup populations are 2 times their target level, and these 2 species are food fish, so harvest is a really important part of the equation. There should be some relief for the angling community. We only ask that it's done in a common sense manner that avoids overfishing, and we'll have to live with these decisions for quite some time, and the driving force right now is an abundant fishery. What happens when that fishery starts declining? Okay? There's another factor that should be discussed. The recreational sector has become incredibly efficient over the past several decades. There's a couple of y'all who are as old as me in the room, and maybe you grew up with like a little red flasher that maybe told you how deep the water was, and you might have seen a fish on it once in your life. But now I step on people's boats and I can see a fish 180 feet out in the corner. I can tell you which way it's facing, and I have a pretty good idea what species it is. I mean, we have become incredibly efficient. And it's not just sonars, it's our gear, it's our motors. Technology has exploded. And that isn't necessarily a bad thing. It just needs to be recognized. All of these improvements has made our sector incredibly effective. Our ability to fish down a stock has never been so great. A species at 200% of target may not stay at that level for very long when we add flexibility to the equation. ASGA as a whole tends to be very risk averse. We like that stability, but we're open to new ideas, including management flexibility. However, we have lost an awful lot on the East Coast already. As one species decline, angling effort shifts to the next species, and it creates a boom and bust cycle for everyone. We urge managers to consider this. As we see also the impacts of climate change, we feel that the #1 insurance policy for our business is abundant stocks. The best way to mitigate impacts is to have a lot of fish in the water. I know that's really a complicated scientific statement, and I can repeat that for anyone who needs it. I'd like to leave you with a few thoughts and questions that we should all be asking ourselves. What concerns come to mind when you hear the word flexibility in fisheries management? Are you comfortable with the greater risk, or do you prefer to be a little bit more risk averse? what can we do as a sector to provide better data to help managers guide our future, make it more stable? Here's a one. How many anglers are actually out there? We don't know. It'd be great to start with that, wouldn't it? How do we better incorporate human dimensions into all of this? Because I think that would go a long way in understanding those effort shifts. So it's a lot to think about. I thank you all for your time. I'm the last one, so I guess we're going to start asking questions. So thanks, everyone.
Thanks for that, Tony. Oh, there it is. Excellent. All right, we're going to start with questions. So we have a little bit of time. I think we're going to try to run to 12:40. So, but we are holding you up from lunch. So keep that in mind, depending on how you want to go with these questions. And I would focus on questions. Focus your main priority on questions for many of the panelists. There will be a breakout session later this afternoon where you can actually put more ideas on the table of different reforms. Feel free to seed that discussion as part of this, but definitely focus as much as you can on the questions. And Mike's online. You can see him on the screen. So stick your hand up, Mike, if you want to respond to a question as they come up. And I think you know all the rules. State your affiliation and name before we get going. And
Absolutely. Patrick Paquette, live in Cape Cod, Massachusetts, generally identified with the Mass Striped Bass Association. I serve on the New England Fishery Management Council's Recreational Advisory Panel. I serve on the ASMFC's Atlantic Striped Bass Advisory Panel. My question is going to refer to actions tied to both of those panels. Where I live, we live under the New England Council. We live under the ASMFC. My experience with flexibility when it comes to the New England Council is I watched action after action after action as staff tried to lead the council, and we watched Atlantic cod be flexibilitied into a fishery that is barely commercial viable, and that we have, I believe, this year a one fish at less than 5 week season. We don't call that a season. Some of us would rather see it shut down. That's my experience with flexibility at the New England Council with recreational fisheries. There is an overwhelming disconnect between a drive for flexibility in one manner and the public on the East Coast of the United States' opinion. There is an overwhelming opinion on the East Coast that all flexibility should be removed from striped bass management. We are terrified of what flexibility might do to striped bass. And that is overwhelming. That's not me and my agenda. That is coming from North Carolina to Maine. My question is this: how can somebody from New England who's in this game, like I've been in this game for 26 years, I get why we need flexibility. We want to be able to act fast when things are in trouble and not wait 2 years to implement something when a bad stock assessment comes in. I get that. How in God's name can I look in front of a room full of anglers? And in the rooms I go through, recreational is recreational, whether you're taking people out for pay or not. It's just one thing. It's like something you do for enjoyment when you're not at work. I think that's what Webster calls it. How can we trust flexibility based on our experience in New England?
Anyone want to grab that? Go ahead, John.
Well, Patrick, I mean, I'm on the same page as you. We've seen triggers be ignored with striped bass. Rebuilding plan wasn't initiated. From my perspective, this harvest control rule still has the guardrails of Magnuson, so it's not going to be as loosey-goosey as what we see everywhere else. So, I'm just happy to participate in the process and give my comments. My concerns, I stated them with the harvest control rule, is like, how's it going to treat, those declining stocks? And we don't know because the models aren't done. And frankly, we're making comments on a framework that probably should have been an addendum or an amendment. We're making comments on concepts, models that aren't complete. The SSC is still reviewing it. It's kind of the cart pulling the horse on this. But it is what it is, and we'll do our best to keep everyone informed on it. But I don't think you're going to see the same flexibility that that you see on striped bass, if that's any comfort to everyone in New England. So,
go ahead, Julia.
I'm not super familiar with striped bass since it's not one of the species that we manage, so I was kind of worried about how to answer this question since I'm not New England Council either, so I don't really know the context, but I'll take a guess at where this question was going. And with the harvest control rule, we still have to prevent overfishing. We still have to demonstrate that whatever the measures are for each of those bins, they're still going to prevent overfishing. And there's also the way that they're tied into stock status metrics and indicators that in some sense it could give us more of like a leading prediction of things that aren't factored in very well in the current process when we're matching up a harvest limit and basically Mrip estimates. But if we're factoring in more explicitly, like how is biomass trending and what is recruitment, maybe that can move the measures more proactively up and down. When things are looking better, when they're looking worse, we might act more proactively in that way and try to still have some guardrails on there and ensure that the fishery is still sustainable.
And John?
Yeah, and I won't presume to be an expert on the situation of striped bass right now, but I can speak to why flexibility is an issue and of such a concern to the Gulf and South Atlantic. And it comes to the vast data and assessment difference that exists between striped bass and many of the species that we manage that are completely unassessed and have very little data. They do not have indices. We have basically set catch levels based on the average catch that was observed from some historical period. So the flexibility that's in mind is flexibility in regard to a management system that was designed with a certain presumption of data and science that doesn't exist. So what I summarize as the feeling of many of the fishermen in the South Atlantic and probably in the Gulf, particularly with regards to reef fish and snapper grouper, is that it's not an objection to the Magnuson concept of management by science. Everyone supports it. I've heard that here strongly. It's the objection to the management without the science. Because catch levels, just blind management by a catch level, an ACL, will often make you do the wrong thing depending on whether your stock is growing or declining. A good year class is going to make you go over a catch level, but there's a lot of fish. Recruitment failure will make you stay under a catch level, but if that's all you have is a historic catch level in today's catch, you're going to think things are great and we can relax regulations. And we've been in that situation with competing stocks at times, and that's the kind of experiences that have led the South Atlantic and Gulf to really look at this idea of flexibility. And I recognize that that's an entirely different situation than striped bass in the history that stock has. But that's sort of where we are coming and why our fishermen are actually the ones that are coming to us and saying something has got to be done here.
Interesting. All right, thanks. We'll go to the question on the right.
Yes, Charles Whittick, recreational fisherman, South Shore, Long Island, New York. I'm here to talk about the harvest control rule. Might be a great idea. I don't know. The reason I don't know is we don't have enough information to determine that. I listened to the last council meeting. I heard that there are critical models that are needed to implement the control rule. Yet I hear, well, yeah, they're critical, but they're not necessary. This is a quote from the meeting. I want to look at the amendment, and I say, what is the risk involved in each of the alternatives? What's the risk of overfishing? What's the risk of not maintaining stocks at target level? I don't know. I'm asked to make a choice between alternatives, and I have no idea what the alternatives do relative to one another. This is not ready for prime time. We need that information. This is being rushed unduly. At the council level, at the NIMFS level, this is being fast-tracked through a framework. It is a paradigm shift in the way mid-Atlantic demersals are being managed. And yet, it's not being done through an amendment. We just went through a 2-year amendment process to make minor changes in the allocations of the same species. Here, paradigm shift in management being fast-tracked through a framework. I question why this is being done, And I also have to note there are standards. And I don't know whether this meets the standards of Magnuson-Stevens, which is long-term sustainability. Will it work? I don't know. We don't have enough information. This is not ready. I look at what's really the controlling law on this. Natural Resources Defense Council v. Daly, 2000 case decided by the DC Circuit. When I look at what the court said, government counsel conceded at oral argument that to meet its statutory and regulatory mandate, the service must have a fairly high level of confidence that the quota it recommends will not result in an F greater than the target F. We also hold that, at the very least, this means that to assure the achievement of the target F, to prevent overfishing, and to be consistent with the fishery management plan, the TAL must have at least a 50% chance of attaining the target F. Can anyone tell me right now where this control rule stands if I rose at a council meeting to ask, does this meet that 50% standard? Can you tell me with a straight face that any rules adopted under this control rule will definitely have at least a 50% probability of overfishing? Can you tell me yes?
I'll let Julie take that, but I also will just highlight, I know we don't have a lot of that. Sounds like that question is a lot related to the council engagement process, so I'll leave it to Julie if you want to respond.
So the answer that we can give right now is that we have to demonstrate that we're preventing overfishing and we have to comply with Magnuson. So we can't implement anything that doesn't comply with Magnuson. But this is a kind of a challenge that we have with this action in general, is that we haven't gone through all the steps for a number of reasons. Like models aren't ready and there's concerns about if we did this, how this would drive decision making, but we don't have specific measures placed on each of the bins right now. We just are saying this is the process that we're going to use, and which process do you think is best based on the decision inputs that go into it, but we can't, that's a struggle that we're having. And in terms of public comment, like you can't look at it and be like, this will give me more liberal measures than this other option, or compared to what we're doing right now. But you can think about maybe measures will be more stable or they'll change in response to certain metrics, but there's pros and cons to thinking about it that way, because it's hard to tell how is this actually going to impact the fisheries if we can't say like what exactly are the measures going to be. But on the flip side, like we can never really predict what the measures in the future are going to be under any process, because it's like kind of an annual decision making. So this is just kind of highlighting some of the challenges that we have with this in general, but more broadly, like we still have to demonstrate that we're going to prevent overfishing under any of the options.
Thanks, Julia. Let's go to Jamie.
Hey, so first I want to apologize for coming in a little hot on that last one. It's happening right now, and so it's very charged for me and for others in my region. And I just want to make it very clear that everybody who works on this, from the science centers, they're all doing their job, and they're doing a beautiful job, and I appreciate and respect those relationships and the work they do. And it's not that the people that are creating the assessment aren't doing a good job. They're doing a great job. They're using what they've been given, right? But when what they've been given isn't enough or doesn't capture the whole picture, there's a problem. And so when we talk about flexibility, what is that? It's kind of, and I forget who it was, but when they were talking about uncertainty to you means one thing, uncertainty to the general public is like, oh, well, you have no clue, right? Well, flexibility, what is flexibility? And how can the council, how can councils, how can the different agencies, there has to be some type of mechanism when they see something is so flawed, whether it be one end or the other, say, hey, we need to take a pause. This isn't right. Something's off. And it's what you heard in my statement before was frustration and fear. I've heard that from numerous people, and you hear it on both sides of the spectrum, and part of that plays into the trust we were talking about before, and there's so much of this that all of this really touches and comes together. And so I want to say I respect and appreciate all the work that everybody does deeply. And I know we're all working for this common goal. But what we need to look at is when we all are admitting that there's something wrong, but we're still going forward with it. There's a problem. And so what does flexibility allow us to do in that situation? Because right now it doesn't feel like it's doing anything for us. And of course I feel it more because I'm going through it. But there's a flaw in there somewhere. There's pieces that aren't coming together. We have huge gaps. What do we do?
Thanks, Jamie. I didn't know if Mike, you want to respond? Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Barry. Thank you, Jamie. And don't apologize for your frustration. We're all feeling it. And I too struggle with the word flexibility, especially when applied to our assessments. There's just a knot. We really have to listen to what the population dynamics experts say about where we're going. But like you mentioned earlier, I think we're all experiencing some frustration with the data we have that's informing some of our data moderate or data poor stock assessments. And I agree with John Carmichael's comments about how catch-only projections or catch-only management has its pitfalls, but there's also some pitfalls and some issues to struggle with when you try to assess some of these previously unassessed stocks with a very limited data set. The answers you get can raise more questions than answers, really, and I don't feel like a lot of times there's a lot of flexibility there. I feel like we end up painted into a corner with the assessment results, and the flexibility we have is minimal. And I get it. I mean, I'm a big fan of science-based management, of course, but I think there needs to be a little bit more investigation of what best scientific information available really means when we really have a data paucity. So, Jamie, don't need to apologize. I think it's best for everyone to express their opinions on this because it's a big issue right now for our council.
Yeah, and I sort of hear a key theme too in hearing this. Like people, I tend to think about people are pretty flexible with their definition of flexibility, and I think that's a struggle. But I think on the one hand, you have to meet Magnuson, you have to maintain the sustainability of the stock. That's sort of the bar you have, no matter what flexibility is out there. Let's go over in the right.
1, 2.
There it is.
Thank you very much. My name's Dave Monty. I'm a charter captain from Rhode Island. And I really do think that anglers in general, certainly the ones that fish on my vessel and private anglers, are of the opinion that when you have stocks like black sea bass and scup, when there's abundance in the water, it's very hard for them to understand why regulations have to be in such a way where they actually take reduction. So I understand that totally. But at the same time, this term of flexibility that we were getting at really scares me a lot, because I know the years that I've operated with Magnuson, I know that these stocks have rebuilt with allowable catch limits, et cetera, and having people fish within those limits. What concerns me with the models not being built here with the harvest control room is that as the harvest control room had its roots in the Modern Fish Act, it clearly states, science-based management. So when we talk about how models aren't built and things just aren't right, how is that science-based management? It's a real big concern. It's an if. It doesn't mean we shouldn't do it. It just means that maybe we need to take a breath and actually be ready for it. And I'd love someone to comment on that. Thank you.
Julia, go ahead.
Thanks. Yeah. So the council and the commission are really supporting these models, and Noaa is also supporting the models, and we're really trying to get them ready to go as soon as possible and hopefully use them starting in the fall. But we're asking the council and commission to choose which process they like best before the models are ready, and then use the models to pick the measures. And even if the models aren't ready for all 4 species, or they take longer than we would like them to, we're still going to have to go through a process where, we use the data that we have and input from stakeholders and our advisory panels, and we're still going to have to pick measures that we think are appropriate and, demonstrate that they're appropriate for each bin. So, until we have the models, that might end up looking more similar to our current process in terms of the data that we use and how we use it. But we are, really trying to push that forward and do a better job of predicting harvest and catch and fishing mortality under any set of measures that'll be helpful no matter what outcome of the harvest control rule we have. So, either way, we're still going to develop measures that are based on analysis and stakeholder input.
So thanks for the question, Captain Monty. And I guess, just sort of a broad reflection that, when you don't have the information, the precautionary principle applies, and that's what Magnuson, that's what Magnuson promotes, that's what, the councils have been instructed to think in that way. So, the less information you have, the bigger your buffers with respect to uncertainty. And I think just in regards to the flexibility question, during the study committee process, one of the things that we heard, what seemed to be where the most flexibility was needed was in, our fully utilized fisheries. So when I say fully utilized, I mean those fisheries that are utilized by both the commercial sector and the recreational sector, and where, those ACLs and those ABCs are being filled out. And so flexibility in approaches that, might make more sense to the angling public, I think is what we heard. Thanks.
Thanks, Michelle. So we have time for one more question. I was going to go to Mike, and we do, just to highlight, we do have another panel on OY that's coming up, as well as the breakout session where we'll have more time for input as well. So,
thank you. Mike Wayne with the American Sport Fishing Association. So we've been supportive of the harvest control rule approach and exploring the management flexibility, and I think it's encouraging to hear council staff reiterate the merits of the Magnuson Act, the importance of preventing overfishing, and the idea that this management flexibility is not intended to jeopardize that. And that's the way we've approached this is, I look back at the outcomes from the 2014 RecFish Summit, and alternative management for recreational fisheries was a part of that summit. I look back at the 2018 summit, and alternative management was a part of that summit as well. And then we had the Modern Fish Act that tried to give some more guidance about what that flexibility could look like. So I think we really have to start somewhere. I'm encouraged by the efforts that the Mid-Atlantic Council and the Commission have taken on here. And, I think it gets back to something that Richard Cody talked about in the previous session on the data. And, we obviously spend some time this morning talking about the challenges with Mrip and trying to think about where can we better use this information and what is the appropriate way to use that information. And something resonated with me on one of his slides. He talked about Mrip being used as for the long-term management and our stock assessment and for the trends, and then for the fine scale monitoring. And I think that's where we see a lot of the challenges, especially for the Mid-Atlantic fisheries. We're constantly chasing the RHL and trying to fine-tune the management measures to stick the landing on that RHL, and we really struggle to do that. And I think that's kind of an inappropriate way to use Mrip, and we have other metrics that we can use to evaluate the status of the fishery and the status of the resource. And those are metrics that we rely on to base our management: fishing mortality, estimates of SSB, trends in the stock biomass. So to me, incorporating that information in addition to the Mrip data is a more holistic approach. And I just appreciate the Mid-Atlantic Council and the Commission being open to that approach. And I'm excited to see what comes out of this. You know, as other commenters mentioned, it's not perfect. It hasn't been fully developed, but it gives us a starting point. And I think we've got some species in really healthy stock condition to try something new. And I just wanted to express my support for it. Thanks.
Thanks for that. Michelle, you want to jump in real quick?
Yeah, just really quickly. So Mike mentioned in his comments monitoring, and so this sort of touches on one of the committee's other statements of task with respect to trying to supplement or improve the use of Mrip for that in-season monitoring. So if people are having trouble falling asleep tonight, I would encourage you to download the National Academy's report and go to Chapter 4, where there are a number of different approaches, you know, and I've mentioned this at some council meetings and FMET meetings that could be used to try to improve the precision in those Mrip estimates that bring in ancillary sources of data. So I am not the modeler, but the committee spent a lot of time investigating all different sources of information, and I'm looking to the committee chair over here, and he's nodding his head. So I think there are other things that we need to consider to try to improve that precision and the utility of Mrip for in-season monitoring at these sub-regional levels that we're trying to use it for, and really focus on that regional approach. The Mrip implementation teams are supposed to be that sort of ground-up approach to tackling some of these issues and how we can improve the use of that data. Thank you.
Thanks, Michelle. So let's give a hand for the panelists. And Jessica's going to lead us to lunch.
All right. Buenas tardes. Good afternoon. If you're listening from Hawaii, I'll try this. Aloha kakakiaka, which is good morning, and it's still morning there. And if you're from Hawaii and you're here, it probably still feels like morning, so I hope that's appropriate. I'm Mike Ruccio. I am the division chief of our domestic fisheries division at Noaa headquarters. We're going to be moving into our next panel, which is a fantastic panel. We're going to be talking about optimum yield, or OY, as you'll hear it referred to often in this. So the second portion of this session, as I mentioned, focuses on OY as a tool to better identify, prioritize, and achieve recreational fisheries management objectives. The National Academy Science Review that you heard some about this morning recommended engaging anglers in discussions on optimal yield and how it can be used to, quote, identify and prioritize management objectives that are better suited to the cultural, economic, and conservation goals of the angling community, end quote. So similar to the other formats, we will have a number of presentations. I'll introduce the speakers here briefly, and then we will have a period, afterwards for some Q&A, and then we'll get further instructions for our breakout sessions that'll deal with both the management conversation we just came out of, as well as this session, okay? So here's our panel. I'm very pleased to introduce from my staff, a little bias here, Marion McPherson, who's with Noaa Fisheries at headquarters, who is a management and program analyst for the Office of Sustainable Fisheries. Dr. John Fresky, who is the Deputy Director of the Gulf of Mexico Fishery Management Council, and I hope I pronounced your name close to accurate. Mike Leonard, who is the Vice President of Government Affairs for the American Sport Fishing Association. Captain Scott Hickman, the owner of Circle H Outfitters and a member of the Charter Fishermen's Association. And Dr. Jorge Holzer, who is an associate professor at the Department of Agricultural and Resource Economics at the University of Maryland. So with that, Mara, takes away.
Okay, hi, good afternoon. I'm Marion McPherson from the Office of Sustainable Fisheries, and I'm here to start off with a foundational review of optimum yield. And I've heard you all talk about some of these concepts a bit this morning, but I've got 10 minutes to go over the basics with you, remind you where everything comes from, and what's so important about optimum yield. So this is a quotation from our national standard guidelines. And I think it really captures everything you need to know about optimum yield and Magnuson Act. It says the determination of optimum yield is a decisional mechanism for resolving the Magnuson Act's objectives, achieving FNP's objectives, and balancing the various interests that comprise the greatest overall benefits to the nation. So I've heard you talking about balancing interests and balancing priorities a lot this morning, and that's really what's at the core of the Magnuson Act. So I'm briefly going to discuss with you what's in the Magnuson Act itself, what's in our regulatory guidance, and then I'm going to focus a bit on how we determine the greatest overall benefits to the nation, what factors we need to consider, and then how our FNPs are providing processes for us to consider these factors. We'll take a quick snapshot at how OY has evolved over the years and then review some key takeaways. So here's the Magnuson Act. It starts out with a definition for us that optimum yield is an amount of fish from a fishery that achieves the greatest benefit to the nation in light of these considerations: food sources, recreational opportunities, and protection of marine ecosystems. The statute tells us that optimum yield is reduced from maximum sustainable yield, and it's reduced, so maximum sustainable yield is the ceiling on how high we can go. And we reduce it based on factors, which are, I call them our ESE factors, our economic factors, our social factors, and our ecological factors. And of course, optimum yield has to be at a level that allows us to rebuild to MSY. Magnuson Act has National Standard 1, our driving core policy mandate to prevent overfishing while achieving on a continuing basis optimum yield. So they're wrapped up together, this yin and yang of fisheries management, our lofty aspirational goal, and then our limit. Achieve optimum yield and prevent overfishing. And then FNPs must, within the FNP, specify the optimum yield and MSY. They must prevent the overfishing. And then we've got these concepts of the annual limits and the accountability measures that can be constraining. So we have further guidance in our regulations. Magnuson does not define maximum sustainable yield, but our guidelines tell us that it's a long-term average. And that's butting up against these overfishing concepts, many of which are expressed annually, annual catch limits and accountability measures. However, I do want to point out, and this was mentioned in Michelle's summary of the National Academy report, the necessity or the need for flexibilities. Our guidelines do provide for flexibilities in some circumstances around these annual constraints, especially when you have fluctuations in data and there's a need for smoothing of management responses to use averages, 3-year averages for triggering, averages monitoring to trigger your accountability measures, for example, phased in changes to your ABCs. And also there's a great variety of forms that an accountability measure can take. It does not necessarily have to be paying back the fish immediately in the following year. We've got regulatory guidance on that. And then our regs provide us further guidance on optimum yield. I've listed out here some of the topics that are covered, but I want to focus on a couple of them here for you today. And the first one is the linkage to the FNP objectives. So as I said, in thinking of terms of where you might make a difference, when's the last time you reviewed your FNP's objectives? Our fisheries are evolving constantly, and all of our interests being appropriately captured in the objectives, which then optimum yield is designed to achieve. And then I'm going to focus on, again, this decisional mechanism, and that's another place where recreational issues as well as other issues should be identified and considered. And there's a lot of guidance on what goes into both of these. So I'm going to talk a little bit about that decisional mechanism. How do we determine optimum yield? How do we determine the greatest benefits? And Magnuson, the definition, says we consider food production and recreational opportunities. Well, I heard you talking this morning about maybe what you want from a recreational standpoint. It's not more fish to catch, it's more opportunity, it's more quality of your experience. Our guidelines want us to consider that. They want you to bring that to light for discussions in determining optimum yield. These factors, these ESE factors, also in our guidelines have specific recognition of recreational interests. They want to satisfy recreational needs. Social considerations can include the enjoyment that you get from recreational fishing, for example. And then finally, this bit about documentation and process of how the OY is assessed. that we are supposed to summarize this information that was considered and then document how we reached the determination of the greatest benefit and review it on a continuing basis because our fisheries do evolve. Here's a little bit about what it looks like. How does this process play out, this decisional mechanism in FNPs? Big picture, there are three main ways right now, and it's evolved a lot over the years, but right now we have some FNPs that express they develop their OY through a standard FNP process. It goes through Magnuson Council process, public hearings, et cetera, and is then written into the content of the FNP itself or an amendment. On the other end of the spectrum, we have some FNPs now that have done the OY calculation up front and then put it into the result of a stock assessment process. And so ultimately, that's a framework. We talked a little bit this morning about the trade-offs between doing a quick and easy framework for efficiency and keeping things moving and responding quickly to changing situations versus the more deliberative, time-consuming process of the FNP amendment. And there are trade-offs, and opportunities for public participation might be cut short in some framework situations. So in the middle here, I've highlighted the combination approach that some of the FNPs have taken, which are to establish these default control rules, and when new information comes in through stock assessments, then those go out for public comment through the specs process. So there is a bite at the apple in that process for getting your interests expressed in terms of the economic, social, and ecological considerations. And then again, I want to call out the importance of the linkage to your FNP objectives, and to reiterate that as those objectives, as your fishery evolves over time, make sure that your objectives are expressed in a way that keeps up. So here is just my quick and dirty poster. I'm not going to go into the details. Anyone who's interested can take some time and digest it. But the point here is to show you that OY has evolved a lot, how we've expressed it, how we've considered it over the years, and it's going to keep evolving. And that means you get to keep having opportunities for input to how it becomes expressed in the future. So getting down to my key takeaways, again, I just want to reiterate optimum yield is net benefits to the nation, and how we determine that is an iterative process. It should allow for the input of various competing perspectives. There are specific considerations that we should be focusing on, and these are set forth in our regulations as guidance. What we need to consider include your recreational interests that you're talking about. How do they get considered? FNPs have taken different approaches, some of which provide better access than others, and there are trade-offs and reasons for that. But in the conversation about how to participate in OY, that's certainly something that needs to be taken into consideration. And keep in mind that your objectives are keeping up with the times. And then, again, the context. Optimum yield is a lofty aspirational goal, which is constrained by these annual concepts of preventing overfishing. However, don't forget we do have some flexibilities in those annual calculations, phasing them in averages. So quick and dirty, everything you need to know about optimum yield in 10 minutes.
Thank you, Marion. As I mentioned at the onset, we'll hold questions until after all the presenters have gone. So Dr. Fresky, you're next. Thank you.
Is this on? Did you turn it on, or the mic's still on? Okay. Okay. I have just a couple of diagrams, but I can go ahead and start because it's not critical to what I'm going to say at the beginning. So my name is John Fresky. I'm the Deputy Director for the Gulf Council. So I kind of got roped in, and the questions that I kind of want to talk about are, how is OY used in management? And I'm going to revise that question a little bit and say, is OY used in management? And so I'll start there, and my quick, these are long talks, there are many of them. So I'm just going to skip to the answer and say yes, but not perhaps how you think, and then go in a little bit as to why. And so, as we just discussed, the optimum yield is related to maximum sustainable yield. That's a value that you could actually calculate given that you have enough data and you make some assumptions about a particular case. OY, we know that is less than that, but there isn't a formulaic case that you can calculate a precise number. It's dependent on judgments, what people value. things like that. And at least in the case of the Gulf, almost all of these fisheries are mixed use, and so there are widely varying perspectives on what that might be. The probably, at least in the terms of the application of it in my region that I work in, the conflict perhaps or contrast between these annual catch limits, these annual values, and the longer term MSY and OY values, I think is probably the more challenging portion of how we integrate this into management more effectively. So the annual catch limits, these are annual values, they're specified annually, they often vary from year to year in a yield stream or something, and the council, through our process, is required to achieve annual catch limits. And in the event that you exceed them, there are accountability measures in place. And so, for example, often there are paybacks. And so if you exceed an annual catch limit, you got to pay that back in the following year. And so this occupies a tremendous amount of the council's time specifying these annual catch limits, setting them, monitoring compliance, setting up rebuilding plans, and those kinds of things. The challenge, or one challenge of this, is that there is no clear linkage, at least definitively, that relating the ACLs to the OY. You can assume that if you were able to achieve these ACLs year after year, that it should lead to OY. But given that there's no calculation, there's no exact way to say, yes, we are achieving OY for this fishery or we're not. And so it makes that whole discussion quite complicated. In terms of how do you communicate this to the public, this is a whole other challenge. We've been at the annual catch limit thing for 10 years or so now, and so we sort of have that conversation. I have up on the screen just an infographic. About 2 years ago, we developed a amendment in our region to specify status determination criteria, including optimum yield and maximum sustainable yield, for several stocks that we didn't have it previously defined. And so this diagram, we went up there and tried in an effort to try to figure out how to explain some of these concepts to the public. And I'll just start on the top left panel. And on the x-axis, you really see that as labeled as stock size. And the way that we kind of describe this is these are the long-term values, and those 4 quadrants there essentially correspond to a typical output that you would get from a stock assessment. And so the idea is that you could explain in terms of stock status, where that middle line on the MSST, this is the minimum stock size threshold. So you're above that level. And then on the y-axis is the fishing mortality. So there's an instantaneous portion and a long-term portion, and we tried to use this in a moment in time to explain the performance of any particular fishery, typically based on a stock assessment, but not always. And then the bottom panels tried to illustrate through time how a typical fishery, starting from some early portion where there wasn't any fishing of virgin stock or close to it, and how the biomass responds through time, in which you drive that down. And then so that top panel looks at biomass through time, and at some point you hit some depleted state. In theory, you would apply management measures, and then the stock would begin to grow as a result of implementation of management. And so on the right column, you can see the various metrics. The minimum stock size threshold is below the MSY. The yellow line is the biomass at MSY, and then the green line you can see again is the biomass above that. And so in theory that works well, and then this bottom panel is the sort of the inverse of that, is the fishing mortality. So in portions of time where you have depleted stocks, you likely have high fishing mortality, and you have to reduce the fishing mortality to begin to rebuild the stock. And so this is sort of some of the things that we tried to communicate to the public. I'm not sure, I guess you'd have to get some feedback from the stakeholders. I'll call it a partial success. We developed an outreach video, tried that. I looked this morning, I think it had 115 views on YouTube. So not a great feedback. Part of the problem, at least the challenge of this, is a couple of things. The annual catch limits, which we, again, takes a tremendous amount of the council's activities, has paybacks. It's a very tractable thing that the council's obligated to respond to in the event that it's not being achieved, where OY is not there. In some cases, it's perhaps we don't have the accountability measures in place such that we're required to achieve it. Sometimes we don't have the data or the opportunity to have a discussion about what various stakeholders value and what they would want to look like. You know, one other challenge is in a typical, I'll say, stock in ours, when we get a stock assessment, the biomass is perhaps below MSY, above the minimum stock size, meaning it's not overfished, but we are below the optimum yield. And so those conversations of how do you temporarily at least reduce the harvest in a meaningful way to grow the stock above to get to OY is not an easy conversation. And we have struggled with that. And then, you know, there are some special cases that, for example, Goliath grouper, it's a charismatic large grouper in our region. Harvest has been prohibited since '92 with a couple caveats. It's going to be reopened in a highly regulated state fishery. So essentially OY on that is 0, and you know that's sort of a subject. Sharks are a different issue. We have a lot of depredation issues, and people have argued that perhaps the OY should be well above MSY because they're depriving other fish that are more highly prized from being landed, although that's not consistent with magnuson. And then lastly, I won't go into it, but just the idea of ecosystem management and proceeding to that way. There are some challenges with OY and how that works. If you think about similar species or species of similar trophic levels, one might be more desirable than another, and how you might set OY levels corresponding to that. And we haven't really got working through that yet. It's work for the future, I suppose. I think I'll just stop there, try to keep on time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Mike Leonard from ASA.
All right. Thanks. Good afternoon, everyone. Mike Leonard with American Sport Fishing Association, representing the recreational fishing industry. I planned on centering my discussion or my talk here about an analogy between optimum yield and figure skating, but after Ken's golf analogy kind of blew up earlier, I didn't want to create any more controversy, although I did agree with the point Ken was making. But I guess I'll start with, if anyone can figure out a figure skating optimum yield analogy, I would love to hear it. But anyway, to start with, I wanted to first state, this topic of optimum yield highlights one of the main primary distinctions between recreational fishing and commercial fishing, at least in my mind, in that in just about every commercial fishing context, at least that I can think of, from a stakeholder standpoint, optimum yield is going to want to be close to maximum sustainable yield. I mean, you have some, Spud talked this morning about Menhaden forage species where the ecological factors get taken into account to reduce the catch limit below MSY to a different definition of optimum yield. But in general, commercial fisheries are going to be seeking to maximize harvest, and optimum yield and MSY are going to be pretty close to one another, taking into account scientific uncertainty. In recreational fisheries, it's a little more complicated. Sometimes maximizing harvest is the case, sometimes maximizing abundance and encounters is the case across fisheries and oftentimes within fisheries. So it's a complicated set of stakeholders for managers to try and appease. I was going to capture something that it was from a blog post that Charlie Whittick wrote from a couple years ago that I think captured the sentiment well, and I'll read from it. There are some species of fish, such as scup, red snapper, and flounder, that anglers typically want to take home if they're caught, making yield relevant to the recreational fishery, while there are other federally managed species such as bluefish, amberjack, and king mackerel, and also state-managed species such as striped bass and permit that, while certainly edible, are sought more for fun than for food. In the case of those latter species, managing for lower harvest levels and greater abundance makes more sense than managing merely for yield. As we saw from Marion earlier, MSA and national standards pretty clearly specify that setting catch limits below MSY based on these economic, social, and ecological factors is allowable, and that's sort of the centerpiece of Magnuson, is this idea of optimum yield and setting forth the ability for managers to reduce catch to take into account these other factors beyond just MSY. The challenge is, though, this hasn't been put into practice particularly well throughout the councils. There's some examples of outliers, but in general, it's not something that's well thought through when these management decisions are being made. This is from a review and analysis of the current application of optimum yield in U.S. fisheries management, a report that came out a few years ago. One of the key takeaways from that report was current ACL and OI specification processes rarely account explicitly for economic, social, or ecological factors or ecosystem level objectives, and if they do, only in an ad hoc, usually stock-specific basis. So again, this idea that the ability's there, it's the actual implementation of it that seems to be lacking in a lot of fisheries. A few examples, king mackerel was mentioned. This is one in the Gulf where the recreational sector's harvesting around 40% of the quota, and in a lot of discussions that's viewed as underutilizing the resource. Maybe we need to reallocate that unused quota to the commercial sector who will harvest and keep those fish, but it's losing sight of the fact that this is a species that that opportunity for encounters, you need high abundance for recreational anglers to have that opportunity to encounter the resource. There's a large catch and release segment of the fishery. So this idea that this is underutilizing the resource by catching something that's lower than the allowable catch limit, that's a bad thing. Again, it loses sight of the fact that recreational fishermen often have different motivations. Bluefish on the Atlantic's another example. Over 60% of bluefish caught are released by recreational anglers, and similarly, both in when catch limits are being determined as well as in allocation decisions, there's this constant sort of give and take of these are species that if they're being released, we've got another sector that would be happy to harvest these species, so perhaps we should be considering permanently moving allocation over, which again loses sight of that need for abundance. Of course, bluefish is going through other challenges that have started to mitigate some of those discussions, but nevertheless, just a couple examples of where OI needs to be viewed a little bit in a more complicated determination than just looking at maximizing yield. Striped bass, I feel bad for Bob how much we keep bringing up your striped bass, but this is one where there's certainly a large segment of both camps of the harvesters, the catch and release, the trophy anglers. So again, kind of highlights within a fishery the challenge of sort of striking the right balance when you've got a commercial component, a recreational component, and within a recreational component, so many different motivations. So one other point I want to make is I'm not necessarily assigning, and I would hope others wouldn't either, assigning a moral judgment on those motivations of anglers. Harvesting fish, filling the cooler is great, catch and release is great. Just because you participate in one or the other doesn't make you superior to the other or relieve you of any sort of conservation burden as we're all looking to sustain the resource. It's just, again, highlighting that anglers have different motivations. So again, bottom line, it's complicated. Just because it's complicated doesn't mean this is something that we should ignore or continue going forward with status quo. I think that was one of the points that Janet Coit made earlier, is that we have to be willing to sort of think outside the box and evolve these discussions beyond where we are now. Maybe there's some risk involved in that, but just because it's complicated doesn't mean it's something we need to continue to be ignoring. And then lastly, on the NSA, NAS, National Academy of Sciences report, was encouraged with that recommendation of Noaa and the council's sort of focus grouping, sitting down with the recreational stakeholders and determining a better path forward for OI. I guess my concern is part of the problem, I think, is that lack of sort of sitting down and understanding motivations, but there's another equally or greater concern of actually having the information to drive the ultimate decisions. In my mind, there's still a pretty large socioeconomic data void in so many of these fisheries management decisions where we can agree that, yes, we need to lower catch levels to account for these social, ecological, other factors, but do we have the data to actually make a hard determination on that? I think in a lot of fisheries that's going to be a challenge. So certainly an additive challenge within the data issues we've been talking about on the fishery side, but the socioeconomic data is another huge void that I think we need to be focusing on as well. So I'll end there, and thanks, everyone.
All right, thank you. Captain Hickman.
Howdy. Captain Scott Hickman from Galveston. I've got a bunch of notes here to read off of, but I thought maybe you'd enjoy an interpretive dance a little better. Jim was trying to talk me into it, but talk about golf maybe. Basically, optimum yield. It's kind of an interesting concept. The private recreational sectors always had so many challenges moving forward, staying within their yearly, ACLs and, anything outside the box they can look at that would help. But, if we really want to start talking about optimum yield in recreational fisheries, we have to start addressing shifting stocks, transparent, different issues caused by climate change. I said this a couple times yesterday that the FEP process from the councils can be very important. These things could kind of move together. One solution that you could do is map out what changes are coming from climate change. Noaa is starting to do that, and don't rely on past trends. Regions are never an easy issue, but guidance from Noaa on how to deal with these allocations and these changing trends, need to be able to help us. So that's very important. I would say data collection's probably something I'm very passionate about. Moving forward with optimum yield. We don't have great data collection systems, as we've been arguing about this all day long. A federal stamp like we have in duck hunting would have a big value. A national registry, which is obviously not working. You got to define the universe of private recreational anglers. You got to know how many there are out there. Stamps, endorsements, licenses. How do we get that done? Do we have to change MSA to be able to do that? I don't know. Maybe something we can talk about after this. Overall, I don't see the private recreational sector wanting to slow down their growth. It's become the 2,000 or 3,000 pound gorilla in the room. Optimum yield sounds good. You're looking at doing something different, but at some point you're going to have to really address some type of limited access program, whether it be fish stamps, some type of a stamp system for a lot of these fisheries. I know, that doesn't help the bottom line if you're selling fishing boats and fishing tackle and fancy fishing shirts. But, the charter boat industry in the Gulf and some other areas, we've had limited access for a long time. We found ways to make that work. Commercial fisheries, lots of them are limited access. So, can optimum yield work in a world where you've got a stamp type endorsement, a license? I don't think you do anything. You can find 100 different ways and say this is an idea. And I mean, if this is the best idea that came out of the Modern Fish Act to try to save folks to be able to access these fisheries moving forward in a sustainable way, where your children can be able to go out and recreational fish, and my children can go out and recreational fish, I don't hold a lot of hope for our fisheries in this country, because this is not a very good plan. But until you identify the universe, and we know who's actually doing these activities, what kind of discards we're getting, you complain about the data all you want. If you don't have good information and you know who's doing simple puts and takes, simple accounting. And harvest control rules works in duck hunting, because we have a waterfowl stamp. No way to identify the universe currently. No way to be able to count all these people that are doing these activities. And, limited access at some point, those discussions are going to have to happen. You cannot continue to just have this uncontrolled effort in these fisheries and have sustainable fisheries. It's going to start rolling off into the commercial side, the charter for hire side. And I was glad to see Janet make the comments about sector separation the other day and looking at the rest of the country. Had we not done that in the Gulf, we would have been gobbled up. Had we not done that in the Gulf, we couldn't develop the most robust data collection system for recreational fishermen in the world that's on the water with VMSs as of March 1st. Optimum yield, yeah, it'll all work, but you're going to have to take those first steps. Identify the universe, find a way to forecast future growth in the recreational fishery and constrain that growth to where you don't eat the whole house and home and you become a totally discard fishery. I think that's all I had. Stamps, endorsements, etc. And that's where I feel. Thank you.
You and our last panelist, Dr. Holzer.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. Jorge Holzer, University of Maryland. So I'm going to give you, in the next 6 minutes, a brief overview of how fisheries economists think of optimal yield, especially in the context of recreational fishing. It's not, oh, there we go. So let me just repeat what was said already. This is Magnuson, MSY, reduced by a relevant economic, social, or ecological factor will allow us to get to OY. So the question is, how do we adjust MSY? And I'm going to start by saying that we should focus less on yield as a given quantity and more on the process we need to implement in order to get to that quantity. And that's, in the opinion of economists like me, is a bottom-up process that starts with understanding anglers' preferences, motivations, and the determinants of the trip quality. It's only then that we can move to economic valuation and arrive, hopefully, to the optimal yield. So my answer to how we move towards OY will be by implementing management that takes into account anglers' preferences. Okay. So in order to determine OY, as I said earlier, first and foremost, we have to understand anglers' preferences. And let me be concrete here. So what determines the quality of the fishing trip for anglers? So how important is the number of fish caught? What about the discards? How important are landings? Moreover, the catch is random. So how do anglers assess the likelihood of different catch outcomes? Do they think in terms of probabilities, or do they use heuristic rules? In that case, which ones? We really don't know. What are the trade-offs that the anglers face when deciding where to go fishing? How do they assess the attributes of the different sites and locations available to them? We really need to understand how to sort of mold that decision process in order to incorporate it into our models and then advise the policymakers. When it comes to the regulations, size limits, possession limits, the length of the season, are these just restrictions to your activity, or do they provide more information to you? As an example, does the bag limit convey information on the abundance of the stock? Here in the East Coast, as another example, when we look at the summer flounder fishery, if we increase the bag limit, we see an increase in the number of trips, even though not even 2% of the trips reach the bag limit to start with. So why is that happening? We don't really know. And of course, all these determinants of the quality of the fishing trip must be assessed for each type of angler. Catch and release angler, the angler that wants to bring fish home for their own consumption, trophy fish angler, and so forth. So once we have a good grasp of what anglers are looking for, we can communicate that to the council so the council can incorporate that information into the management process. And sort of the gold standard in the profession here is to use what we call bioeconomic models that incorporate the biology of the stock and anglers' preferences to determine the best regulations that sort of control, restrict harvest, but keep the quality of the fishing experience intact or enhance that quality of the fishing experience. However, the trick is that it's not easy to determine anglers' preferences. It's a hard exercise. How do we do that? Well, we rely on focus groups and talk directly to anglers to learn from them what they're looking for. And then we can incorporate those insights into the design of surveys that will allow us to understand how anglers make choices. And we can supplement those surveys with other techniques that rely on actual behavior by anglers. So next time you're asked to fill out a survey, do so. Help us understand how you make your choices so that we can help you get more catch, a better fishing experience. And those surveys might look like this one that we are running as we speak here in the East Coast to better understand preferences in the summer flounder and black sea bass fishery. So to conclude, I think I'm within my time. To implement OY, we need first and foremost to understand what anglers are looking for in their fishing experience. That's going to allow us to assess economic values of the fishing trips. We cannot do that. We cannot do that valuation before we understand preferences. Additionally, we need to know who is fishing what and when. If I shorten the season, I want to understand which type of angler will be excluded. That's very important in determining the value of the rec fishing experience. We need to understand that as well. And finally, we have to keep in mind the time dimension here. So to what extent the fishing today, as determined by the current regulations, will impact the opportunities you will have and others to enjoy the fishery in the future. So we try to balance the fishing enjoyment today with the ability you will have and others to enjoy fishing of good quality in the future. So it's all about preferences when it comes to the economics profession. Preferences, 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 and then we go to valuation, and eventually we can help you to get to OY. So I'll stop there.
All right, thank you again, panel. That was great. Russ told me before this started he knew this would be the best panel, and it didn't disappoint, so thanks, Russ. So we can open the floor up for questions now. We're on schedule, so we have about 20 minutes, so if you want to queue up behind either of the mics, if you have questions for the panel. Yes, please.
Hello? My name is Richard Yamada. I'm a lodge owner and charter captain from Alaska. I'm a MAFAC member, and I'm also a International Pacific Halibut Commissioner up in Alaska. My question is, in the the first slide said OY is measured in pounds, and I've always had a problem when sectors are achieving their ACLs that there is no metric to, and then the very next sentence says that we need to look at in the recreational fisheries, the angler's experience, all the intrinsic values, the social values of the recreational fishery. And we don't have any metrics that can convert those experiences and intrinsic values of recreational fisheries into pounds when we come to ACLs. In Alaska, we have a combined catch limit that involves the charter fishery and the commercial fishery. We only allocated about 18% of the fishery jointly. When we come to trying to describe the importance of the for hire recreational fishery in Alaska in terms of economics, we always have trouble comparing apples and oranges between the value of a fish in the commercial fishery versus the value of a fish in the recreational fishery. But just forget about the economics. Look at the social part of that statement, social economics. When you have the intrinsic value that I think most people come to Alaska to fish, beyond just catching these fish, they come for the camaraderie, the experience to get at a fishing lodge, all these values that we have and we value as important, but we can't translate that into pounds when we come to determining how much the recreational fishery should be fishing on. We talk about it, that there is some value to it and everybody recognizes the value, but we don't have metrics or comparable way to weight the importance of our recreational fishery compared to another user group. So I'm asking the panel, in your knowledge, is there any work being done in trying to develop this metric that we can use at councils to really support the value other than just saying it's a great experience? But how do you quantify that? We look at qualitative measurements, but we need to quantify that. So when we come to the bargaining table, when we have these allocation discussions, that we can say there is value to the recreational fishery, and we can compare, apples to apples.
Thank you for the question. To the panel?
We actually have a metric, right, that we can use, which is dollars. In economics, we use willingness to pay to compare apples and apples. And some of the sort of tools I mentioned will allow you to translate sort of valuation by anglers into dollars, and the same with commercial fishermen, and you then can allocate quota. But the common metric is certainly dollars. And we can do that, and the example I show with the survey is pretending to do that. We're trying to do that, look at the trade-offs that people make in the recreational fishery to try to assess what's the willingness to pay for a trip of given characteristics. So that's how we do it. But it's dollars, right, at the end of the day, how we compare different sectors.
Just not enough of that, then I guess, there's been a lack of that information in the recreational fishery.
The allocation process is a pretty deliberate process. If you skip any part within that process and you have a problem, you sow a lot of distrust between user groups too. So I think you'd have to be really, really careful. It could be problematic to say the least.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I neglected to mention, would you please state your name and your affiliation before you go? Thank you for doing that, Richard. We'll move over to the left, please.
Thank you. David Sikorsky, CCA Maryland, private angler, public angler too, and that's along my line of questioning, partly for you, Captain Hickman, but also anybody, because I struggle with this, being involved in fisheries management, where the public and private line lies. I often think about it, private is private. It's pretty simple. It's at home. It's kind of me and within myself. I've shown very clearly over the last 2 days I'm a social creature. I like to talk. I like the engagement with my people, with the public. I'm a waterfowler, big time. And I gravitated towards that kind of hunting because it's social. It's the use of the public resource. And I always appreciated it because there's no allocation. You almost define your own allocation by how you set your decoys, where you hunt, who you choose to go with. There's no set bag limit for a lodge versus somebody in a boat versus somebody on the shore. And I think that speaks to the simplicity or the success in that arena. I think we have so much to learn from that, and I appreciate specifically you, Captain, bringing that up because it's been such a defining part of my life, a big-time waterfowler. So I struggle with it in fisheries as we especially talk to the sector separation piece of the puzzle right here in Maryland or across the river in Maryland through striped bass conservation measures, which we're currently fishing under, called Addendum 6. Maryland DNR chose to use the conservation equivalency tool to create a pilot program, which allowed for higher captains, if they hail in, hail out, and electronically report their catch, to have a 2-fish bag limit. And then individuals who may fish from shore on a private vessel or however we choose to do it, they have a 1-fish bag limit. And the first thing that came to my mind, just struggling with this, is, isn't that discriminatory? So we're asking somebody to have a financial ability to achieve 2 fish as a trade-off for this business to maintain its business. And like Mr. Paquette said earlier today, I like to enter these conversations as we're all as one. And I've always viewed the for-hire sector as a bus driver. And there's a lot of expense, burden to maintain the business, the vessels and such, and they all go out throughout our economy. And then there's so much benefit from an individual doing it on their own. So I really do struggle with where the private and public line is, and I understand that not everybody's going to win, but I also think of it very clearly as a Baltimore City resident and being surrounded by neighbors that I'm trying to bring into our fisheries through the diversity, equity, inclusion concepts, because fishing and hunting has been such an important part of my life. It's why I volunteered my way into a job. And so I'll stop there, and I'd love to hear your thoughts on those lines and how if you struggle with these at all.
I really don't. Going into the sector separation process, the private recreational angler, both my brothers have offshore boats. I've had a charter boat since I was my first part of college when I got out of the Marine Corps, and done it my whole life. It's generally the public, the non-boat owning public, that I take into the Gulf and the federal EEZ waters. That some of the people do have discretionary income to own a boat like mine. Boats like that now are $500,000 or more. Private recreational, private are folks that generally Friends of mine have homes on the coast, second homes, nice, large offshore boats, are blessed to have that. But 99% of the people in the United States don't have that type of discretionary income or that ability to own a second home or have a large boat like mine. And mine's open to the public. And whoever wants to go fishing on our federally permitted charter boat can call, and my wife will take care of them, put them on a boat. And the private recreational boat owner is private. He's not open to the public. So, that was kind of what we started with sector separation, was keeping the access open for that non-boat owning public to the reef fish complex in the Gulf of Mexico, which we're talking 99% of the country. And, that one family that may want to come on that one vacation to Galveston or Destin or see a dolphin, see a sea turtle, catch a fish out in the ocean, take it home and eat it. They may just do it once in their whole life. And it was about securing access that we were drastically losing because of this giant growing population of people moving to the Gulf Coast and buying their own boat. And the amazing amount of effort that I've seen increase since I got in the fishery, and the technology between the 4-stroke outboards, the better fishing tackle, and the better net, everything. So it's been a big change in 30-something years. And but that basically gets down to it between public and private. Now, I will say, in addition, when I started looking into this, managing to OY, one of the things that I researched, I was like, I'm gonna find a mixed-use fishery that had a larger recreational component or ACL than charter/commercial, that's not being overfished or has got some type of an issue with rebuilding, not meeting any of the rebuilding timelines. I could not find that mixed-use fishery that had a larger recreational ACL in that fishery that was not being badly overfished and totally not coming close to the rebuilding timelines. So I was like, okay, so how do you go about restraining that effort to where you can keep this fishery sustainable and growing and rebuild and stay within those confines? And I'm thinking, why? Maybe we got a chance of this. You still have to do a few steps. One of them, deal with climate change. I think that OY and a good FEP together, you could come up with something. But anyway, I just kind of built on your public-private conversation and OY and what that looks like. But that's what it means to me. It's always been very, very clear on the two differences.
I appreciate it. I appreciate you providing that clarity, and it continues to be great to me because, as I was mentioning earlier with the golf analogy, I love fishing. I would play on any course, and personally, and so I'll continue to struggle with it. But I don't eat golf balls. That's the big difference. I do eat the fish that I catch if I'm even recreational fishing on my brother's boat, not on my charter boat. But I go play golf, and I'm not very good at it. And I do have to fish them out of the water sometimes, so it's kind of like fishing. Yeah. But yeah, I don't harvest or eat the golf balls. They go back in the bag, hopefully. Yep. So.
Mike, go ahead, please.
Yeah, Dave, you could stand up there because I got a question for you, and this relates to. It's actually less about optimum yield, but more this undertone that's been coming up throughout this conference. In some cases, more of an overtone. I don't know if that's even a word, but that a large segment of the recreational fishing community is resistant to the idea of providing data or stepping up and reporting catch. But I wanted to ask you, David, because I know you've been involved in this. You mentioned in Maryland there was this pilot program for hire sector where they got additional access to the resource as part of a reporting requirement. But I'm curious, was a similar opportunity offered to the private recreational sector, and would you have foreseen there being willingness from the private recreational sector to participate in something like that if it resulted in the same kind of 1 fish to 2 fish bag limit increase?
Yeah, there was not an opportunity presented. The same kind of arguments that maybe not arguments, but points were made that I talked about a little bit earlier. Things like we can't handle the capacity, we don't have the staff, we don't have the data. And unfortunately, what made it most complicated in the striped bass conversation was a very clear need for conservation, not a growing stock or a stock where there's debate around its health, like some of the Gulf stuff that's been happening for way too long. So it was not offered to the public. It was simply said that if we pay more, we get more fish, as just a judgment call by leadership, somewhere between the rank and file DNR, folks and the governor. And that's an unfortunate piece of the flexibility thing we were talking about a little bit earlier with the previous panel of striped bass, because it seeds distrust. And if I had a legal war chest, we would have already been in court, because our fisheries law in Maryland, and I'm not a lawyer, says things should be fair and equitable. And I think there's other laws in our country that define discrimination, and I still am going to struggle with that, because it's tough. It's tough to represent an organization that's to conserve, promote, and enhance for the benefit of the general public. I hate to think that these resources that have been so available to me, and not by financial means, by effort, may not be available for future generations of anglers.
All right, well, thanks for that. And that's what I suspected, but I just wanted to clarify that in a lot of cases, it's not a lack of willingness, it's a lack of trust, opportunity, sort of understanding what the management outcomes are, that type of thing. So. Yeah, and implementation too, and a driving factor, back to Captain Hickman's point about the stamp or the ability to be counted. That's a whole other piece of the puzzle that actually Dr. Hoser did some great work maybe 8 years ago or so in Maryland DNR to talk about cost recovery and to help unpack some of these, like this resource rent concept that we talk about and see in almost every other resource in the world. It's rare that we have free access to a public resource anywhere. We have it across all fisheries, free relatively. And so we talked about it at Maryland DNR. What are we doing? Who's paying in, and what kind of services are they providing to the public? We looked at it from commercial, recreational, and public components, and it was a really telling exercise that I would recommend all to start to continue to look at, because it can help define optimum yield. In our case, on a Maryland level, and I fully intend to kind of push back into those conversations, because they're a good conversation. They're theoretical, they're high-level stuff like I'm bringing to this mic right now. Not a final decision, but that's what optimum yield can be, right?
I'm going to jump in here if I can. We've got about 5 minutes left before we go to our breakout sessions. We've got a couple of other people with questions. I want to try to get those in, but I appreciate this. Feel free to take it offline. Captain Holter, I'll give you the last bite at the apple at this. If you got something quick.
Yeah, just real quick. Did you think that if you were offered the opportunity, you'd really have good success? Because in Texas, we had it's called iSnapper, still is, and it's a great system developed by Dr. Greg Stunz over there. Yeah. And we piloted it. When they put it in the hands of the private recreational anglers, I think we've only got like a 3% or 6% participation rate. It's really low, and some of the other states are doing a mandatory, and of course they get a ticket if you don't report, and they've got much better participation. But do you believe that it would have been picked up, people would have used it and participated really well? And
absolutely, and I think the number one example of that is the billfish circle hook story. I saw a community push back. I was one of them.
Okay,
this is ridiculous.
We're really going to need to move on.
And then we found success, and it took about a decade.
People lined up
so
here,
I think about a decade.
Let's take it to the panels after this. Sorry to cut you down there. Captain Hickman, sorry, I got your name wrong there. So, Captain Hawkins, nice to see you again.
Hey, very good. Monty Hawkins with the party boats down in Ocean City, Maryland. Folks, I got 42 years fishing for sea bass out of Ocean City. The guys that fish with me, the other for hire guys, they're used to me asking questions on text and on the radio and all. And together, we think we catch about 75 or 80% of the sea bass off Ocean City. It's just a one-port state. It's not hard to get your arms around at all. So we think we catch 75 or 80%. If you look at the Mrip, wave 3, busiest wave for it, Mrip says that private boats catch 92.3%. Pretty big difference. Over in Connecticut, the boys in Connecticut tell me that they catch a pretty good percentage.
I feel like we're drifting into discussion on Mrip. Can you help
I'm
me?
sorry. How do you
help me get to the point?
How do you develop optimum yield?
Well, I'm trying to move you to the point.
Optimum yield depends on knowing about catch, and if you don't know about catch, you don't know how to make an optimum yield. Period. In fact, if you're using Mrip for anything, you're just pretending you have data.
Okay, I can appreciate that.
That's a fact. And over in Connecticut, those boys think they catch a lot of their sea bass, the for hire guys, the party boats, and Mrip has them at 0.8%. 0.8% is for hire. And I could go on like that. I mean, that's how bad the Mrip is. It just ain't right. Now, the for hire data is good. The for-hire data got fixed in 2003, so that's a pretty solid base there. But what y'all are saying the private boats caught, that's not solid at all. It's just nothing at all. It's no damn good at all. So everybody laughed earlier when I was talking about the estimates that I worked up this year, but those estimates were based on observations and VTR data. They're based on something much more solid than what you statisticians think is good. Thank you.
I think we have time probably for one more, so we'll go back to the left.
All right, just a little bit on the public's, the recreational anglers' reluctance to get involved and contribute to that. And just earlier, we're talking about 33% to 40%. All right. Bit way down here. All right. No? Well, I'm a loud guy anyway. So we're talking about 33%, 40% uncertainty in our numbers, right? Then we're talking about 50% chances of success in our plans, 50% chance of success. Well, let me see, I have two options. Either it works or it doesn't. Oh, I think it has a 50% chance of working. You know, that's pretty much saying we have no idea whatsoever. And then you add in flexibility, like conservation equivalencies and stuff, which go off that plan, which has a 50% chance of failure. Or was that 50% chance of success? That's kind of the same, isn't it? So that's why the public, a lot of these fishermen think that, you know, why do we even bother? Because it just looks to them like the chance is so remote, you know, of coming out with a plan that actually works. And especially like in the striped bass fishery, where we've just seen it, you know, for the last 10 years or so, keep going down, down, down. Oh, well, we're not going to do something about it yet. We're supposed to, you know, put in a rebuilding plan, but, you know, let's wait. You know, there's a lot of frustration there. And I'm telling you, they really don't have the faith in this. So what we got to do is communication. Communicate, maybe get out your surveys to them or whatever. Talk to people who have the fishing clubs, et cetera. We got to get communication going, because just about all mistrust is based on lack of familiarity. So if we could build that familiarity and those collaborations between the regulatory bodies and fishing clubs, et cetera, with recreational fishermen, I think we can make a lot of progress then.
Yeah, thank you. It's been a persistent theme, I think, in a lot of the conversations. Trust, conversation, education. Appreciate it. Panel, any thoughts on? Now my mic's off too? Okay. I guess I'm cut off, so we're done?
Hello. Hello.
Okay, no problem. Anyone from the panel want to speak to education, outreach, and trust? Okay. Well, we'll take that as a sign. I think we want to take the one last question, if we can be brief.
Thank you very much. My name's Dave Monty. I'm a charter captain from Rhode Island. I'm a member of the board of the American Saltwater Guides Association and the Rhode Island Saltwater Anglers. I also serve on my local state Marine Fisheries Council, and I like, hi Mike, how you doing? I like Mike's analogy about optimum yield as it related to bluefish, and it certainly relates to striped bass, that I am forever in a position convincing my colleagues on my local council the value of recreational fishing, which in my state is sort of equal to commercial fishing and total economic impact. So this yield, the intrinsic value, the value of a catch and release fishery is extremely important. And I love the doctor's comment about you can relate it to dollars. I have never seen it related to dollars. I assume that means total economic impact. It does not, because that would be wonderful. If you could say, you know, this fishery transfer of proposed transfer of bluefish should stay with the recreational fishery and not be transferred, because these fish are worth more in the water than they are dead on the dock. I mean, that's where we want to be with it. And you said you could relate it to dollars, and I thought you meant overall economic impact. I'd like you to clarify that, please.
Yeah, so happy to do that. So we typically talk about economic value rather than impacts. These are different metrics. just to give you an idea, if you have a given project which has benefits, whatever project you might think of, if it has benefits, let's fix the benefits. If you increase the cost of that project, the net benefit of that project go down, right? The costs are increasing. So the contribution to society is going down. But if you increase the cost, you're increasing the economic impact. So these are different metrics. I was referring to economic benefits, which is what economists typically think is the appropriate metric when it comes to allocation, not impacts, which are sort of designed to assess something else, right? The GDP and in the local economy, that's different.
But to clarify, there are ways to measure that. There's willingness to pay studies.
So willingness to pay is measured in dollars, and that's how we determine it using the surveys I was referring to before. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, panelists. Mahalo. Gracias. We'll go back to Jessica for instructions on the breakout, but if you'd give them another round of applause. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you all for participating in the breakout groups. We're going to go ahead and get started so we can get everyone out of here on time. So if everyone can have a seat and move any side conversations into the hallway. I need a foghorn. You got one? All right. Well, thank you all again for participating in those groups. We are going to hear from a rapporteur from each of the groups, recommendations, and then we'll go back out to the audience for any additions to those report outs. So let's go ahead and start from group 1. If you want to just introduce yourself and share your recommendations, we have about maybe 5 minutes each.
Good afternoon. Chris Burrows from North Carolina, and I'm here representing Carolina Sportsman Magazine. If you haven't read it, you should. We had a lot of deadlock in our group, and I don't think that's a bad thing. I think the important thing is that we're having conversations that we don't have an opportunity to have a lot of time. I'll jump right into it with question 1. Jeff White had a great idea of building fishery management plans based more on individual species biology than following a 10-year framework, and gave the great example of a squid that lives 1 year versus a tautog that lives 30 years. I don't know anything about the biology of tautog, or if I'm even saying that right, but it makes more sense to have a flexible plan that is tailored for whatever species you're trying to save, or at least put it a range where fishing can still occur, whatever the end goal is here. I know it's different, a little bit different for all. Jamie, of course, had the idea of a path to legitimize data collected by stakeholders, and that spawned a great debate over why certain data is suppressed and who wants fish counts and who doesn't want to see them. So do we come up with a plan to save the world there? Maybe not, but there's been a lot said on that topic. And then the electronic logbook, which we hear about it working in the Gulf. We hear about it maybe not working so great up the coast, but there is definitely, and on the West Coast, it's something they've gone to as just their way of life. So there's a lot more to be said there. And I'm sorry if I'm making it sound like we didn't accomplish anything. We did. We learned a lot. See, we skipped around a lot too, so I'm skipping around in my notes. Patrick Briquette gave a great winning example of changing timelines for question 2 and having basically an accountability measure in place prior to the data from a stock assessment even coming out. So the flexibility being quick action. And I'm getting names wrong. Jason McNamee, did I get that right? Management flexibility between states in a great way to reduce striped bass take, looking at the differences in the fishery between Rhode Island and New Jersey. And what we decided, though, is that we need more actual accountability measures, or we need more accountability when these things don't necessarily work. Another success story came from the great state of Louisiana, and their LA Creel program, and that was personally, that to me was the biggest success story that I heard there, and how they were able to actually get a full season with their red snapper, which we've read all about, and their neighbors lagged behind them because they used a different technique. Not that their neighbors were wrong, but they just had a different way that they went to the state and said, hey, we can fix this through an endorsement to our license. Had a great debate for question 3, and we opened Pandora's box in discussing maximum sustainable yield and optimal yield. And one suggestion was to go to a completely different methodology once you've determined the sector allocations. That one raged way out of control, and we came to no consensus. But it was a great debate, and I'm going to leave it right there because that's as far as, I'm sure I've missed a lot, but if someone else from my group would like to jump in, I'd love to hear it.
Thanks, and we'll have room for that after we hear from everyone. Let's go ahead with group 2, please.
Yeah, Forrest Braden, Southeast Alaska Guides Organization and Alaska Business Charter Fishing Operation Owner, reporting again here. I'm going to start with management flexibility. And some of what I'll say and what our group summarized, I think on the surface might sound contradictory, but it might not if you look at a higher view picture of this. So there was definitely consensus that stability and regulation was necessary. I think in fisheries management, we would agree, the group would agree that in fisheries management, we and rightly so, we track abundance levels a lot in ACLs, and we're jumping after those. But if there's a way in management flexibility for the recreational fishery to have, a more moderate main level, that would lend itself well to a fishery like that. At the same time, there was talk of quicker management responses. An example would be harvest adjustments early on to avoid like those rock bottom situations, sort of anticipatory looking to make sure that we take those quick steps so that we don't get in some of these positions that we've heard described today. So also in-season management or quick response can also, for instance, in one instance, liberalize bag limits and, recognize opportunity for fishery rather than just setting and going. We can maybe seize an opportunity, and that could be a two-edged sword too, of course, because in-season management could cut you off and opportunity would cease. Interesting point, flexibility in recognizing geographic differences and demographic differences in fisheries. And a good example was if you set a size limit, and I forget the species because I'm a West Coast guy and this is an East Coast fishery, but if you set a size limit, an upper size limit or a minimum size limit for a fishery and a bag limit, you might be excluding participants in the fishery that are geographically confined to shore or inshore fisheries where the species might be in different areas. So, some flexibility in recognizing those nuances that are important to actually make a difference. Touched a little bit on quota transfer systems that have happened in the past, just when there's fish in another fishery left over and the ability to transfer and move things around. So I guess there was more, but I'll jump to OY. Just an interesting, maybe high-level concept is what would happen if you flipped management on its head and instead of chasing those ACLs, you said, okay, what are the outcomes that we're looking for? And if you determine those outcomes, then you can determine the ACLs that you would need to realize those outcomes. And if you know what the ACLs are to realize those outcomes, you can, pick your fishing intensities, which is super high level. But just in a sense, starting backwards from our normal management procedures, there was talk in optimum yield of, there can even be maybe what I'd categorize as cultural differences, even within the recreational fishery, whether it's for hire or not for hire, private, there can be situations where optimum yield might be different for you than it is for me. And so that might be hard to grasp, although I think that there'd probably be agreement that there might be some main themes that you can focus on and bring those to management's attention and help that become a component of making decisions. Let's see. Can't read my own writing. We were really speeding up at the end there. So definitely a theme is recognize the intrinsic value of what we do, and that's come up over and over. But I didn't want to skip over that just because it's been said so many times. But just recognizing, and there was talk of that you could assign a willingness to pay, that there's an economic way to quantify that, but that these things need to be brought into the management process in a more realistic and a meaningful way when you're talking about recreational fishery management. And I'm just going to jump to one other thing because it kind of is a different category, a different box, and it's the idea of habitat, the tail end of our conversation, clean water, in making decisions, what are the consequences, or those need to be considered, and that of course does come under OY. It's its own category, and also species. Your decisions can be species dependent, meaning, a catch and release fishery, or where there's more value in a catch and release fishery, that might be managed in a different way than a catch and keep fishery. So I'm sure I'm over my 5 minutes, so I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thanks, Forrest. Group 3.
Hi, Maura Kelly from the Greater Atlantic region. We talked about successful management reform, and first out of the gate, we talked about healthy rebuilt stocks being sort of the keystone to that. And that flexibility that helps maintain those healthy stocks within the constraint of the Magnuson Act into the future. We also talked about how we're good in a crisis in terms of we can give out really fairly generous management measures when there's no fish to catch. But when there's a lot of fish, we really struggle with how to deal with that sort of abundance issue. We also talked about a lot about successful management reform would look like something that better aligns management with what people are seeing on the water, both in terms of just general abundance and also the sort of geographical distribution of that abundance. And we had a little bit of a conversation about balancing between not being overfished, but also not underfished, and how you define those things, I think, varies quite a bit. And also just the sort of general acknowledgement that we've had for the past couple of days of being more quick to respond to things and having more timely management throughout the entire part of the system, from the data to the implementation. And the flexibility usages, it was interesting because we heard some successes and some struggles, and how you defined your example often just depended on your perspective. For example, we heard about Gulf state management being a success in terms of the timeliness of the regulation and the flexibility of the states to manage things day to day and allowing access for more people, and then the sort of struggle of state management with conservation equivalency that was sort of intended to provide that variability, but can be sort of exploited in certain situations to meet different needs. We noted that this flexibility can and maybe should come with some additional responsibilities or requirements on what it means to have the access to that flexibility. I'm going to skip to, we had a lot of conversation about optimum yield, and I think it was hard to define because the answer is different for each fishery and stock and aspects of the community, and similarly, how do you choose among those different options? We talked a lot about regulating fisheries in pounds, or OY being in pounds, but maybe it should be in numbers of fish, or even that it's not a number. We're so used to OY being sort of part of our catch specification discussion that, we just talked about OY as access and maybe not just a single data point. We also talked about the difference, and to Dr. Hare's point yesterday about the language, the difference between a discard and a release in a recreational fishery. And in some cases, in some fisheries, when it's food fish, we should strive to reduce discards, and maybe in other fisheries we want to increase releases. But regardless of whether it's a discard or release, we want to figure out how to minimize the mortality of those releases. And there's times when we have a catch and release fishery, but the mortality is really high, which means we're sort of using our whole catch allocation as dead discards, and it makes it really hard to pivot from yield as the focus versus access and opportunity. We talked about a lot of places, OY looks a lot like MSY. And the sort of perception of underfishing that OY number, and what does that really mean when it's a catch and release kind of fishery. And angler satisfaction is very high, and this becomes a really difficult conversation, especially in sort of mixed-use fisheries. Again, we sort of talked a lot about the need to make better decisions faster, kind of start playing offense and not just defense on some of these things. And you know, there's places where it's really hard to get out of our existing boxes because of the fear of litigation, and that leading to a sort of overcompensating towards risk avoidance because of those pressures. We didn't quite get to the last question of next steps. So, you know, I still invite everyone in the group, if you have thoughts on that and you want to send them along later, please do, or bring them up when we have the rest of the discussion.
Thanks, Maura. Go ahead, Group 4, Marion.
Hi, it's Marion McPherson from Office of Sustainable Fisheries for Group 4, and I've got more of a high-level summary of what all we talked about, and we talked about some of the issues that the first three groups have talked about as well, and we actually spent most of our time talking about question 1. We didn't have a consensus opinion. We just had lots of sort of thoughts that we put out for consideration. So just to highlight some of those, the flexibility was a big theme. There was discussion about the pros and cons of flexibility. Why was there reluctance to embrace it today? And we talked about risks of damaging the stock if you go too far in the permissive side, but yet the importance of having the ability to be flexible. We talked about state-fed cooperation, the need for better coordination, the way that the states can sometimes be more agile, but it's important to coordinate for success. What does success look like? Some words: rebuilt, strict rebuilding timelines, reduce overcapacity, being able to fish when you want to. We talked about the importance of addressing all the different needs, of the perspectives of all the different user groups. We talked about the importance of information and information needs and how we might improve our data collection, perhaps cooperating with charters. There was an example from the West Coast of real-time reporting on salmon using cell phones as a potential example for other states or regions to model on, or for NIMS to model something on. What else? There's need for data on how to value non-consumptive uses. We had an example from Puerto Rico tarpon fishing of quantifying the value of catch and release, putting the tarpon back in the water, and how that quantification was able to feed into success in that program. What else do we have? So then we talked about, in terms of why, that there's a need that we haven't really taken the step of sitting down and methodically walking through those considerations that are in Magnuson in our guidelines. We don't do that. We don't look at our economic, social, and environmental factors systematically. We don't have the socioeconomic data to do that. Therefore, these considerations get driven more by the biological factors. We need to stop focusing strictly on fishing mortality rates to drive our management measures. In terms of optimum yield, it was pointed out that Noaa hasn't provided uniform guidance. There's no structured uniform approach to defining optimum yield. We also, on the other side, on the hand of that, talked about, as others did, the need for regional distinctions. The differences among different regions may need their own unique optimum yields to reflect what's going on there. There is a request for NIMS to provide some examples of good OYs, and then discussion about what form does OY take. Is it numbers? Is it words with descriptors? And we talked about the challenges of convincing people that it's worthwhile, it's valuable, that OY can be below the maximum harvestable amount. So I hope my team will jump in if I left anything off of that summary.
Thank you. And thanks to all the volunteers, the steering committee members, you all today. There was over 40 just about different folks who stepped in to help out to make these breakout groups happen, and we really appreciate that, and all of you for participating. So we got started a little bit late, but I wanted to leave just a couple of minutes if anyone who was in those groups wanted to add anything in addition to what the rapporteur shared here today. You can go ahead and step up to the mic. It's that time of day, huh? I know. All right. So with that, I'm going to thank all of you. And I'm going to share 2 quick notes while the closing panelist and Russ Dunn, the moderator for that session, come up. I just wanted to let everyone know that tomorrow we will send out a survey to all the attendees, and we would like to get your feedback. This will be an online survey. We'd like to get your feedback to help us inform the report and also future summit meetings. And finally, if we still have some parking passes outside, if you want to see Kelly at the registration table, if you haven't gotten those yet. And last but not least, the wet blanket. I just want to remind everyone the COVID protocol and the duty to self-monitor. In the next 3 days, if anyone does have a COVID positive test, please email recfishsummitinfo@asmfc.org. That's really long. It's also listed on our website and in the COVID protocols. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Russ Dunn to close us out today. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Can I close this, or is that going to screw something up? IT people. Yes, I can? Okay. All right, thanks. All right. Well, we're almost there. So first of all, thanks everyone for all the work we've done the last 2 days. Thank you for the closing panel for paying attention the last 2 days and sort of preparing your reflections. What I'm going to do here is really just ask a couple of questions of you all, get a sense of what your takeaways were as the people who, in part, will lead implementing some of the actions and solutions that we've heard during the summit. I thought it was important for the participants here to sort of hear your thoughts on what is it that you are taking away from this. But first, I'm going to ask you all if you'll just go down the line and introduce yourself so everyone who may not know you understands who you are. So, Ryan, if you would.
Yes, my name is Ryan Wolf. I'm the Assistant Regional Administrator for Sustainable Fisheries on the West Coast.
Good afternoon. I am Jenny Wallace. I am the Director of the Office of Sustainable Fisheries here in headquarters.
Hi, I'm Evan Howell. I'm the Director of the Office of Science and Technology here in headquarters, Maryland.
Hi, everybody. I'm Kristen Cook. I'm the Director of the Southwest Fisheries Science Center headquartered in La Jolla, California.
You got groupies.
Good afternoon. My name is Bob Foy. I'm the Director of the Alaska Fisheries Science Center located in Juneau, Alaska. Woo-hoo.
Hard act to follow. Hi, I'm Andy Strelchek. I'm the Regional Administrator for the Southeast Regional Office in St. Petersburg, Florida.
Hi, I'm Bob Beal, the non-federal member of the closing panel, apparently. I'm Executive Director of the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission.
All right. Well, thank you, and strap in because we're about to get rough here for you. No, let me start off first, and to no one in particular. Provide us with your immediate takeaways, your general reflections on what you heard here. So just 2 or 3 of you, if you could just pop on that light and jump on it. Ryan, please.
Sure, thanks. Happy to go first. I think I'd first like to say I always appreciate events like this that kind of help bring your region's work into perspective. When you get to see what's going on elsewhere around the country and what everyone else is dealing with. It does highlight a lot of similarities, but it also really does put some focus on there, some very different situations that are going on depending on where you live and where you work. one of my takeaways was I thought the major themes that were put forward at this event were actually very timely, especially for the discussions we have going on the West Coast. But definitely just in the reaction and the debate and the impassioned views and perspectives that we've heard throughout the week. That was my number one takeaway. But I do want, since I'm up here as, I guess, your West Coast representative, at least reflect a little bit on what I heard from those folks. Starting with yesterday, those are two topics that are really hotly discussed right now in the Pacific: climate-ready fisheries and balancing ocean uses. And it was a good discussion, and I think it highlighted how on some of these topics we have a lot of momentum underway. We have already started, as you saw in one of the presentation, with our scenario planning, some key priority initiatives that we are putting forward in our fishery ecosystem plan, and I think it touched on a lot of the points that were raised by not just folks from our region, but from other regions, and so it made me feel good about the direction that that's headed. Also, a good discussion on wind and aquaculture. We got both an aquaculture opportunity area on the West Coast. We also have lease call areas up and down the coast. And good to hear some very similar concerns on good baseline data, not just biological, but economic and socioeconomic to help support that, especially before you even get into discussions of construction and mitigation. Those are all very relevant to what we're discussing. But I did note also, again, here is where some regional differences came up, is for us, floating turbines is a little bit different than monopile installation. And then shifting to today, which was obviously a little more difficult discussion, as a number of you all have noted, talking about data collection and management reform. Those are tough issues, and I heard loud and clear from our folks about the certain gaps in our assessments, and especially the importance of fishery independent data, which others may speak to. And of course, not just today, but yesterday, kind of a through line of the importance of management flexibility in a number of forums, which we just heard of in the last report out. So that's my overall reflection, and I think we've had some good dialogues, and I'm looking forward to next steps.
Great. All right. Anyone else down the line? Yes, Bob.
Jump in.
Kristen, I can't see if your hand is up before. No,
Thanks, Russ. I had very similar insights from the last few days. Coming from Alaska, a bit of an outsider to a lot of the conversation that was occurring here, given the different focus, different situation. But when it comes down to it, and I was thinking through the key points that I came away with from this meeting, and the key topics that were a thread through the entire meeting, they're no different. They're no different in the large commercial sector in Alaska from the sport fishing sectors, from some subsistence sectors that we have in Alaska. So I just wanted to go through some of those contrasts. Defining resilience. I heard at least 4 different definitions in the last couple of days. The contrast being defined as maintaining status quo. Resilience is trying to stay in a particular state in the rec fisheries that we have right now versus adapting. And I think those different perspectives were coming from people along the entire spectrum of experiences right now in rec fisheries. There was a question that suggested that we weren't talking about resilience, this was just about allocation. I would argue that if we want to be resilient, we need to adequately allocate in all of our fisheries. Adapting to change was discussed, whether it was stock movement, management, equitable access, very similar topics. Challenges and opportunities. We heard a lot of people impassioned about the challenges, some impassioned about the opportunities, but there were both. Value. We talked about the value of recreational fisheries from an economic, money perspective, cultural perspective, food perspective. going out and having a good time perspective? Is it the catch or the experience? The answer is yes to all of the above, hence optimal yield. I found that some of the voices in the room were dominated by some of those values. Every once in a while you'd hear a voice from someone who had another value at the table. So one of the questions is, are the right people in the room? Is everybody in the room for an equitable conversation on allocation? Conservation versus risk. You heard a lot of the federal focus talk about conservation versus risk, what we're mandated to do and how we discuss risk in that mandate relative to allocation. So again, my point was just to point out all the contrasts I heard in the last couple of days and go all the way back to the first presentation with an emphasis on the discussion about climate change. Climate change is going to accentuate all the contrasts I just put out there. All the contrasts you've been talking about are going to be dominated by climate change. Climate change is the reason I heard throughout these last couple of days that you need to come together, participate in this process, because climate change is really going to accentuate all of these contrasts. Thanks, Russ. Sorry
Thanks,
to go long.
Bob. That was great. That was great. Kristen, did you have your hand up? Or, no? Okay. How you top that? Okay, Evan. Evan can top it. It's not an issue.
Well, I wanted to speak. One of the major takeaways, one is it's the first time coming back. I'm new to this position. I've been here for a year and a half, but this is the second meeting. The first meeting I got to go to a Gulf Council meeting. Very thankful to meet people there. But this is the first time I'm meeting a lot of people in person. I run the Office of Science Technology. I work with Richard, and Mrip is in the shop. And when I asked about this job coming in, I said, what am I going to be? What do I need to work on? What do I need to know? Mrip. It's the only thing that was told to me. So I knew coming in. So, in some ways I inherited Mrip, so I inherit this responsibility, but I also inherited Richard. And I want people to know that I've never met somebody that cares so much about the data as much, and he's a very humble man. So I wanted to point that out, and I thank him for that. But I also thank that people are really scrutinizing the data and looking at how we're going to be using it in the future. And one of the things that I was happy to hear, besides hearing maybe it wasn't the unmitigated disaster people say it is, which was the kindest thing I think I heard, but ultimately, unattributed, no attribution, but I think ultimately we know we have to do better. And Bob, to your point about climate change, some of what we're looking at, not just in recreational fisheries, but across the board in science, is how does science and management coalesce together so that we're working at the same time to provide real-time information in the best way possible to make effective decisions. One interesting thing that I heard, and after a call 2 weeks ago where it was with a completely different group of people, and I said, we need flexibilities in management, and I was eaten alive for using the word flexibility. I was surprised to hear today that there was concern about flexibility in management as well. My takeaway from that was we need transparency, we need trust, we need credibility, and we need a system we understand. And flexibility can be used as a buzzword to start to shift baselines and have us not understand, and then we don't believe you. And it's that trust and credibility gap that we have to close, because that's how we're going to get better information. So again, a takeaway from me being the first time in person here and meeting a lot of people is I want to continue these conversations. You can't hear from someone that has decades of experience telling you, I don't understand how you got these numbers. We understand that we're trying to cover an inhuman amount of area with the resources that we have. How do we come together to really make this data, come alive, and then use it in the best way possible, and understand the limitations when and when not to use the data. So that's something I'm still learning. I look forward to learning more, and I do appreciate the discourse, because it's the only way, by calling it out and putting it on the table, that we're going to get to a place where we really trust the numbers that we collect and we understand what we're actually monitoring. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Evan. Andy, top that.
Well, let me talk about Mrip. Coming to a meeting like this, I think it just puts a fine point on the fact that the recreational sector is incredibly diverse, and hearing all of the different perspectives, not only geographically, but within regions, within sectors, within the recreational community, is really important. And got a lot out of the conversations with regard to optimum yield and some of the driving factors with regard to socioeconomic considerations, and something that I think really is underutilized and under-discussed when it comes to the Fishery Management Council process. I agreed with the earlier commenters in terms of all the topics we talked about were relevant at this meeting, from starting off with obviously the changing climate to those competing uses and opportunities with regard to how they intersect with the recreational sector. What we probably haven't talked a lot about in this meeting is the shifting baseline and the challenges that we're facing with fisheries management with regard to that shifting baseline, not just on the climate side, but growth in the recreational sector, fishing power increasing, effort increasing. And so that, to me, then there's this kind of tug and pull at a lot of the other conversations that were being held with regard to flexibility and access and opportunity, and how do we try to achieve those goals and objectives, knowing that that demand and growth is also occurring in the recreational sector. So to me, it kind of points to that immense challenge before fisheries management to work toward, figuring a lot of this out. A few take-homes from my standpoint and what I will be working on in the Southeast is how do we make our management more nimble? We are way too slow at reacting to science and data that comes to us. We also need to speed up the science that informs our process and maybe rely less on stock assessments and more on alternative forms of science. And certainly I think that can help to be in that reactionary mode for both when things are taking a downturn as well as when things are looking better. And then I guess the last two takeaways from me, data needs to be keeping up with management. Easier said than done given limited resources, but as Richard pointed out in his Mrip presentation, it's not a one-size-fits-all approach. We've taken advantage of a lot of great state-federal cooperation. We've gone from a handful of recreational surveys now to 28 recreational surveys that are meeting diverse needs. And all of that then points toward the importance of communication and outreach, and that to me will be the key to all the success of the work that we do going forward and building that trust that was talked about in some of the earlier panels.
Great, thanks. Anyone else, or yeah? Okay.
All right, so I too drew from the various sessions yesterday and today a lot of the similar kinds of things that I've heard from my colleagues up here, but I think maybe I'll frame it a little bit differently, in that what we do in fisheries management, fishery science and fisheries management is quite complex, and that, as everyone knows here, and that complexity I think is really increasing dramatically as we go forward. Yesterday we started off hearing about climate, and I heard a great deal of concern as well as notation of some of the opportunities and positive things coming out of the climate change discussion. And I think that's a real, somewhat of a departure from this meeting in the past, where there's now a real recognition on the ground. You're seeing these changes, and that leading to a discussion about, I kind of got the sense yesterday we're all in this together and during the climate presentation. I think the drawing on some of the scenario planning done on the West Coast, and these are best practices that I think other regions can definitely draw on. On the West Coast, we put together an ecosystem science report every year on the state of the California current. And this year's report, ESR, they always come up with these catchy subtitles to them. And this year it was a tale of three systems. The terrestrial system that was just on fire in the West, and that leading to real habitat changes for salmon. Then you've got this thin band of cool, upwelled, really productive water on the West Coast, leading to a lot of positive change in the fisheries this past year. And then this offshore North Pacific marine heat wave, which is now emerging every year and impacting our fisheries. That kind of, broad scale, basin scale down to much more local and regional scale change is really kind of what we're facing going forward. The balancing ocean uses discussion between, again, challenges and opportunities, displacement, but also opportunities in terms of new fishing grounds. The complexity with data has always been there. We've always known that, and I heard in spades the challenges we have in California. Certainly, I have my marching orders to go back to my folks and talk about our state partnerships there and our partnerships with the rec fishermen in particular, who are there to collect, are available and willing and engaged. We're fortunate to have that in my part of the world, so I'm looking forward to having more of those discussions. The discussions around why today and what is the real value of rec fishing, the nuances across regions and across in terms of how and where you fish and what's important to you in each of those areas, and the language around definitions and some of this discussion around outcomes-based management I thought was interesting. So I think in a lot of, many of us participate on the international scale with international fisheries, and I think the U.S. is really quite still seen as the gold standard for fisheries management around the world. I think that we need to continue to be leaders in that realm and maintain that and improve where we need to. I think the complexity, to coming back to that, around these issues makes it hard to communicate this to people who are not in these circles and participating in two-day workshops. And so I think understanding what we need to do on the science side and articulating that is not always easy to non-scientists and to people, frankly, outside of these areas. And we need to do a better job of that, because I think one of the lessons learned from COVID was that we need a variety of data streams. For example, we all lost our fishery independent surveys for an entire year in 2020. Had tremendous impacts on our stock assessments, as you know, and that will have reverberating impacts for years. And I think our ability to articulate what those kinds of losses mean for us is really incumbent on us, but I think also as a community to go forward to people who fund these activities, the partnerships that we know we need to develop to fill in gaps, I think is going to be really important going forward. So thanks to everybody that I interacted with over the last 2 days. It was really powerful.
Great, thanks. So let me follow a thread that both you and Bob raised, and that is opportunities. And this isn't for just you two, if anyone up here. So you both have mentioned that there's opportunities. We came together to try and find sort of actionable, collaborative opportunities to advance recreational fishery stewardship here. So what are some examples of where you see those opportunities, if you would? Bob. Other Bob, then Bob too.
We'll talk at the same time. It's close enough. Well, first of all, it's great to be back in person, as others have said. This is, as Spud mentioned this morning, this is our ASMFC's meeting room 3 times a year. So it's great to be back here and see everyone in the hallway conversations. I think we're just as valuable, if not more valuable, than the actual real stuff in here. So I just wanted to open with that. It's been great to see everybody. A couple of the opportunities, I think some of them are such sort of daunting tasks, big issue. We need to make recreational data better, right? I mean, there's a lot of ways to do that, and it's a pretty heavy thing to do, and there's not, who does that? Is it at the state level? Is it the federal level? Is it a combination? Is it the commission? Is it the council? Who is it? And we don't have a roadmap for that right now, and I think developing some of those ideas and tackling some of these, how do you eat an elephant one bite at a time? You've got to, we got to ease into this and break these things down into bite-sized pieces that we can deal with. And I think some of the, reacting to climate change and species moving and habitat change, some of these are really overwhelming when you start thinking about it. But I think we need to, not when we go back to our real lives, not forget what happened here. That happens with a lot with these workshops. You go home, you kind of get sucked back into what you do every day, and you don't follow up and follow through on the commitments here. And I think that's a challenge for all of us. And I think we need to keep working together and develop, workable roadmaps that accomplish some of these things. And data is probably the one thing that we can affect. We can't fix climate change, but we have to react to it. But data collection and better understanding of how the fisheries operate and where they're operating and what they're landing, what they're discarding, all those details. That's a manageable thing that we can collectively do. It takes takes financial resources, and I think, there's a lot of people in this room that can go to Capitol Hill and try to get those financial resources so we'll be able to do it. So, I think that the data one is the one that sticks out to me as, obviously based on the conversation this morning, the most vexing, but it's also, it's something we have control over, complete control over to fix it. I think that's something we need to figure out what the right group to do it is and just put out, real timelines and real steps and get moving on it. We've been talking about it for years, and obviously people aren't satisfied where we are right now, so I think we can do better on that one.
All right, thanks. Bob Foy.
Yeah, thanks, Russ. I'm actually going to build on that. In terms of an opportunity that I heard throughout this conference, a little more yesterday than today, but both days, was there's an opportunity and a call to participate. There's a call to communicate, collaborate, compromise. So I think the opportunity is to hear what you heard in the last couple of days and hear from those of you on the opposite side of the fence and see this discussion as that opportunity. Because the reality is, in order to get to the data, which was actually first on my list as well, we've got to start from the perspective of making sure that everyone's participating and everyone's collaborating to define those data that we need. If everyone in this room were to write down the 10 items, the data items they think that we need to collect, we couldn't afford to do it. There's not enough time, there's not enough money. So how do we prioritize that? I would say another word in terms of an opportunity is organizing. How do you organize in this room so that we can identify those data sources that we need? Making sure that the data is equitable, making sure that the data is specific to each region. We heard a lot of different stories today where the data that's available is extremely different. The needs are different. I think the other opportunity is related to some of the success stories that we've heard. There were a lot of success stories. I heard a few things that I need to take home. I think a lot of us heard success stories that will be valuable in other regions. We heard about the scenario type of analyses to consider how climate changes might affect our fisheries, for instance. We have an opportunity to build on those successes and implement them elsewhere. And again, this goes back to not just collecting every piece of data we can, but strategically in our region or in our area, thinking through what data need to be collected, prioritizing it, and making sure it gets in the hands of those that can actually do the analysis. Thanks, Russ.
Great, thanks. Jenny, yeah.
Yeah, and another theme that I think was kind of woven throughout the day, couple of days, was the idea of there's an opportunity for additional education and outreach. Even about what is the state of the science, about recreational fishing opportunities, just going off of what Bob said, about some of those successes, making sure that we are all sharing and understanding and learning from each other as well. And so I think that opportunity, a lot of it needs to reside with many of you in the audience here, but I think it's also something that we can take home and look at ourselves and to look for those opportunities. And along those lines too is looking, when we do this education and outreach, also looking for opportunities to increase the diversity of not just the individuals and the color of their skin, but also the diversity of ideas. Who is not in this room that we need to, or who do we need to go bring into this room? And I think that to me is one of the next steps for us to kind of think about after these 2 days is over. Who did we miss, and who else do we want to have conversations with as well?
Thanks. That's actually a great sort of segue to the next question, which is, what did we miss? What did you not hear during this discussions the last 2 days that you expected to hear? Yeah. Right.
Yeah, thanks for the question. I don't know if it's necessarily something we missed, but one thing I expected to hear more that I didn't hear as much about was on electronic reporting, at least in the groups. I wasn't able to be in everyone. There was a mention of e-logbooks in the very last report out. I wasn't in that group. But that was just surprising to me. I had expected a little more of electronic reporting, electronic technologies, anything along those lines to filter through one, if not more, of our discussions.
I think that stood out for me as well. Anybody else? Okay. Yeah. Evan, you look like you're ready, chomping at the bit.
Chomping at the bit. I now want to hear more about how do you get into a value of the fishery, and I think that it's something, far be it from me to start talking about collecting even more information, but I think that in our breakout group, looking at optimal yield in some other areas, the socioeconomic, the human dimension data was obviously an impassioned plea, Jamie, and I appreciated the apology. You didn't come in hot, but you brought the humanity back to it, which is, for 2 years, we've been sitting in front of our computers trying to figure out how to make this mission work, losing sight of the mission, not understanding, moving across the country at times, but that humanity bring back to this room. This is livelihoods, right? Whether direct or indirect, it's sustenance, it's going out there, it's providing, and there's above and beyond all that survival, the simple fact that as humans, we want to enjoy the lives that we have. So how do you value that? And so that is something that I want to learn more. And I think the power of this panel is a representation, but you have basically all of NIMS leadership in this room today, as well as having experts, people that are out there on the water every day. And so, Doug, I'm looking at you because we're going to talk about this valuation, because Russ has been bugging me about it for a year and a half. And now I'm really interested, and I see opportunity there. So I wanted to touch on that. But that's something I expected to hear more of a little bit, but I felt like we were just getting started. So maybe next time. Awesome. Yeah.
Great. Andy.
Yeah, thanks, Russ. Two things. One, I mentioned in our breakout group, we've reached, at least in the southeast, a point where we're pretty much maxed out on our bag limits and size limits and closed seasons, and classical, typical management is becoming very complicated in order to accomplish the same goals and objectives. And so, I guess I was expecting or hoping to hear a little bit more about how we can be innovative with regard to how we manage fisheries and kind of the ideas that can emerge from that in terms of looking at different approaches. With that said, kind of building on Kristen's complex, we're operating a much more complex environment, and complexity in the management system makes that even that much more challenging. The other thing that really, to me, kind of went on not discussed was discards and bycatch. And at least in the southeast, we have, in my view, tremendously inefficient fisheries. We want to try to figure out how we can convert those discards and releases into landed catch and make our fisheries more efficient. I recognize, obviously, we had a good conversation around optimum yield, and there's some reasons why those fish aren't being kept in the recreational sector, but we do have a lot of management regulations, obviously, that restrict anglers from keeping fish at certain times of the year or at certain periods, and so that makes our fisheries obviously very inefficient, which to me is not achieving our goals under Magnuson and maximizing yield over the long term.
All right, thanks. Anyone else? Good? All right. Well, I think that's a good place to try and bring it to a close. I'll just give you a couple of quick, an overview of some of the things that I heard. Certainly, we all heard the interest, the need for nimbleness and dexterity in the system, both science and management, and whether that need is driven by climate change or data issues or changes in stock status, et cetera. There's clearly a desire and a need for that. Data, we certainly heard frustration on both the use of the data and the in terms of whether maybe it's collected, but it doesn't fit into the assessment process properly, and that causes a lot of frustration. Why am I collecting this if you're not going to use it? As well as its application being used in ways that may be beyond the capacity of that data. We heard concerns about gaps, particularly with fishery independent data. Kristen touched on that a little bit about sort of why that is, but there's clearly interest in more fishery independent data. And the need for better socioeconomic data, particularly if we are to sort of follow the path laid out by the national academies and really try to engage in this discussion about OY and how to use that as a tool to better guide management. We've got to have that better socioeconomic data, as Dr. Holzer told us this morning. I also heard a clear articulation, really, for one of the first times in 20 years, about management being about trade-offs. And there's a need to better express risk and the trade-off. We can't have everything. There's got to be a balance that is found somewhere out there. And then finally, I guess one of the things I heard was interest in the first panel about a need for sort of leadership and guidance on addressing climate change, particularly around the sort of the governance and trying to move that forward quickly, whether that's through CCC or whether that's the agency or individual councils, but really trying to move that forward and address those jurisdictional and governance issues. So I want to bring it to a close there. I think, just overall, we came together to try and find collaborative steps forward. And I'll just note that, the biggest gains are not going to come from what we can each do individually, whether it's an individual group or an individual office within NAMPS or council. What it's really going to come down to is where we can work together. That trust and cooperation are difficult, but where the big wins are, it's when we all pull together in the same direction. And I think we saw some real opportunities, particularly, say, in addressing climate resilience, where we're not too far behind the curve yet. It's coming, we know it's coming, and we can begin to address it. So with that, let me stop there and ask Janet just to come out and say thank you and close us out.
Thanks, Russ. Yeah, I just wanted to say 3 things to close you out. One is thank you. I'm very grateful for all the work that went into this by so many people, the steering committee, the Noaa staff, the ASMFC staff, the consultants. So very grateful. I think it was a great success. Secondly, I just wanted to reiterate the importance of collaboration and how much of the geography we're talking about is in state waters, how important the role of the ASMFCs, the councils, the commissions, ASMFC, where's Barry, the Pacific Commission, the Gulf Commission, there's how many different entities. We have conservation organization, businesses, writers, how many different types of people are in this room and how important it is that we all work together. We're all accountable and we all care deeply about this. And then lastly, some of you have heard me say this before, but one of my favorite people has an expression I love, which is when everything is said and done, a lot more is said than done. And I want to end, by the way, I began saying I think that dialogue needs to continue, but I'm really eager under my watch and working with all of you to get some really important work done along the lines of what we've discussed here. So I think you all know the levers, and we want to go forward from this summit, which will be so memorable for me for so many reasons, including being out last night with a great group of our recreational team across Noaa, but memorable because we're all together again after such a long time. So thank you again, and really eager to have an implementation plan and get a lot of good work done. Thank you.
All right. And with that, we'll see you in 4 years.